Check, check, check. Audio, audio. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 2, 2, 2, 2. Ready? 1, 2, 2, 2, 2, 3, 3, 3, 4, 4, 4, 5, 5, 5, 5, 5, 6, 6, 6, 6, 6, 7, 7, 1, 1, 1, 1, handheld 1, handheld 1, 1, 1, handheld 1, handheld 1. This is table mic 1, 1, 1, table mic 1, 1, table mic 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 1, 1, 1.
Talking about financing mechanisms in the Omani transport sector. And I'm sure everyone can hear me, but I'm not sure the microphone is working. Okay, so without further ado, let me introduce Mr. Zhu, who will give some opening remarks, and then we'll go from there. Okay.
Distinguished guests, colleagues, good morning. It is a pleasure to address you today at this sad event, which represents an opportunity to reflect on our actions in the battle against climate change. Allow me to extend my appreciation to our Montreal Protocol colleagues for bringing us together today, and to the Sultanate of Oman for our long and fruitful partnership towards inclusive and sustainable industry development. Distinguished guests, over the past 20 years, extreme weather events globally have cost an estimated $2.8 trillion US dollars. A recent study estimated the average cost of damage between 2000 and 2019 to be around 143 billion US dollars, which breaks down to around 60.3 US dollar million per hour. Despite the clear sign of accelerating climate risk and impacts worldwide, the adaptation finance gap is widening and now stands at between 194 and 366 billion US dollars per year. And action to mobilize and provide support to protect people from climate extremes is badly needed. The United Nations Secretary General has called for the unlocking and the redeployment of trillions of dollars to take action against climate change and implement climate resilient development. Distinguished guests, To achieve net zero emission worldwide, the heavy industry and transport sectors, which together comprise 25% of global green gas emissions, lack of sufficient funding and financing in the face of higher upfront costs as well as technology risk. Other common barriers to low carbon transportation are the elevated risk associated with the very high cost of transport infrastructure projects, the volatile behavior of public transport users, and fossil fuel subsidies, which reduce the competitiveness of net zero alternatives. Closing the gap between available financing and the needs of developing countries to unlock low carbon transportation requires look beyond traditional sources of funding and turning to innovative financial instruments and mechanisms. This will only be possible by supporting ambitious international and national commitments and by combining all types of innovative financing. For instance, the Green Climate Fund was proven to be a key partner in driven implementation of the paradigm shifting pathways at scale. Financial resources from the fund act as tools to address barriers in a systematic way and not just as a source of funding to make investment for a specific project. The Readiness Program, Low Carbon Transportation Development in the Sultanate of Oman, approved by the GCF in 2022, seeks to bridge gaps and lay the foundation for low-emission mobility. The program aims to assist in enabling the implementation of an ambitious low-carbon transportation development strategy for the country. Your thoughts and insights during this SET event will fit into the main elements of the strategy and contribute to the work in progress. Dear guests and colleagues, while the volume of resources required to meet the challenges of sustainable human development may seem still some kind of far away with distance, but the cost of inaction are even greater in the long run. I take this opportunity to extend to you the invitation of the COP28 presidency's message to unite, act, and deliver. Thank you for your kind attention.
Thank you very much, Mr. Zhu, who is the Deputy to the Director General of the United Nations Industrial Development Organization. So with that, let me turn it over to Mr. Ibrahim Ahmed Al-Ajmi, who is going to give us some background information about what this project was all about. I invite Mr. Ibrahim to come up.
Good morning, everybody. I would like to welcome you all in this presentation and this panel discussion on the low carbon transportation in the Sultanate of Oman, lesson learned so far and the opportunities. In my presentation, I will talk about two main themes: the impact and means of implementation of climate change at the global level, and then I will come to the second theme on low carbon transportation in the Sultanate of Oman, lesson learned and the opportunities available. The impact and means of implementation of climate change, according to the IPCC climate change report, synthesis report of the sixth assessment report, which is published in March this year, there had been, in fact, several facts about the global climate change scenario. And these facts, I summarize some of them. First, climate change is adversely impacting several development sectors, including the transport sector at global, regional, and local levels. And this is very obvious. Second, some of the climate change impacts include rapid change in the global climate, increasing temperature and heat waves, intensifying tropical cyclones, and rising sea levels. And of course, such impact will have adversely impacting, particularly for the infrastructure of the transport. And we had seen in our country, whenever cyclones coming in, it's demolish, in fact, all of the infrastructure. Then the most important thing that the finance, technology, and international cooperation are very critical enablers for accelerating climate action in all development sectors, such as transport sector. And if climate goals are to be achieved, both adaptation and mitigation financing would need to increase manifold. And the negotiation, as you have been hearing, that is going on between the parties to reach to certain agreement on how this finance gap can be resolved. And of course, no doubt, there is sufficient global capital to close the global investment gap, but of course, there are barriers and challenges to redirect that capital investment into the climate action. The fourth is current mitigation progress gaps and challenges include the following. First, policies and laws addressing mitigations have been consistently expanded since the fifth assessment report of the IPCC. The second, global greenhouse gas emission in 2030 implied by nationally determined contributions announced by October 2021 make it likely that warming will exceed 1.5 degrees centigrade during the 21st century, and that make it harder even to limit the warming below 2 degrees centigrade. The fifth, there are gaps between projected emission from implemented policies and those from the NDCs, and finance flows fall short of the levels needed to meet climate goals across all sectors and regions. And the last is limiting human-caused global warming require net zero carbon emission plans and strategies, and that strategies, even though countries, parties, many of them declared and announced that net zero carbon emission by 2050 is still there, have challenging and barriers for those countries to meet that objective. Now, the second theme is low carbon transportation in the Sultanate of Oman, lessons learned and opportunities. The Sultanate of Oman is working to achieve the balance between the socio-economic development and the protection of the environment, and in order to maintain the current sustainable development goals at all sectors, including the transport sector. The Sultanate of Oman adopted several national strategies for climate action, such as National Strategy for Mitigation and Adaptation of Climate Change 2040. And in last year, it adopted zero carbon emission strategy by 2050, as well as an orderly energy transition plan. And it already adopted and established Oman's Center for Sustainability, and it adopted also environmental policy for energy sector. The above-mentioned national strategies of climate change in the Sultanate of Oman are focusing on several initiatives and projects, such as expanding renewable energy projects, where this, in fact, source of energy would enable the transport sector to use, for example, shifting from natural gas buses to electric buses. And particularly using solar and wind energy projects, which are more viable, in fact, sources in our country, and investing in green hydrogen projects, and implementing national campaign for planting millions of local trees. The public transport sector is very important and particular in the Sultanate of Oman, no doubt. However, this sector faces several challenges in achieving the long-term goal of decarbonization as a strategy of the country. The main challenge include, for example, the following: absence of comprehensive regulation for the public transport sector. And that's where, of course, now the aims and objective of decarbonization plan need to be integrated into a new regulation and laws. Muwasalat, which is the national public transport company in the country, needs this regulation in order to regulate the taxi sector so they become a professional and complementary activity to bus services. And also, it needs that regulation to regulate the passenger land transport market and bringing all these objectives at the national levels into life. The second challenge is high demand for fossil fuel for transport sector due to increasing number of individual cars and people not willing to use the public transport. Third, there is inadequate data and knowledge about the infrastructures, the other issues, and that need to be resolved. And the fourth is the private sector investment in low carbon transport is also limited due to a lack of interest from companies and private sector to invest in this sector. In addition to that, there is social resistance to use the public transport of the existing public transport system, such as Muwasalat, which is the public transport company, and that's also added values. And here, maybe public awareness and cultural change need to be worked out. However, the above mentioned challenge, even though it created a problem and affecting the reaching to the low carbon sustainable transport system so far, however, there had been certain, in fact, several opportunities in this sector which can be used. This include, for example, establishment within the country Oman Rail Company and starting putting the infrastructure and organizational chart of that company. And I will talk a little bit onto this initiative in coming slide. The Asyad, who is the national logistic company, owned Oman Rail Company. And this Asyad company, in fact, had a plan to construct a metro system in Muscat. And if this would be coming operational, that could prove to ease traffic congestion in and around the Muscat governorate. And that's one of the options and opportunities. Of course, here there should be some strategic partnership between the local companies and maybe from international national investors. And with, of course, regulation needed to be set up to distribute the mandate responsibilities of all concerned agencies or partners or companies under this, in fact, theme. In March 2022, it was announced that visibility studies were underway and metro system have been implemented in, of course, in other GCC nations to tackle traffic congestion. And we have seen, for example, in Dubai, the metro under operation. In June 2022, the centralized GCC Rail Authority was formed, and this authority had been mandated to expand the railway network within the GCC and looking for the whatever required infrastructure, investment, partnership, strategic initiative to work in this direction. And in September 2022, Oman Rail Company and Ittihad Rail Company announced that they would establish Oman Ittihad Rail Company as a joint venture companies between the two countries. And it already started, in fact, the contract to design, develop, and operate 303-kilometer rail network connecting Sohar Port in Oman with Abu Dhabi, because to transport the industrial materials from that port in Oman to Abu Dhabi directly through the rail system instead of the current mode, either through land transport or through the marine transport. Another initiative has been taken by the government, in fact, is the expanding and introducing and assisting the establishment of electric cars. The Sultanate of Oman started to promote using electric cars in government agencies, private sectors, and even by individuals. The Sultanate of Oman is building also infrastructures needed for using electric cars, such as electric charging station, which reached up to 100 electric charging stations so far, and it's planned to be increased to 300 in the coming 2 years in all governorate in the country in order to facilitate the expanding of the number of cars so that people, when they are moving, they will not face a problem of, battery empty or not charging, and that would be people, resistance to go for electric cars. So the government investing in this, making the electric charging station everywhere so that it can move. And we have, of course, long distances where, sometimes you need to charge, no way to go to reach your final destination unless you have some station to stop to recharge your electric car. The total number of electric cars in the Sultanate of Oman so far, about 400. And of course, there is a plan to manufacture the electric cars in the special economic zone in Ad-Duqm, and that would be, in fact, one good step, because once you manufacture at local, maybe the price would come little bit down rather than importing. Currently, we are importing, of course, from different countries and companies who are manufacturing the electric cars. In response to the above-mentioned challenge, the National Designated Authority of the Sultanate of Oman to the Green Climate Fund entrusted the United Nations Industrial Development Organization, UNIDO, with the development and implementation of the GCF readiness and preparatory support project titled Low Carbon Transportation Development in the Sultanate of Oman. And here I would like to take this opportunity to thank the GCF, UNIDO, SQ, and all our partners, in fact, who work very hard in assisting the country to achieve the objective of this project and to build the capacity. The above-mentioned project is implemented in partnership, of course, definitely with the experts from Sultan Qaboos University, as well as from experts from abroad. And the aim is to close the gaps and lay the groundwork for low carbon emission mobility. The main objective of this project include the following: tailoring a solid and coherent low carbon transportation development plan, and promoting and leveraging human and institutional capabilities to support the transition to low carbon emission transport. And finally, creating a comprehensive framework for developing project pipelines and catalyzing investment in the low carbon emission transport. Thank you very much for your listening.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ibrahim. We're going to transition now to having a roundtable discussion. And I'm going to ask my colleague here if you could just open up the questions. It didn't come through yet. So. And then I'm going to ask all of the panelists to come up and have a seat. And the format for this time is going to be Mr. Yassin, Mr. Ibrahim, is going to I have a couple of structured questions that I'm going to be posing to each of the panelists. So we have Mr. Ibrahim, Professor Yassin from SQU, our colleague from Egypt is a little bit delayed, but he's expected to come. Let's hope so. And then Mr. Gareth is up here as well. And then what I would like to do, since it's a very cozy group amongst us, is to just pose the question to each one of you, specific questions that we have generated beforehand, give you an opportunity to give an answer, discuss, and then before we move on to the next question, what I would like to do is just invite anyone who would like to follow up with a direct question about what was shared to do so. How does that sound? Sounds good. Okay. So I'm going to start with Mr. Ibrahim. And this is my question to you, sir. There are basically only 3 types of entities that control public transport funds: government organizations, private quasi-private organizations like the Muscat Development Authority, and public-private joint ventures. What model is the Sultanate of Oman leveraging or envisioning to deliver sustainable transport and infrastructure in your country? Are partnerships with the private sector being considered? And if so, how far along are they?
Thank you, Professor, for your question. I think this is one of the challenging issue facing, as I explained in my presentation, because currently the current legislation is distributing the mandate and responsibilities of the transport sector into different government agencies. Part of it with the Ministry of National Communication Transport, and the other is with the even local municipalities, and some other with the Minister of Housing in terms of planning development. And of course there's some responsibilities for the government company who has Muwasalat, represented by Muwasalat, which is the government public transport company. And that's where in fact the current practice need to be restructured. And that restructuring, should be in fact coming either proposed through this project or from other source. And where the partnership between the government and private sector need to be integrated. And the responsibilities of the policymakers of the government, private sector for operation, and then how to regulate the interest of the customers or consumer, that's also another thing need to be added. That type of restructuring in the legislations and making it clear in terms of policies would attract the investment in this sector, in my opinion. This is one of the issue where what we are in fact expecting to be done. The second, of course, in addition to the legislation, the project as the outcomes of this project, what we are in fact expecting that we have national strategy which would address and propose how can we reach to this objective. And that strategy, of course, will be discussed with all government agency companies operating in this transport sector, and of course to be forwarded for policy makers and decision makers within the government. So if the strategy would be adopted and all those requirements stipulated, that would make the first step to go ahead in restructuring, in fact, the system. Of course, definitely at the current practice, it's very, very terrible because, traffic jams and congestion, have seen in Dubai, for example, in Muscat, almost similar ways. And that's due to the, two main reasons. One is, of course, the government hesitate to enforce the people because it's saying that it is, personal choice to which type of transporting would like to go. Secondly, of course, there's social resistance because in the absence of well-organized public transport sectors. And that's where, two main challenges and issues need to be addressed and looked very carefully how to design the system in terms of strategy, legislations, requirement to meet that objective, that there should be public transport comfortable. It meets the expectation of the public, and facilities should be reached very smoothly. Particularly, we are in very hot region. In summertime, if the station within 2 kilometers or 10 minutes, people will switching to reach that station if it's not properly, meant. So there's some more details need to be worked out to take that into consideration while designing that system before you would force people to go for the public, and that gradually people will see that the system is smooth, comfortable. Gradually, then they can come to that point.
Thank you, Mr. Ibrahim. Any questions for Mr. Ibrahim? Any comments from the panelists to what Mr. Ibrahim has shared? Yes.
Thank you, Bill. Thank you, Mr. Ibrahim. Just I would like to present general framework for this project and for the context of Oman. Oman, it's around 5 million inhabitants. 70% of the population is located in Muscat City, which is the capital of Oman. The transportation contribute around 16 to 20% of the national emission. and we don't have, all the cities in Oman was designed and developed without taking into account the integration of public transportation. It means now the only mean of mobility in Oman is the private cars. And this is one of the challenge now to change or to move or to step away from this culture of private cars to public transportation. The vision of the government is to create a demand for the public transportation gradually and to change the behavior of the Omani population. And this will take time. Take into consideration the climate context of Oman, which is harsh climate. Temperature in the summer season, we are 50 to 55 degrees. Now, the solution that is suggested for Oman is to go for multimodal public transportation. It means we should have the integration of the private cars with, for example, with metro, with rails, with different public transportation. This is one of the solutions to overcome the characteristic of the climate of Oman. Now the government already, they started the phase of studies. Already we have plan, and we have the first estimation comes. For example, the design of metro for Muscat will cost around $6 billion US. Now the question, how we're gonna secure this amount of money? We are talking about one cities, which cost around $6 billion US. How to secure this money and how to create the demand and how to integrate the private sectors, because the private sectors, the national private sector, they don't have this capacity to invest such amount. We are looking for other solutions like international consortium for private sector from regional, and to learn from the experience of other countries that they have the same context of Oman, which is hydro-based economy, and the population, they don't have this tradition to pay taxes and to contribute to such to successful of such project. This is the question that we trigger in the proposal, and we are looking with the support of the different stakeholders to find or to propose good answer and good plan for the government.
Thank you, Professor Yassin. That seems like a perfect segue. The mentioning of triggers, catalyzing investment, how can that happen? And so this next question is for Mr. Gareth Zahir Bill, and it has to do with the GCF's role in catalyzing investment. And the question is this: the unique financing position of the GCF, the Green Climate Fund, is designed to unlock climate innovations and investments in low-emission, climate-resilient transport systems. What is the GCF's vision for the MENA region as a whole, and how can countries in the region make the GCF a key partner in their pursuit of low-carbon development in the transport sector?
Okay, thank you for the question there. I'll address the first bit firstly, and if I need a bit of thought for the second bit, if that's okay, which I'll maybe come back to later. So I think overall, I mean, investing and creating an economically and environmentally sustainable transport infrastructure in countries is important within GCF. Of course, it's widely known that 24% of the world's emissions come from the transport sector, so it's incredibly important that we address this. And of course, it cuts across three of GCF's main investment themes, those of low carbon mobility, cities, and infrastructure. And just thinking specifically about the people and goods mobility aspect of it, it's a key tool or a key driver to achieving SDGs 7 through to 11. Things around improving industry, good work, energy. So transport, sustainable transport, really is at the key of what we're looking at. I think, and I might seem like I'm answering this in a roundabout way, but I'm not, honestly. Important because it hits so many stakeholders' agendas. If we're talking SDGs 7 through to 11, but then also thinking about the issues around climate adaptation, climate mitigation. If you're thinking adaptation, how we can solve problems for countries. So if we're thinking about adaptation, how we can bring in more excluded groups into economically viable activities, how we can improve the livelihoods of lots of vulnerable groups. We know when we improve public transport systems, for example, it impacts women and disadvantaged groups far more than other groups. So it's a really useful tool to be able to create resilient communities, which in itself improves the life prospects of people, but improves the issue about robust economic opportunities, which of course eventually flows up to better country economic development. Thinking about the point about climate mitigation, of course, and countries meeting its NDCs, growth in transport, whether it's from carbon sources or non-carbon sources, is going to happen as economies grow. So as economies grow, we can either create transport in legacy ways, internal combustion engines, or through EV solutions. It seems sensible to do it through EV solutions. So meeting NDCs, improving health outcomes is all incredibly important, of course. But what's really needed for the sector to take off is this paradigm shift that we're talking about. And so what we're trying to encourage is the sort of the three prongs of transport transition, that of mainstreaming or avoiding transport, shifting to better modalities of transport, and improving as we go along. So how can we do that? Now, coming back to the financing question, which I guess is what I'm here to talk about, I think from my experience within GCF and externally, there isn't a homogeneous solution to this. Clearly, if we're talking about an ecosystem, one needs to take an ecosystem approach. And when we think about the approach that GCF takes, it tends to be a programmatic approach, not a project-by-project approach. Because we see if we need to raise the water for all boats, so to speak, we need to look at investing in distinct areas of the economy. So clearly, the sort of financing one would raise for road construction is very different to the investment of R&D, new technologies. So what we're trying to do is taking a programmatic approach. And so if we're looking at, for example, let's take the example of vehicle leasing. Vehicle leasing isn't a new concept. It goes back to the horse and cart, probably. I don't know about that, but it probably does. So, but if we're looking at vehicle leasing of, EV four-wheelers, clearly that's a different kettle of fish. It's a different paradigm that we work in. But some of the principles are the same. The issue of a depreciating asset, the issue of a removable asset. But we've solved these problems before. So the work of GCF is to pilot new interventions that test out new methodologies or modalities, and then to get the market to take them up. So one of the things that we're working on, one of the projects we've recently approved and is in implementation now, it's working with Macquarie, the private sector organisation within India. And that, again, is taking a programmatic approach, seeing where it's difficult within the financing ecosystem to raise money because of probably risk gaps in perception. So risk is actually here, perceived risk is up here. So how does GCF as a catalytic funder fill in that gap? And that's pretty much through piloting, through scaling up, through sharing, learning, through sharing results, and so hopefully bringing in broader economies or broader stakeholders that can finance these sort of things at scale. So I think that program is worth $1 billion, which is a reasonable amount of numbers, but nothing compared to the sort of numbers that are required for whole transition of transport economies. But if we can get catalytic investors to provide piloting programs that can show other countries, that can show other organizations, that can show anybody from commercial banks to OEMs of vehicle manufacturers to multilateral development banks, to all the sort of pieces of the jigsaw that are needed, we can, through using these multiple and various piloting high-risk catalytic projects, show where the risks are and show how we mitigate them. So I think it's from GCF's it's GCF's role to understand, along with the organisations we work with, to understand where those gaps are, and for us to take that riskier position. Yeah, our mandate with the money that international governments give us is to take that higher risk. To think of the vulnerability of populations and find solutions to help those vulnerable people. And so, what are the gaps in public transport? Clearly, government policy is one thing, but then we're thinking about, as I say, the financing of the movable assets, the leasing, charging infrastructure, a massive issue, of course. Maybe private equity for building up the level of if you want to create a private economy of transport, we need more startup businesses. We need more growth businesses. So something that GCF is doing also is funding the establishment of private equity funds in certain new innovative areas. Me personally, other roles, we've looked at things like revolving credit. things like early stage capital, the very high risk appetite that can crowd in private sector capital from maybe more risk averse investors. So I'll stop talking for now, but in summary, there's a range of assets that have a range of risks. There's a range of solutions needed, as I say, from banking, from private equity, from revolving credit, from sovereign loans, that are needed to pull this together. But the role of impact investors, and specifically impact investors like GCF, is to work with organizations, with entrepreneurial governments, with entrepreneurial individuals to create these projects that can stand out and be scaled up in due course. I'll stop talking.
Before you stop talking, please hold on to the mic.
Sure.
I have one more question I would like to ask you as a follow-up. Are you able to share any success stories about how innovative financing has been applied through GCF projects, perhaps some stories about those projects in certain countries and their success stories?
Yeah.
Lack thereof.
Sure. GCF projects are still relatively early in their implementation, so it's hard to talk about results, to be honest. But I think the success there that I've seen so far, I'll come back to. I mean, we've got probably half a dozen different transport projects, and I can share details with those after. I don't want to hog the mic. But it is the one I referred back to is looking at what are the hard to reach angles, the aspects. So things like providing first loss on equity, things like providing first loss on the financing of new vehicles that have no track record of residual values, things like building out charging infrastructures which have a small history of reliability and a small history of maybe revenue generation because they're not new. We don't have 20 years worth of track record of deriving revenues from these small units. So I think the success there is getting a significant counterparty in the private sector involved in that is engaged at a good level of scale, but that can provide that piloting aspect to the market. But really, not my overarching comment, the programmatic approach. So not going for one solution because there isn't one, but being prepared as a flexible investor to be able to allow flexibility within a financing project to really work out to give them flexibility to work out where the investment is really needed at the time, because there's no use waiting for 5 years, 10 years until this project is run out and then going back and think, oh, we should have done that. Giving investees the flexibility to work within the system. I haven't quite answered your question, but it's probably because the projects aren't quite mature enough to talk about results as of yet.
Sure. Thank you. Thank you very much. I'm going to welcome our colleague from Egypt, Mr. Ayman Rafai. Thank you for joining us and glad to have you with us.
Late. Sorry if I am late, but
that's okay.
Actually
that's okay.
it's a matter of
Better
issues.
late than never. So I'm going to reserve a question for you until the end. And the next question is for Professor Yassin from Sultan Qaboos University in Muscat, Oman. And my question, Professor Yassin, is this. There are basically three main sources of funding for public transport: users, the general public, and third parties like companies, land or property owners, real estate developers, entities like that. How can a balance be sought so that all of these funds are leveraged appropriately and the cost of financing does not fall on just one side? For example, falling just on the users.
Thank you, Bill, for this focused question. Usually the financial mechanism tool, it's well known all over the world. It means we have diversified fare structures, public funding mechanism, we have third-party contributions, we have, for example, for innovative mechanism now, what we call land value captures. When we create structure, urban transportation infrastructure, the land are of the value of the land, they will increase, and the government could extract this value as a tax. Or also we have the green or the climate bound. We have some public partnership instrument. We have crowdfunding. All the tools exist, and it's well known. But the main question, how if these tools could work for the context of developing country. More specifically, if could work for the context of hydro-based economy like Oman. More specifically, hydro-based economy or rent economy like Oman they have experienced volatility over the last 30 years. For example, between 2015 and to 2021, we experienced very severe austerity government because due to the drop down of the oil prices. Now the main question now, and when we talk in the framework of this project, when we talk with the decision makers about securing funding for public transportation, they know, okay, we know that we have very successful experience. We have some tools that it works perfectly in some country, but in context of Oman might not work. For this reason, they thought that not going for one single financial mechanism tool, but to create a synergy between different financial mechanism tool. For example, now they are, for example, looking for public-private sector partnership. This could work for Oman because they have good experience for energy sectors. Oman, over the last 5 decades, they used this tool to deploy electricity all over the country, and it was very, very successful. But when it comes to transportation, the situation is completely different because the demand does not exist for public transportation. Still, we need to invest because investing in public transportation, it's highly intensive project. The national private sector, they don't have the capacity to secure this fund. The government also, due to this volatility of oil and gas prices at the international market, they are not capable also to secure fund for long term because the decision about the metro of Muscat was taken in 2014. After that, we have this drop in oil prices. All these projects were frozen. Now they come back after 10 years to we talk again about this project, but the cost has increased about 30%. Now the question that usually, even now we discuss with the private sector for the integration with, to invest in public transportation, they told us that, okay, we are ready to do that, but we are not capable to cover the whole cost. We ask if it is possible in which phase of the supply chain for this project we could be involved or integrated. And this is what we are trying to develop in this proposal. We are looking to help or to create a common interest between the private and the public and to ask them to sit together. And also, usually the government requests what we call the climate finance, international climate finance. It's imperative for the case of Oman. It's very important for the season here. We are looking for developing strong partnership with GCF, with other international funding entity in order to help the government of Oman to go for investing in the public sector and to help them to create demand and to change the behavior of the society. Of course, now we have, for example, we talk about mobility, electrification of transportation, which is a good solution, but we're not going to solve the problem of traffic jam in the country. And also for electrification of transportation, we need also to invest in green energy. It means we have this cycle that should be covered, and international climate finance here, for the case of Oman, it's imperative, and it's very important that also the government look for their looking carefully for their national budget, and also to integrate it, as I mentioned, consortium of private sector, not only from Oman, but also from the region. And we have very successful experience, mainly for electric sector in Oman.
Thank you, Professor Yassin. I'm going to, for the last question, I'm going to turn to our colleague from Egypt. We're glad that you're here and can share your experience. Mr. Ayman, this question is for you. Could you please elaborate on the challenges associated with financing low-carbon public transport infrastructure in Egypt, and what strategies and guiding principles Egypt has been using to leverage and realize sustainable transport?
Thank you for your comprehensive question, actually. But in fact, most of the attendancy knows that the situation in Egypt is not that easy. It's a very complicated transportation network, actually, because we exceeded 100 million as a population. So our needs is regularly moves in larger steps. So in addition, well, all of us can see and notice that the climate change effects and the high percentages of unusual centigrades and the heat, it means the need for the cooling services is needed. For transportation, when we started the first line of the subway, actually it wasn't air conditioned, but within days we moved to the second and third, and we are proposing the fifth line. We inserted the services of conditioned subways. But back to the finance. This huge challenge for any country, especially within the days for the global inflation, the hard currency, shrinking of trade movement, all of these elements should be considered. And actually we can say that we deal with the bilateral deals. Actually, for the first line, it was a bilateral deal with France. We dealt with Japanese. We dealt with others to supply. And we're still negotiating. Why this take a lot of time? Because the conditions of the concessional credits here became a dream. The long-term loans and the low interest rate became a dream. So it's very hard negotiations, but we never stopped, and we'll never stop. At the same time, you should consider the public transportation as a part of the mitigation actions and adaptation actions, both of them. In addition, if we are talking about the global economy, we stop subsidizing the energy, stop subsidizing the energy sources and the fuel, fossil fuel. It's one of the tools which we already used. What is the alternative? In high prices of fuel, the alternative is the public transportation. It means you increase the demand on this kind of service. So we don't stop trying of negotiating. And in addition, on the other hand, as a self-finance, we started to raise the ticket prices. And in another hand, but we're still under the social pressure because it's a social economic by the end of the day. Thank you very much.
So I would like to offer you, if you have any questions for any of the panelists, to present them now. And then I'm going to ask the panelists, if there are no questions, if they have any final words of wisdom for us. But first, the audience. Mr. Yunri, yes.
I just have one question for Professor Yassin. Actually, the low carbon transportation project was implemented for more than 1 year. I just want to know that, could you please share what the key findings of the projects with us? You know, how their country can follow up to implement the national strategy for the low carbon transportation. You know, for example, some new concepts, some new ideas. Yeah.
Thank you, Yuri. Yes, for this project, just I would like to clarify that we are looking for low carbon transportation from two aspects, from two sides. The first one is to reduce emission from the combustion of fuel and also to use low global warming potential refrigerant for transportation, because Oman is a hot country and AC air conditioning is used along the years. We are looking from the side. It means reduce emission from combustion of fuels, and the other side also reduce the use of high global warming potential refrigerant in different type of transportation in Oman. Of course, now the project started 1 year ago. Already now we developed the three first report. The first one is to provide an accurate estimation of the greenhouse gas emission from different type of transportation in Oman, and it's that gives the decision maker Oman a clear picture of the emission, the structure of the emission, and the source of emission by different type of transportation. And also already we produced what we call the financial mechanism, the possible financial mechanism tailored for the context of Oman, with some recommendation to go through specific, like for example, we have an emphasis to create, for example, green bond or climate bonds. Also we have a recommendation to go to explore potential partnership with the private sector for public transportation, for public transportation. And also we developed what we call the national strategy, including the policy that should be implemented over the next coming years to enable the implementation of the recommendation of the strategy. Now we move to another phase, which is development of the concept note. Already we identified one concept note, how to enable or to develop e-mobility transportation sectors in Oman. This concept note will focus to the policy aspect, financial aspect, and also the overall framework, not only in Oman, maybe could be extended to other countries that they have similar economic or socio or climate context like Oman. Another project that we are another concept note that we are developing, which is related to reduce the use of high global warming potential refrigerant in fishery sectors. You know that fishery sector is the second source of income in Oman after oil and gas. We are talking about $600 to $700 million of income. We are the first producer of, we are the first exporter of fishery product in the region. I think we are the third or the fourth after Egypt in terms of production and exportation. We use a lot of electricity. It's high intensive use of electricity and power, and also high use, high consumer of refrigerant. Now we are working on these two proposals. We are started discussion with the stakeholders, and it will be ready within a couple of months for review and submission to GCF.
Thank you so much. I'm afraid that we have run out of time, but I would like to thank everyone who's come. I would like to especially thank our panelists for their excellent presentations. And with that, this meeting is adjourned. Thank you. We have a picture. Picture.
Good morning, colleagues and friends. We are very proud at Ozone Action United Nations Environment Program to have you with us this morning, attending this important side event. It is important not because we are fond of refrigeration and air conditioning, but because refrigeration and air conditioning is one of the main consuming sectors of controlled substances, either HCFCs or HFCs under the Kigali Amendment. The topic of certification is not new to us. We have been having components under the historical RMPs, refrigerant management plans, then national phase-out plans, HCFC phase-out plans, and also we will have also certification under Kigali implementation plans. This is an essential component that address the gaps in knowledge, skills, behavior of technicians for better practices when they install, maintain, and service refrigeration equipment, basically and historically to limit or minimize the emissions from systems. I think now it's about time to take certification and training to a new dimension which is related to energy efficiency. We have been not doing that before. And when we talk about energy efficiency, we talk about also certification, not only the refrigeration technicians, but we need to take care of certification of products and maybe other elements that are important to ensure the efficiency of systems like buildings and complete system. Today we are lucky to have with us Eurovent Middle East as a partner to organize this event, and we have a group of speakers who will enlighten us and shed light at the topic from different angle, mainly from the perspective of industry. I wish to give the floor to Mr. Marcos Latner, the Managing Director of Eurovent Middle East, to set the floor for the discussion with a short presentation, then we start our discussion. You have the floor, Marcos, please.
Yeah, so good morning. It is a pleasure and an honor to be here, and thank you for the invitation to Europe and Middle East to bring this topic to the attention of a broader audience. Europe and Middle East is an industry association active in the Middle East region, and we are focusing a lot on sustainability, energy efficiency, quality of products, but also the enhancement of knowledge and awareness about this industry. So the first broader comment would be that energy efficiency is not just a question of products, it's a question of people. We can have the most elaborated technology on the market. If the people do not know how to use this technology, we will not achieve what the technology was made for. It's a matter of attitude, it's a matter of knowledge and behavior. It's a matter of every end user, how he is configuring his air conditioner at home. It is a matter of knowledge among the professionals, the industry professionals, how to install and operate it. And it's a matter of attitude of everyone involved in the HVAC value chain, how serious we are in getting energy efficiency gains implemented in the buildings. If we look at this value chain, what we are talking about is usually you have in the beginning, you have an investor who wants to make a project, build buildings. He goes and he hires an engineering company in order to set up and design the HVAC system. If these people, if the engineers are not aware of the latest technologies and how to apply this, how to choose this, how to select this, how to specify this, we will not have the best technology enter into the building markets. But even if he does, if an engineer configures a really energy efficient system, the problem is he passes on the plans to procurement department. The procurement department goes out in the market and finds the cheapest option they can possibly get. And most of the time by tweaking the specifications of the engineers a little bit lower so that the cheap solutions fit into the buying plan. So the energy efficiency already has lost a part when it comes to procurement. Then comes the installation. We have a lot of installations in place which are not up to standards. And why is that? Because we hire cheap labor, we do not educate the people, we have bad workmanship, the energy efficiency deteriorates further. Comes the commissioning part. Commissioning is the last line of defense for an investor actually. The commissioning goes through and sees if the contractor has done his job. but there is no requirement for independent commissioning, and there are no requirements for commissioners themselves. Here in the Middle East, we see a lot that the contractor actually commissions his own buildings, which means he just patches things up as much as possible so it lasts for 1 year, because the contracts, the liability contracts, last usually only for a single year. After this year, the contractor is out of liability, he can move on. So all these cheap fixes done during commissioning phase bring the energy efficiency again down. Then we come to the operation part. So you have now a building with an HVAC system installed. A few months later come in the technical team and is supposed to operate the system. Hardly any technical team is really trained and advised of how to operate the products which were put into this system. Comes maintenance and repair. Same story again. We have bad workmanship, unskilled labor, cheap patches, cheap fixes. The energy efficiency all the way goes to zero. And the end user behavior on top of that, I just moved into a new building here in Dubai. I have a central air conditioning system. Nobody comes to me and explains how it works. I just have a control on the wall. I have to figure out myself how that works. I can already tell you it does not work as it should work, because I do understand a little bit from this industry. I don't even have a manual. So we do not train, we do not inform, we do not educate anybody down the line of the value chain of HVAC. We as an industry association, together with our members, we estimate that by better design, making sure that the best equipment is used, we can improve energy efficiency, the energy performance of building by at least 40%. If we would have better scaled installations, a minimum of 15%, this is always like really different from project to project. It can go up to 70%. Do you still hear me? Yeah. On the operational side, I don't think so. I lost my voice. Hello? Yeah, this one now, okay. So, on the operational side, again, how many buildings we pass in Dubai, where you have to wear a jacket when you pass it, because the doors are open, all the cooling load from the building is disseminated on the road. If we would have a better operational advisory, a guidance, a protocol in place, the thermostats are not set to 16 degrees and everybody feels uncomfortable just for the sake of cooling the whole thing down, a minimum of 20% can be saved. And from the maintenance part, I can tell you of a study I've been shared with from a bigger city in this region. They have looked at 10 existing buildings, looked at the maintenance record, assessed the HVAC system, the state of the condition of the HVAC system, and then did one maintenance routine according to the guidance of the manufacturers. And they measured the energy consumption, the difference before the maintenance and after the maintenance. And across 10 buildings, they achieved 27% improvement with a regular maintenance routine. What does that tell us? We are discussing a lot about minimum energy performance standards, tweaking air conditioners by 10% here and 5% there, while we are losing 27% in average on a maintenance because maintenance is not done. Another aspect of this study was that we found one building where the HVAC system was running without refrigerant. The whole refrigerant was leaked out into the atmosphere. It just produced noise and a nice energy bill, but it didn't do anything. But it was still running. So overall, this makes for 100%. That does not mean, of course, that we can cool without energy in the future if we bring it down by 100%. It just means, sadly, that we are running buildings at the moment with more than double the energy than we should. And all of that has to do something with, again, also certification. I am happy to invite a couple of our members to a panel discussion on this topic, how we can, or ideas to tackle this problem that we have, that all throughout the value chain we are losing on energy efficiency. So my first panelist today is Mr. Ali Alexander Noureddin. He is a senior technical manager of Eurovent's certification department. Ali, please come to the stage. Mr. Satish Kumar, president and founder of AEEE in India. Mrs. Naresa Dheeraj, public affairs director of System Air. Mr. Vilas Bakshi. Huh? Oh, you are here. Okay, sorry. I had no time to be introduced to you. Then please, Omar Abdelaziz, professor from the American University of Cairo. And Mr. Vilas Bakshi, managing director of Aerosil. So let's discuss the need for certification in an environment or in an industry which is responsible for up to 70 or sometimes 80% of the energy consumption of buildings, especially in hot ambient temperature countries. My question to the Technic, can we use the other microphone as well? If you would, can you switch that on as well? Then I would just hand over the microphone first to Ali. Ali, Eurovent is one of the global recognized certification bodies for the energy efficiency of products. Before we start going down the value chain, I would like to ask you if you could briefly summarize what is the benefit, the value of an independent product certification. What is certification in general doing, and why the industry is requesting and needing this kind of certification programs which we have?
Yes, well, if I want to summarize in a couple of words, I can say that certification is what we say a real value for money for the product. So here we're talking, when you develop a high performance product is one thing, but ensuring this performance in the market is a whole other thing. And we are not only talking about bad intention, we're not only talking about manufacturer that provide one performance but the unit perform less. We are talking also about eliminating a human error. Because in a lot of times in the certification procedure, we find that some technician in the factory copied wrongly the performance to the catalog of the manufacturer. So announcing high performance unit was actually low performance. Or also which have done some error during the testing. So for the end user, it's very hard to find this error and very hard to know that this unit will perform less. And here where the certification comes. So first it guarantees for the end user that he's getting the real performance of the unit he's paying for once. Second, we guarantee fair comparison and fair between manufacturers themselves. So you know that the unit that you're buying is the right performance. So when you compare the price, you're comparing the same quality of the unit and not unit with intended high quality, which is low quality at the end. But also it's good for the government to do market surveillance, because you have only in Middle East like hundreds of thousands of units sold every year of different kind of HVAC product. So government have it's very hard to compare this unit and know what are the performance of the unit of the market and what policies should take to improve the energy performance in the market.
But we're talking about a voluntary certification scheme, so where the industry by itself says, okay, we want that, and the market reacts to that, and the market makes use of that. Yeah? So there are two aspects. There's mandatory certification, which is imposed by the government, and there's also the opportunity to have a voluntary certification, which could be just made use of in the market by the market players themselves. Vilas, you have been here on Sunday with a presentation highlighting how much energy we are losing just by leakages in the air ducts. Why is that happening? Why is that? Why do we see these leakages? What is the cause problem?
Yeah, good morning everybody once again. Thank you, Marcus. Thank you, Mr. Khalid. So if I have to say in one word, it's because of workmanship. And we can elaborate on that further. See, workmanship comes from the skill of the person who's working on the site. Now, we have seen on many sites, new construction sites, where when you talk to the technician, he will say that someone has told me to do him like this. It is not a professional training which was done for him, and he is just following whatever has been told to him. So that is the major reason that the skill set of the technician is not up to the mark to deliver the project as supposed to be delivered. Second reason, which is also very important and very prevalent, is the selection of the cheapest possible accessories, where there is no supervision by consultant. There is no and of course contractor is driven by the business model where he has to maximize his profits. So the selection of accessories such as gaskets or sealants is not monitored. And it is being done because it is in the specification that sealant has to be applied or gasket has to be applied. But the gaskets wear out in matter of few months. The sealant fall off as the ducts vibrate, because the sealants which are selected are not elastic enough. So these are the two main reasons why we see such leaks happening. If the skill set is improved for the technicians, and if the contractors are more aware. See, we cannot blame the consultant on the site or the authorities, because they cannot go to the smallest detailing of the project. We can understand that they have limited resources. But if the contractor is educated, and if, as you mentioned during the presentation, that the defect liability period should not only be the criteria for the contractor to deliver a project, that's it. They are only concerned about 1 year of defect liability period and then I'm done. That should not, that also the awareness should come from the contractor community. Yeah.
Thank you. Narissa, if you can pass the thing. As a manufacturer of HVAC products, what shortages do you experience in the market when it comes to awareness, education, and professionalism with contractors, with consultants, but also with the installation part and operation and maintenance?
Good morning, everyone. Thank you again for this opportunity to UNEP. So there's various things that we need to focus on when we talk about this aspect from the manufacturer perspective. Firstly, we see this disjunct with the communication from the side of the designer and the consultant all the way down to the contractor, to the procurement. We see that the information filters down in a way that's not miscommunication, but there's different priorities. We see from the design phase problems with systems where there's oversizing to guarantee that, oh, this is what my expectation is. Let me oversize because then I know I meet the requirement without consideration for the other factors such as the energy efficiency and the like. So they're delivering what they've been asked for. They're over-delivering. That's fine. That's taken care of. Then we see the contractor who's very much price-driven, as I agree with Vilas. Always looking for ways to cut corners, unfortunately. That's something that we frequently see. For a manufacturer like Systemair, who maybe is considered to be a high-end manufacturer, from a price point, that becomes an issue. And then we see again on the installation side, the product is only as good as the installation. So if you have people that are not skilled or not trained well enough to do the installation, you're going to have issues later on when it comes to the maintenance, the operation. You're going to see drops in energy efficiency. You're going to see drops in the quality of the product because it will not run as it's expected to. I think from a product perspective and in terms of the certification side of things, products can be certified. Yes, it will mean that it's a good quality product. But again, the people and the personnel that we're seeing on the ground, it's our responsibility to make sure that they are educated sufficiently. And that's one of the things that we as Europe and Middle East are focusing on and pushing forward with lots of initiatives. The point is, from the manufacturer side, some people may view it as too commercial because it's the manufacturer that's providing the information to you. So they may think that we have an interest, but actually it's in the industry's interest for us to educate people from the top down and ensure that this information is passed on accordingly. So it's a challenge, but we will get there.
Satish, what is your experience with this in India? India is one of the countries which has actually a very strong educational system in place, where I can experience that the people are very eager to take continued education. How is the situation in India for you?
So first of all, thank you for the invitation and for the opportunity. I think overall, Marcus, you know that India has a fairly decent standards setting program, and even for the energy efficient products, we have a pretty robust standards and labeling program. And my experience is that there's a lot of effort that goes into first setting up of the standards program. And typically, I mean, the initial phase is that it's voluntary, as you were saying, and then it starts to become mandatory. So it gives some time to probably some of the fringe players, or not I think a Systemair or others, who can move to the mandatory part very quickly. So I think that's the process that is followed. But having a certification, I think, as we all are agreeing, I think, which is tested in the lab and certified, is one thing. And then I think getting it installed and working and delivering the performance, I think that is, design-based is a totally different matter. And I would say that I think, like many other countries, India also suffers from quality of construction, commissioning, I think workmanship, I think all these issues that are being talked. My personal experience is that there is a lot of focus on architects and engineers, I think, how do you design net zero energy buildings, but perhaps not as much focus on the building trade people and the HVAC technicians and BMS and other things, which are pretty crucial in terms of delivering the performance that the product is supposed to be. So there are some programs like National Skill Development Corporation, and then there are some polytechnic institutes, I think, where there are now some specific modules that are getting developed for the building trade people. So whether it could be HVAC technician, it could be electrician, it could be many things. So we are starting to see, I think, is some focus coming onto those things, and that only will help improve the overall building performance, in my opinion. But I think one of the other things that I have seen, that even for mandatory products, the number of testing labs that are there in India, I think is probably, I think, we can increase the number of labs, because there is I think, a significant waiting time for products to get certified. And sometimes many of the manufacturers are doing self-certification. So India has a check testing where I think there can be random pickups, and then you can start to test the product. And I think there have been instances, I mean, B was wrapped by our audit committee, that I think you need to be doing more rigorous testing, random testing of the products, because it's such a flagship program of India. So I think there are, I think a lot of good things are happening. First of all, standards and labeling is a flagship program, and it delivers the largest savings, I think, in India, energy savings of all the government programs. But also there are opportunities for significant improvements. I think the value chain slide that you showed, and I think all the leakages that happen when it comes to energy savings. So all those are applicable to India as well.
Thank you. Omar, you're a professor from the Cairo University. Now, do we focus too much on the engineering side, as Satish said, and we are ignoring the workmanship, the tradesman?
Thanks, Marcus. So first of all, I'd like to thank you for the very nice value chain slide. It's very valuable. And as Satish said, indeed, we focus on training the engineers, and that's what we do. We have very good export of mines in India and Egypt and most of the developing world. You will find that engineers coming from developing countries excel very well when they go and work in developed countries. But it's very difficult to find workmen, like technicians. And that's why you will find a lot of capacity building activities coming from UNEP, from multilateral funds, development banks, and things like that. However, it's the ingrained knowledge and culture is very difficult. trying to, like as Vilas said, telling the technician, why do you do it this way? He'll tell you, because I was trained to do it this way. Even if you give him the best tools and tell him this has to be done this way, he will tell you, no, I have been doing this for 10 years this way. Right? So it is very difficult, and in my opinion, it takes a cultural shift more than just capacity building, and it's very important to try to build the capacity as Satish mentioned. We need to have polytechnical schools and capacities, and try to shift the culture somehow and give those people more status in the community.
Thank you so much. I will jump here. I remind us of yesterday launching of the cooling pledge. Yesterday we were very happy to have the pledge launched with 63 parties already joining the pledge, which is very good news, very good start for the pledge, and highlighting the importance of the cooling sector in the coming era, not only for the climate protection, but also for the ozone protection. This is one thing. Reminding ourselves also of the chart, 40% of energy efficiency related to equipment, 60% related to technicians, people. So we have been working with people since long, at least under the Montreal Protocol, but the aim was to build the capacities to contain mostly to contain refrigerant within, and later to educate technicians how to safely handle the new refrigerants, the new generation of refrigerants, the long-term refrigerants. Frankly speaking, we don't have too much success stories from the war. Issues related to certification, especially for technicians, for products, I think it's very smooth, very easy. It goes يعني easier for countries to implement them, to certify products entering their borders, ensuring the labels, the minimum standards required in the country. But when it comes to technicians, it has been very challenging for us to develop and implement such systems, such schemes in countries. And in cases where we have such schemes, it will be very difficult also to monitor and control their implementation, their performance, the certification scheme, enforcement of the schemes. So I agree with Omar about the cultural, shift we need, but I think we need also sort of clear policies and regulations and capacities within government to enforce such schemes. So I wish to have opinions from the panelists about any new ideas how to make such schemes enforceable, possible to succeed and be seen by countries not as a burden, rather than a tool to improve.
Yes, I would say then, shall we start with Vilas and then go?
Yeah. So I agree with Mr. Khalid. What is it that there has to be much more to be done, and I also agree with Mr. Omar, who said that there has to be a cultural shift, and I will talk from my experience about the culture. I was earlier with the insulation supplier from Europe, and we wanted to bring the best practices of insulation application on site from Europe. We hired application engineers, we trained them in Europe, and whichever project we were getting the order, we were deputing our application engineer for 5 to 6 days to do the training of application of insulation. Because insulation, as Nerissa mentioned, is as good as it is applied. If it is not applied properly, you can have condensation, you can have energy drain, everything. And you will be surprised when we go again after 2 weeks, those technicians will not be there. They would be doing cable tray, piping, or something else. And we asked what happened. No, there was no supply of insulation, so we have moved them there. So what will happen if the insulation comes tomorrow? No, we have that team which was doing the cabling, they will come back here. Now, we as a manufacturer cannot keep our application engineer for the entire project there to keep training the set of people again and again. So this is a major cultural shift which is required. How to correct this? So like in Europe, they have specialist vocational training programs. Electrician will not do plumbing work. Plumber will not do electrical work. The insulation specialist will not do something else. So if we can adopt to some special vocational training programs and certify those guys, and then the contracting companies hire based on their expertise and use them for their expertise, that could make a major change. I think that is one very big cultural shift which is required. I know it will involve cost for training, and unfortunately the practices here does not allow for that yet, but I am also hopeful, like Nerissa, we will get there. Yeah.
Yes, well, this reminds you of a question that I had during a panel in Riyadh, because we are certifying the product, for example, for indoor air quality air handling unit. He told me, you're certifying the product, but could you certify for me the house, the room? How can I know that this is certified? I told him that we are Zerovent, we are starting to do our job, because in the chain you have the product, you need to verify the right performance, you have the installation, you need people that are certified to install it properly, but also you have end user. So you need to educate the end user how to use this product properly. So as Zerovent, we already certify products for like 30 years now, so this action we already did. We started certifying installer and engineer to ensure that we have the right design and we have the right installers. And also we'll start a program to educate end user on how to use HVAC and AIQ products. So this is our part of as private certification, we start doing it. So the government part is start implicating some rules to make this not only voluntary certification, but also some compulsory certification to install HVAC product or ventilation product in the building and to right indoor air quality and right refrigeration and cooling in the building.
Thank you.
Yeah, so I'll take maybe a step back and I'll propose a couple of things to the question that Marcus you have asked. So first, I think one of the things is, and this is something that I see, I have been to many times in Germany, and I think the vocational training program there is pretty robust, I think, in terms of the formal training that is done, the equipment that is provided, the testing that they are capable of doing. So I think and maybe I think there are other European countries and other countries where also this kind of a program is as robust. So personally, I feel that, and they get paid also a decent amount of money. I think what we see in India is, I think, as others are also saying, that the amount that is paid to some of these technicians, what will motivate these people to excel in their profession? I mean, if they are not getting paid, if there is no differentiation, then it is very hard to keep motivating people. And why will they invest in some training and that thing? So I think that, and this is starting to change a little bit because there are some training programs which are certifying. So that's one thing. The second thing I would say is that this requirement, that should government mandate, or should there be some other nudges that could be done? So I'll give an example. We have been working with Infosys, which is a large IT company. And what they did, that on a voluntary basis, they started publishing certified, like verified data on what is the cooling efficiency or cooling intensity is. So at one level, they are saying that this is the kilowatt per ton for the chiller plant, I think, this thing. And on the other side, they are also saying that 1 ton of, I think, air conditioning is cooling 750 square feet of floor space. Now, I think that is at a macro level, but you will not be able to achieve those kind of results unless, I think, you are doing many things right. And if countries can start to mandate that your building performance or your HVAC performance or, I think, system performance needs to be, I think, at this level, then that will cascade down and it will lead to, I think, more technicians, better workmanship and others. Because I feel that if we do something for HVAC, then the plumbing industry will come, the lighting, everybody will say that certify, and people will say, hey, you are increasing the cost, I mean, this is not viable or whatever. So what is, I think, a creative way of like ensuring that all these systems actually achieve the final building performance? So that may be, I think, one idea that I just want to put on the
Very
table.
good point, yes,
Thank you.
Thank you. Marissa?
I think it's also important for us to tap into the resources or the existing resources that we have. And that's where we come in as an industry association from that perspective, where we really have to push our awareness raising and marketing and public awareness campaigns. Because we have a lot of experts in industry that can contribute to these projects. And I think if we are more committed to promoting these resources which we have, that will of course be a contributing factor to this. So it's really about creating this awareness and getting this understanding from the base level upwards.
All right, so I think there is a lot of great words that have been mentioned, but the one thing that I would like to say is the ecosystem. So if we had the right ecosystem, things will fall right in place. And one thing that I've always dreamt of is to have technician labeling scheme. If I want to basically install a mini split unit in my house, and I go and just get a technician anywhere, any technician, I don't know what is the quality of the welding or the brazing that is going to happen. But if this technician is a certified green technician or a technician that knows what is doing, then I know that this braze joint is going to last for 15, 20 years without any leakage, right? So there might be a way to raise the awareness about good technician practices, about technicians that have been well trained. And if they invest in training themselves, like as a technician, I get this card for $150 because I attend this training, and I go to install, I charge $10 more or whatever. Then it might be a good return on investment for me and also for the household. So from an ecosystem point of view, you need the vocational school, like where you can get the training. You need the certification scheme. So I'm glad that Eurovent has this certification scheme, but you need this other way, which how do you incentivize this certification scheme and eventually market the certification?
On this point, I would like to include myself in this panel discussion. So, Europe and Middle East is a manufacturers, predominantly a manufacturers association. But and let's say it's sometimes not that bad to see HVAC systems installed and then failing within a year, because we can sell more products because they have to be replaced. But of course, it's not what we as an industry stand for. And what Wheeler said, you mentioned the system in Europe. You know, you have a very strong vocational specialization. You have trainings and certifications, and you cannot touch. You're not allowed to touch much different works. And this all originated from the civil society, not from the government. And out of insurance questions, of course. But why do we have I always used to joke, in Europe we have more associations in Europe than we have industries and manufacturers. But all of these associations are actually very useful contributors to the standards we are having around us. And I think one of the shortcomings in a lot of developing countries is the absence of the civil society, of somebody, of an organization which does a lot of voluntary work, but comes together with a good intent. And this is what Europe and Middle East has then decided. We want to train, we want to inform, but we cannot just do random workshops here and there. would not really help us further. So this is the background why Europe and Middle East has in October launched the HVACR leadership workshop, where we want to train the technicians, but also inform and educate the engineers, so that we cover and touch a broad spectrum of the value chain, which we have talked about before. You have mentioned a very critical point here, and that is we have to empower people. We have to elevate the status of workers, the status of technicians. You say the same, yeah? I mean, as long as we pay peanuts, we always have monkeys at work. And seeing in the Middle East that a lot of this work is on the shoulders of experts of the migration workforces, and you train them. 2 weeks later, you're dealing with completely new people. So there is a high volatility of the people in the works. All those things, all these aspects, can only be addressed by elevating the status of their work, the importance of their work. Satish, you have also said something what we see as crucial, and this is what can the government do. And yes, you can. It's very difficult to go for the government in and say, okay, you now have to train the technician. You also said, okay, then the plumbers come, the electricians come, so you create havoc in the building industry. But what the government can do and should do is actually go and recommission buildings, have a building certification, how much energy do you use per square meters for your building, and set limits, because that indeed would drive the market top down, that there is more responsibility and more awareness, more consciousness in who do I employ to service, to install my HVAC investment. Let's see where we are. We still have 10 minutes to go. Khaled, you want to comment?
I wish to add, again, coming back to Kigali Amendment and the commitments and targets in there, the cooling pledge and the new commitments that countries committed themselves to achieve in 2030, doubling the maps, and all of these require the contribution from the RSS, the refrigeration servicing sector. Without trained and certified technicians, I think it will be very difficult for countries to achieve the desired shift to energy efficient and safe operation of the new equipment with the new refrigerants. To do that, I think we should go, because it is a commitment, so government needs to have the tools to be sure that they will reach the set targets. Need mandatory certification, mandatory. So like industry, you said you have voluntary certification of products. For technicians, like Vila said, you need to have mandatory, but mandatory certification of technicians require vocational standards, so we need to work on vocational standards. We need to work on the curriculum for training. We need to work on the tests for certification, and this will require big work by government, big investments. Part of this already is done under the Montreal Protocol, but not related so far to energy efficiency. We don't know how this will be covered in the future, and how industry can help also countries, implementing agencies to implement such system. I know Eurovent is already in the area launching the academy for training and certification. This is a very good initiative that will help countries to test water with certification, but again, this job will be or needs to be done by governments. Marcos.
I generally agree, but we cannot just wait until something happens. The industry needs to initiate things, and we are happy to cooperate with anybody. I think even the government cannot do it alone, so we are here to just help it and work towards it once we started, I'm sure we also initiate a demand in the market that if you promote it, then the people will start asking for a certified technician, and then slowly you bring things into rolling, and then it's time for the government to come and say, look, okay, I will take part of yours, I will let it part of mine, and this is then the scheme, and we are happy that this is in the end what we want to achieve. We are not here as we are not a university, we are not professional teachers, we just can do our best to motivate such developments. Satish?
Yeah, so I think I like this idea of like technician certification, and I think this has been going around for some time. And the reason I'm saying this is that under the India Cooling Action Plan, Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change in India, they said that we are going to train 100,000 service technicians who will go around and do the installation and the refrigerant recharge, I think properly recover, I think small amounts of refrigerant. So 100,000 technicians, right? It's a large number, and GIZ and I think other entities, I think have been working and developing the curriculum. Interesting thing is that I don't think there is any certification or something that differentiates these people from other technicians. So how do you sort of like command a premium that, hey, I have like specialized equipment, I have a specialized training, I can do a better job. And you are also saying that we know that in Middle East there are a lot of Indian construction workers who come and who go back. But if they carry this technician tag with them, that, hey, we have gone through this training, and even when they go back to India, they'll say that I have some advantage, I think, in terms of continuing my education. These service technicians, we were doing some survey, they were saying that we work for like 3 or 4 months as service technicians, and then we do something else for like 8 or 9 months. So we do Uber, we do like welding, we do whatever. So they are not like specialized, I mean, to your point. So I think this is not just an India issue, but I think a lot of other developing countries will have similar issues. And I think if we can probably, I think, put our heads together in terms of how to do, what role civil societies will play, what role multilateral, bilaterals will play, this would be a huge contribution.
Can I say something very quickly? All right. So Marcus said something very critical, which is the role of Eurovent is bringing by trying to, another stakeholder to the game. But as you said, the civil society is absent, and the civil society is not just collecting industrial, people from the industry to say something. We also need the voice of the consumer. And that is really absent here in the Middle East. So when we look at the ecosystem for the cooling industry, the ecosystem, we have to look from either, if we start from the bottom up, then we have to start with the consumer, right? And the voice of the consumer is absent. All we need as a consumers is, yes, is this cooling us or not? We need to set it at 16, and that's it, right? That's what we care about. We don't care about anything else. But we need to start educating consumers about if this is at 16 or if this is at 20, we are getting the same level of comfort. We need to start telling them what is the level of energy efficiency, what energy efficiency means to you, how much energy you are paying. We need to start developing this consumer voice that is absent, and then trying to have another part, which is industry voice. We need to get a retailer voice. We don't have that. So there is the industry voice, there is the retailer voice, there is the consumer voice, and unless we have the entire ecosystem, the entire voice, the stakeholder voices together, our industry is going to be missing.
Omar, yes. Completely agree. So again, in Europe, we have a consumer association, we have a retailers association, we have an association for all stakeholders. Yeah. Yeah. Well, we have us.
We don't have much.
Okay, so I would open the floor for a question from the audience, and we have one. So.
Thank you very much. It's not a question, it's a comment. I would like first to thank the panelists. Excellent discussion. And it was very, good to hear that, I mean, we know this, that the importance of energy efficiency is good to see numbers and what savings we can do. So we will have similar side event tomorrow. It's called Energy Efficiency in the Servicing Sector, a missing piece to make maps work. And during that side event, we will try to unpack a little bit more what can be done under the Montreal Protocol. So Khaled mentioned that there is a funding window under the Montreal Protocol, and then also what can governments do, because it's in their interest too, as is in the interest of industry to save energy. So it's in everybody's interest. So what can be done under the Montreal Protocol to kind of support the process that industry wants to lead. So please come tomorrow, not tomorrow, on Friday, 9:30. Thank you.
Thank you. Hi, to question to the panelists. How actually invested is the industry in, doing the capacity building for the downstream? The question coming is maybe as a layman, or it's B2B. For B2C, I would say, you're talking about a very large number, but you're part of the business. Train the trainers, or the main technician, they can take the onus. You're not talking about hundreds and thousands of the informal. I mean, they learn from maybe some of the key guys from the contract. What stops you, or how much money is actually the industry and the manufacturer? Is it that it's not my problem? I make a fantastic products, I give it for installation. I don't care what happens then. Isn't the downstream, what kind of monitoring? How much money is getting invested? How much is the association investing there? I'll give you an example. Like in India, as Satish mentioned, there is a program of training the technicians, say in the air conditioning industry. I mean, RAC I'm talking about. Daikin says, okay, I'm teaching my guys, to handle the new generation refrigerants, the right technology. Carrier will say, I'm doing that. But it's not the masses. They're working through franchisees. So an industry association like RATA has now taken thing that we will train the technicians. They're a neutral association of the component manufacturers. So they're doing that to kind of get a small, but again, they don't have the scale, they can't scale up, they have a very small, limited number of people, they're doing that. But the manufacturers they're not putting their skin in the game over there in a scale that's required. So maybe globally, or in your experience, what do you see really happening, or the challenge, how do you beat that?
Give me a very quick response to that. I know one big domestic appliances manufacturer in the region here, and their motto was, maybe we are not the best, but we have the best servicing in the region. So they respond, and they respond properly. So this is the reputation of the industry. Maybe this is the main driver for them to join training and be keen to receive certificate. This is part of maybe also promotion, how they are seen in the market. We have very good examples from the region in here. We organize under the Montreal Protocol training for technicians and certification, and in many instances we organized these training in partnership with industry, with the biggest AC manufacturer in Saudi Arabia. They were so happy to send their engineers to be trained, 40 engineers to be trainers. Then they trained their technicians at the factory. They appreciate it because we are engineers, and we know that every time you go attend a training course, you learn something new. So you cannot tell me, we are engineers, we can sleep on our knowledge and our certificates. Training is very well appreciated when they are well prepared with the right curricula, with the right equipment, with the right lab, with the right trainer. They are appreciated. We did the same also in partnership in Oman with the biggest refrigeration air conditioning company. They trained 200. And they covered the cost for the training because they've seen the added value of training and certification. But what I'm after is not to leave it just voluntary. It should be mandatory. This will push further industry to join the program because they cannot operate without having such certificates.
Just to add on Khaled, most conversion projects supported by the multilateral fund include the training as part of the conversion project. So if you are a big manufacturing company and moving from R22 or HCFC 22 to another refrigerant, then there is a component for training your technicians to move or to be able to service the new refrigerant. So this is a very important topic. It's included for manufacturers and also included for companies that don't have the capacity to service, so that they have the capacity. Basically, they have retailers and distributors, so they would bring in their distributor and retailer and provide their training. And again, it's a very important cost element that is accounted for in all conversion projects.
But this is additional to the training for the.
Yeah, it is
This is a dedicated training for industry, but we have additional training also under the most of the for the services sector. He was asking about the industry.
Yeah. And I would like to reply to your question, how much the industry is invested in that. And the answer is pretty simple. Most of our members, or most of the manufacturers, they have a department for the after-sales service. What happens in the market is, oh no, I don't need you because I find it cheaper somewhere else. And then they blame after a year, they blame it on the manufacturer that the things don't work. Yeah? So we are an industry association, we are a non-profit organization, but we are not a charity. And this is very important to understand because we need money as well to operate and do this training. So these trainings do not come free of charge, of course. And it is, I always say that the members of our association, they show a great corporate social responsibility because they pay an annual amount to have an association in place to do work for the greater good. It does not achieve any immediate benefit in terms of sales or whatever for our members. But they are all taking this responsibility and say, let's do something to educate and help it. On the long run, it will benefit the industry as well because the more people in the market which are aware of quality and standards and guidances, recommendations from the industry, then we would have a better market environment or create a better market environment for our members. In the same time, we create a better market environment, we reduce the energy consumption, and we do something for the region. So, but again here, we can only do as much. We need to change the market as long as the market goes to find the cheapest alternative to quality and responsibility. There's not much we can do.
Thanks so much, Marcos. I think we came to the end of the side event. I wish to firstly thank Eurovent Middle East and especially to you, Marcos, for the partnership. Thanks to Omar, Nerissa, Satish, Ali, and Vilas. Thank you so much for attending. Bye-bye.
Thank you. You may now get an ice cream.
Presentation panel today. We appreciate everybody coming. I know there are a lot of folks milling in the background, so we'll let everybody take their seats, but we did want to get started on time. With the release of, with the release of the global cooling stocktake and the ongoing implementation, as this group knows very well, of the Kigali Amendment to the Montreal Protocol, there is an increasing focus around the world on the importance of access to cooling in a warming world and the opportunity for achieving that access with a lower energy consumption profile. We have panelists here today, not only from HRI, our first speaker is our managing director of our Middle East North Africa office, but HRI member companies as well, who are going to tell you a little bit about what they are doing in the energy efficiency world that we are trying to reduce greenhouse gas emissions. But Nabil Shaheen from HRI's MENA office is here today, and he's going to set the stage for us, give a general presentation on energy efficiency in the region and a little bit around the world, and then we will have our three panelists come up and talk about what their companies are doing individually. Nabil, it is all yours.
Thank you. Let me get started. It's nice to meet you all. Thank you for coming. I don't have to introduce AHRI. I think most of you are familiar with it. We are a manufacturing association. We have also our own standards and certification programs. We all know the challenges that are coming at us right now, like climate change and energy efficiency, indoor air quality. In this region, especially in Asia, we have growing population, growing Middle East. The health system is getting better, so people are getting older. So we are having a lot of growth, and so that growth has caused basically this region. Even though we only produce 2% of the world's carbon emission, we have the highest per capita. So we produce 19.5 tons of carbon per person in this Middle East region. And I will tell you why is this in the next slides. Today we're going to talk about not only system efficiency, but also building efficiency. So as we all know, buildings produce about 40% of the carbon emission globally. So it's important to tackle this area in the climate discussions. The growth that's happening in this region, especially in the Middle East, you can see from this International Electric Agency or Energy Agency that currently in the Middle East we have 60 million HVA systems installed. By 2050, this is going to climb to 210 units, so 3.2 or 3.3 more. So it's important to focus on this area also. Yeah. So as you know, the world is divided into many climate zones, some cold, some hot. This area is basically rated as 0B, which is extremely hot and dry. Dry doesn't mean no humidity; it means low precipitation or rain. So no clouds, a lot of sunshine. So the units in this region, the air-conditioned units, they run from 6,000 to 7,000 hours a year. That's a lot of hours. If you count the whole year, is about 8,800 hours. And because of that, the consumption of air conditions in this region is about 67% of the electric bill in a typical house. And because we're not very industrial countries here, 50% of the electric consumption is going to also residential. So when we look at building efficiency, we look at system efficiency and also building envelope. So good insulation is very important, not just the energy efficiency of systems. So if we look at this also graph that comes from CLASP, it basically tells you that there's a lot of tetrawatts of energy that's being consumed by AC, and in turns this is producing a lot of millions of tons of carbon. So I did ask the AI to do a picture of a typical house in the Middle East that has air conditioners on it, and this is what I got. So even the AI thinks that we need a lot of air conditioners to cool this region. Yeah. Move on to the next slide. Yeah, so what are we doing in terms of organizations to help in the case of carbon emission in our industry? And so ASHRAE has released a new standard called 2228, which is basically measuring net zero carbon emission and net zero energy for buildings. That was already released. They are working on a new one called 240, which is more a comprehensive standard that will measure everything about the building emission. And we in AHRI are also developing a standard to calculate embedded and operational carbon in systems. That will be required by the ASHRAE 240. So in the future, currently most of the manufacturers are declaring what their units are producing, but we will make a generic standard and maybe a certification program that will measure that. And it will be part of ASHRAE 189 and 240. So building carbon life cycle, we have to look at the entire life cycle. When we look at buildings, these are all the stages that a building goes through. When you start extracting material, getting like concrete, wood, whatever to building material for buildings, those are all consuming energy, producing carbon. So we have to measure everything from start to finish, all the way to when we start, we destroy the building and it goes to the landfill. And also one important thing in the middle is the operational and embedded for systems. So this is what we are working on with ASHRAE and also AHRI internally. So to improve building efficiency, we have to basically do many things, like improving system efficiency. But if we do that, this is going to only affect the new systems or new buildings. How about existing buildings? We have to measure the building efficiency, so maybe look at maybe kW per square meter and do a lot of retrofits. So for example, in the UAE, they have pledged to do 30,000 retrofit projects. And to do that, we have to also think about finance, who's going to finance this, how it's going to get done, etc. So they're bringing financial organizations, they're looking at green loans, they're looking at government incentives to push these kind of work. So there are a lot of things that we can do to improve building efficiency. And one of my favorite bullets here is changing consumers' habits, because a lot of energy consumption is habits. We've done a survey, for example, in this region. A lot of people like to set their thermostats at 18 degrees, which is very low because they feel more luxurious, etc. So habits is very important. And what was mentioned in the previous presentation, also awareness, not only to manufacturers and but also consumers. So if we want to change, for example, the minimum energy efficiency requirements, we have to make sure the technology is available. From the cooling pledge that's been discussed in this climate change conference, we have heard that a lot of companies are saying we have the technology to support the cooling pledge. So now the authorities have to move in and start doing regulations to make sure that, but we also need to make sure that we do surveillance and certification, as it was mentioned in the previous slide, to make sure that everybody is being honest about what they sell in the market. And part of the consumer awareness, as you can see here, is this is the minimum energy efficiency, but a lot of times consumers don't understand what this means, the EAR, SEER, etc. It basically means that, the consumption that, of electricity or the dollars I pay at the end of the year will be less if I use more efficient units for consumers. I also like to go through this quickly. This is another interesting International Energy Agency slide. It shows basically the red dot is the minimum energy efficiency required by the governments in these different countries. And this is the maximum efficiency available in the market, the blue dot, and this is the average. So you can see in Japan, the average is much higher than the minimum by the government. In US also similar, but in this region, for example, Saudi Arabia, because of the consumer awareness, the consultants are not speccing, higher energy efficiency products, etc. It's very close to the minimum. So in this case, we have to maybe work with the governments to move this up a bit to help, improve energy efficiency of systems. I'm not going to go through all these details for the sake of time, but there are a lot of technologies that we can look at and material that has less embodied carbon that we can consider for construction. And also look at not just selling systems, but also selling controls, service, installation, training, to make sure, because when we install a unit, it may have the efficiency that that we want from day one or per design, but it's going to start degrading immediately after installation. So we need to make sure that we service it, etc. So there are a lot of new technologies that can be used also, like thermal energy storage that's being used in this region. You store the energy at night when it's cooler, and then you use it daytime. Geothermal, many technologies that can help us reach there. That's it for me. Thank you.
Thank you, Nabil. We'll let you run off to your event. All right, and with that, I'll ask my panelists to come on up. And Helen's there. All right, we thought we would do this alphabetically by company, so you all did very well. Thank you, that's perfect. Yeah, we'll leave the thank you up there. Dave, I have the clicker when you're ready. So first up on our panel today is Corey Ricaldi from Carrier. Corey, the floor is all yours. Oh, here's the microphone.
Oh, okay. Hello. So my name is Corey Ricaldi, and I lead ESG for Carrier. And in terms of what Carrier is doing around energy efficiency, I'll take a step back. A lot of the points that I'm sure you're going to hear a lot of us kind of reiterate on the same points, but We recently issued our net zero strategy, and why that matters in this discussion is because about 95% of our carbon footprint is within our products in use. And so when we did that math to look at how do we get to zero, we found that about 45% of that sits with electrification and energy efficiency. Another 35 sits with the solutions that we just heard about in terms of digitalization and energy management. Of course, refrigerants are an important part of that transition as well, another 15, and then there's embodied carbon. And so I'm excited to have a fellow, our supplier here, Dan Foss, and so we can get into that a bit. But when we think about energy efficiency and electrification, we really need to think about the load that as this transition happens, what that's going to transcend to our overall grid, right? So buildings, we need to think about ourselves in terms of manufacturers in a different way. We have to think about ourselves in terms of system solutions providers. And that's the transition that we're all going through. So introducing heat pumps, that technology, in order for that to be sustainable in a building in terms of energy efficiency and resiliency, we need to enable controls so that the building owners and occupiers have the information, have the data to then optimize the way the building is running, and then from there be able to store the energy so that over time a building can then become either self-sustaining, provide energy back to the grid, and that's really, really critically important as we think about this rapid transition that we're all going through in terms of electrification. Utilities, as it stands today, will not be able to handle that. So when we think about energy efficiency, it's critically important that even though we, over time we'll be transitioning to more renewable energy efficiency needs to be an important part of the discussion because of how the overall load that we're introducing to the system. And so what Carrier is doing is, we have heat pumps, we have our bound technology, which is digital controls. We provide data to our customers in terms of managing their own carbon footprint. So there's a lot of solutions that we provide to our customers to enable all of this decarbonization. Okay.
Thank you, Corey.
Yeah.
Next up is Dave Calabrese with Daikin.
Thank you. Yeah. Thank you. I am Dave Calabrese with Daikin Corporation in the Washington, D.C. office. When I speak today, I only use slides whenever I speak these days, so I felt like I had to have my slides up here in front of me. But when I think about our efforts on the environment and our technologies, I really think about them in Daikin in three areas, our core technologies here. First of all, heat pump technology. Everybody should be familiar with heat pumps, and really in North America, where we're really expanding our efforts to expand deployment of heat pumps. This is really a big part of what we're doing, and actually the Biden administration too has been initiating incentives and other programs to expand heat pump deployment. But at the same time is bringing with that inverter technology or variable speed compressor technology, and I'll talk about that in just a minute, but that's another really important and core part of what we're doing in terms of our efforts in North America, and you'll see globally it's very, very essential. And then finally, refrigerants. All of us here focus on using low GWP refrigerants. Daikin has been using R32, which we see as really having a lot of very beneficial impacts on the environment, on the way that the systems operate and their energy efficiency. And so again, when we think about what we're doing, and personally when I'm doing our advocacy in North America, it's really these three core areas that we're focused. And then just talking a bit more about inverter technology or variable speed compressor technology. Interestingly, the concept, if you're not familiar, is a variable speed compressor. Inverter compressor operates at variable speeds, unlike a single speed system, which is really typical in the United States today, which is an on-off system. A single speed system has, it's more the basic technology, I guess they would say. And a single speed system has issues in terms of efficiency and really with comfort. Because if you think about it, if you have a heat pump or an air conditioner, it's on or it's off. It gets hot inside the house, it turns on, it cools it down, then it turns off. A variable speed or inverter-based system, of course, is going to vary the speed of the compressor, the amount of refrigerant also going into the house. And with that variation, you can have different effects inside. So if it's not that hot outside or cold, the system doesn't have to operate 100%. It could operate at 60% or 40%. And so that provides tremendous benefits for comfort, but at the same time, energy efficiency. The unit doesn't have to be at full load. Globally, in Europe and in Asia and Japan, inverter or variable speed technology is the norm. It's 100%, 90%. In North America and the United States, it's much less. It's less than 25%. And that's really been a goal of our efforts, is to expand the use of inverter variable speed technology. One of the other benefits of a variable speed system is that it can reduce the size of the actual unit. And so you think about, again, the United States, you have these very large outdoor units, use a lot of material, copper, other materials that have cost. An inverter-based system is much smaller. It can fit in small spaces, which has its benefits, but at the same time, material cost benefits, which can bring down the value and the cost of the unit itself. Then finally, when you think about this technology, when you have utilities looking to manage their load, and especially now where what we call in the U.S. the duck curve, where it used to be in the summertime around 6 p.m., you would have the maximum energy draw. People come home from work, they turn on their air conditioner in a hot environment. Today, though, with electric vehicles, with heat pump deployment, you're going to see that duck curve either disappear or just become a very different shape. And with that, utilities are going to want to have the ability to manage that load. And in order to do that, a variable speed system is really critical. They're going to be able to send signals to the unit. Unlike a traditional system where it would have to turn off, a variable speed system can vary, and that can provide that comfort to the homeowner or to the building, but at the same time help them to manage that load. So just to conclude, this is really a focus of what we're doing globally, but I'm thinking more now about in North America, and hopefully what we can do again is expand that deployment of inverter-based heat pumps, and we look to do more of that. So thank you, Samantha.
I'll let you hand the microphone to Andrea, and next up we have Andrea Voigt with Danfoss.
Thank you so much, Samantha, and thank you for inviting us to this panel. So just 2 words about Danfoss. It's a globally leading manufacturer of energy efficiency and decarbonization solutions, technologies based in Denmark, but operating globally. And just to situate this, everybody sitting here in this panel is basically a customer-supplier relationship. So that just as a very brief intro. And I was saying before we started the panel, I don't know what I'm going to talk about, because energy efficiency is such a vast topic and there are so many angles you can take to it. And I was saying to Samantha, don't let me speak in the beginning. I'll listen what the others are saying and then I'll complement it. And actually that's what I'm going to do. So I would like to first come back to the cue that was given by Corey in terms of providing or helping our customers to decarbonize. So one thing we are doing as Danfoss is that we decarbonize our own operations to become carbon neutral by 2030 in our Scope 1 and Scope 2 emissions. And that, of course, then affects the upstream value chain to our customers. And then we have also committed and launched this just very, very recently in the First Movers Coalition for aluminium to make sure that we source low carbon aluminium, which again then affects the upstream value chain of our customers. So that's one example I wanted to give in terms of decarbonization. what Danfoss is doing in our own operations with our own technologies. And then in terms of energy efficiency, more broadly speaking, I'd like to complement what was said actually by the previous speakers with drawing attention to a systems-based approach. So we've been hearing a lot about individual products, and those are very important. And I think Nabil's presentation very clearly showed how important it is to lift the minimum efficiency performance standards, and Dave and Corey both also showed how this can be done, like for example inverter technology. But then there is another aspect which is also very important, which is a district-based approach. So if I'm taking the example of district cooling, then of course you can scale energy efficiency, you can cluster buildings into a grid, and then make sure that we get the most energy efficiency out of that cooling application. Then of course if you then ask the AI to come up with a picture, then you wouldn't have 1 million single air conditioning units, then you wouldn't see it actually, because you would have one centralized plant, and that would then supply with chilled water the buildings around. So that is of course an advantage, and it also helps to phase in low global warming potential refrigerants, because they are confined in one space. So I just wanted to add that to the discussion. And then also the importance of making use of synergies, because every cooling application also produces heat, and that heat is generally lost. It's blown in the air because there is no incentive, no requirement, no whatsoever to recover that heat and to reuse it. Although it's a huge potential. Like in our own studies, we've seen that all the excess heat or waste heat in Europe could basically heat all of Europe, which is just amazing. And it's not being used. And that also would help to decarbonize the entire energy system, and certainly to decarbonize heat. And even in a region like the Middle East, where you would say, okay, but this is not about heating here, you still need to heat water. So if you are on a site in a hospital or in a slaughterhouse or whatever, where you need both heat and cold, you have to, you can recover that heat from the cooling installations and then use it on site, even if you don't have a district cooling or heating system around it. So there are lots of opportunities there. And the last aspect I wanted to mention is the digital aspect. I think it was in your presentation, Dave, about the importance of also making sure that we that we have real-time information that is fed into how the installations are being operated. And that can be information, for example, about the weather, to adapt how a system is running, how much of cooling or heating is being generated, depending on what information comes from outside. And if it is connected, for example, to a district cooling system, then it can even go back to tell the information to the utility and make sure that the pumps adapt their running to whatever information they get through that system. So there are a lot of opportunities there as well to save a lot of energy, typically 10-20% just by those digital optimization tools as well. And I think I'll stop it here, and I hope I could complement a little bit what was said before me.
You did. And next up, we have Helen Walter-Teranoni from Train Technologies.
So I'm Helen Walter-Teranoni. Since I'm in the Montreal Protocol platform here, I do need to say that I am a member of the Technical and Economic Assessment Panel, but that's a consensus body, and I may or may not be representing their views right now. So, I am the Director of Global Climate Policy at Train Technologies. We are the largest provider of heating and cooling in the world. And we are responsible for shipping, so Thermo King, more than 60% of the fresh and frozen food that moves around the world every day. We also manufacture equipment for very cold temperatures, so vaccines, pharmaceutical processing, as well as industrial processing. We've spanned quite a wide range of temperatures, as well as a very wide variety of equipment. I think one of the things that strikes me when I hear the energy and efficiency conversation is a couple of things. You heard here, there are technologies available today, and I would posit, I did not study this, I don't have anything to back me up, but I'm guessing that we probably have, as an industry, well over 90% or maybe even more of the technical capability to advance at least to the 2030 goals, if not beyond, right now. And it's a matter of uptake and sharing information. The other thing that I would say is that we can't have this conversation if we don't talk about passive cooling. So if we look around this location here, we see some shading taking place, over walkways and other clever solutions around passive cooling. The other thing that I would add is that I'll give you a little story about my house. So my mom moved in with me when I moved to my house. We have a room for her, and we built that, and our energy bill was quite high for heating. We live in a very cold climate. We cut it in half because they forgot to insulate over her room. It was freezing cold in that room. She was not happy about that, I can tell you. And she did let us know. But anyway, but we were able to cut our energy bill in less than half by insulating. And as I think about the global south and other places around the world, where maybe building envelopes are not closed, or insulation is not there, or we haven't taken the time to think about maybe some of the passive cooling features like coated roofs that are white, or to reflect sunlight, or other kind of straightforward technologies that need to be adopted to reduce that footprint and those cooling and heating needs. We've really got to start thinking about those sorts of things. The other thing that I would say, and I think there was some allusion to this, we also need to think about demand shifting. So we need to shift demand to other parts of the day beyond the peak of energy demand. Dave talked about the duck curve. We need to flatten that sucker out so that we don't have to use, I don't know if you've ever heard the term peaker plants, but peak electricity generating plants. Those plants are started up and shut down a lot, and the most polluting times of day for a little chemical factory like that is when it starts up and shuts down. So from an equity perspective, we need to be thinking about reducing the need for those peaker plants, and and that will also reduce cost. It'll reduce the overarching cost for grid installation for electricity. So when I think about energy efficiency, I just think that we have to think bigger than just the traditional thinking around that. We've got technologies. We might need an invention here or there, but largely they're out there. We need to think about this in the and perspective. From the and perspective, we need energy efficiency, and we need renewable energy, and we need electrification, and we need right? So I just, we need good maintenance practices. We need well-educated technicians. So all of those things need to be in place for us to advance to a world that only goes up 1.5 degrees. So with that, let me.
And Helen made a wonderful point that we already have all of the technology that we need today to get to all of the many net zero goals, and 50 by 2050 and 30 by 2030, whatever.
I think as well, I guess I should add, as long as I'm here, I should talk for 1 second about Trane Technologies. So we actually were the, before somebody finds out I'm here, we actually were the first to have a science-based target for a 2030 goal. We also have a 2050 net zero goal, and this has all been validated through the Carbon Disclosure Project, CDP. All of our progress is documented in public every year. The other thing that we have, two things, and I would challenge people to think about this as they think about their journey toward decarbonization. Our leadership, a portion of their compensation is based on reduction of greenhouse gas emissions from our customers' products. So at first that was complicated, but people have started to understand that better, and we have started to divide that up among the businesses so that they are laser-like focused on how they can decarbonize in their space. And then finally, I would add, and this is the biggest goal of any company, we have a gigaton challenge to reduce our customers' emissions by 1 billion tons by 2030. So, and we were just hailed by InfluenceMap as one of a handful, less than 4% of companies that walk the talk in our policy advocacy. So I guess I should throw in a little something for Trane, as long as I'm not selling anything for them today.
So to Helen's point that technology exists, and it's in how we implement it, how we uptake it to get us there, right? So there are a lot of policies that have been put in place in Europe and the United States, around the world, to try and do that. And while I have no doubt that we're going to get there from point A to point B in this energy transition around the world at some point, whenever that may be, it might look very different than the policymakers that put it in place intended it to, right? That, you know, things happen over a period of time, and sometimes you get an opportunity to revise what you're working on. We've seen what's happened in Europe over the last couple of years. They put some very bold policies in place, and some of that has been walked back a little bit just because implementation looked a little bit different. In the United States, we had the Inflation Reduction Act, and those programs are starting to roll out, and that money will hopefully get to the electric rebate programs and to consumers soon. But for the other three, because Helen already answered the question, what do you think, and Andrea, if you want to talk about Europe a little bit and what's happened there and what the future might look like if you want to go first, but for, you know, Dave and Corey in the United States as well, how do you think this could play out, and what might need to change? You know, what changes could maybe we need to make to the IRA or in its implementation to make sure that those programs are successful? Because I think that's what's most important to everybody on this panel.
Well, as far as Europe is concerned, we have what is called the Green Deal, and that means that by 2030, greenhouse gas emissions, all of them, need to be reduced by 55%, which is why we also call it the Fit for 55 package. By 2050, Europe has committed to climate neutrality in the climate law. So that's not just a voluntary commitment, it's enshrined in law. And so in order to achieve this first milestone by 2030, there is a whole bunch of policy measures to turn that into reality. And I can't possibly speak about all of them because it would fill the entire day. And that's maybe a part of the problem, actually, because there are too many. But to just relate to the Energy Efficiency Directive, which has energy efficiency, as the name is saying, at its core. And part of that is, for example, the decarbonization of district heating, phasing in renewables. And another part is heat or energy mapping, energy planning. And I think that one is worth talking a little bit about it because it really provides the foundation to use synergies to where heat is needed, where waste heat is available, where cooling is needed, and how all of this can be connected to each other. And there we also see the difficulty in implementation, because you were relating to difficulties. Because if you go to a city, of course that planning doesn't happen at a national level, it doesn't even happen at a regional level, it happens at city level. So if you go to a city and tell them, oh, now you've got to do your heat planning, and at the same time, the same city hears, oh, I'm not allowed anymore, or my population is not allowed anymore to install fossil fuel boilers, gas boilers for heating. So then they are in this kind of situation where they say, so, okay, so what are we doing now? Are we installing individual heat pumps? Are we installing a district heating system? Are we doing both? Where are we going to provide the subsidies to? So it's kind of tricky if you put yourselves in the shoes of a mayor or of an energy planner or a city planner in a city. So it's really important to give clear guidance, to say, okay, you have to do that heat planning, and one outcome may be that in this district it makes sense to have a district heating system, and in this district it makes sense to have individual heat pumps for a whole number of reasons. And it also shows that there is no silver bullet. We need all of those solutions, and they need to be used wherever it makes sense to use them. So that's one example, and the second one is, of course, the F-gas regulation on the refrigerants, where we have just come to an agreement in Europe to further strengthen it. So we'll have a steeper phase down, we'll have a whole bunch of GWP limits, even F-gas bans kicking in a few years. So that, of course, also caused a lot of discussion. Will this be feasible? Will it perhaps slow down the uptake of heat pumps because you need refrigerants for the heat pumps? So we'll see how this unfolds. And maybe a third point on eco-design, because we were talking about minimum efficiency performance standards. So we have that in Europe. We have had that for a long time. We have now just revised the one for space heaters, the one for air conditioners up to 12 kilowatt is ongoing as well still. So the minimum efficiency performance standards are gradually being raised. And that also, you come to a point where that increases the price, because they are so high then that it increases the price quite significantly. So then you may wonder, okay, who's going to buy that still? And is it being surveilled? can we be sure that if a manufacturer says this is X efficiency, that it really has X efficiency? So these are some of the tricky points that we see in Europe. But altogether, I think we have some strong drivers as well, which eventually push the market towards greener solutions. And we're looking at the United States sometimes, at least from a manufacturing perspective, sometimes a little bit enviously saying, okay, this is so much more pragmatic if I'm looking at the IRA. I mean, yeah.
You don't hear people say that often.
Yeah, well, it always depends on which side of the fence you're standing, I guess. So it's a bit more pragmatic than what we tend to do in Europe, I would say.
So yeah, no, that's interesting to hear. I think Samantha and I are laughing because probably we complain a lot about it, but it's interesting that there's some positive. But yeah, I do think the IRA provides some really good kind of initial starting point. I mean, the incentives are really important to get these technologies into people's homes. We also need to do training. Training people so they know how to install the technology. They're more sophisticated than the traditional system, so that's important. Even when you get down to the level of the efficiency metrics, Nabil talked about the EER metric. In terms of inverter technology, EER really is not a very good metric. It only measures full load, and an inverter really doesn't get to a full load situation, so that's something we need to think about. So I do think that the IRA and these incentives are really good. They're getting that start, but we need to continue them. And just one last thing is that in many cases, to do a proper install of a heat pump, you're going to maybe have to upgrade the electrical in a residence. And with that, there's cost that comes with that. So, you know, getting the monies available for those types of activities as well.
So I'm going to take it in a different direction because you guys covered the equipment stuff. So there's another regulatory aspect to consider, which is the disclosure that large corporations are being asked to do. So whether it be in California or in Europe around the CSRD and what's emerging with the CSDDD, which is understanding your data and then doing something about it. So why that matters in this conversation is that companies are being asked to be transparent on their carbon emissions and as such being asked also by the investment community. So that creates a new customer in the dialogue as we think about upgrading equipment in buildings. And that's something that we haven't traditionally had such a wide audience in terms of the C-suite and when they're making decisions in a building and thinking long-term about the carbon impact of that building, not only the operation and the energy savings, but what is the carbon savings of the equipment that I'm putting in the space. And so that's allowing companies like us to have a different seat at the table, to talk to new customers and to be able to provide a value add beyond the traditional discussion. So we're able to talk to them about embodied carbon, we're able to talk to them about digital controls and then how that's going to enable them to reduce their overall carbon footprint. And also come in to provide higher technologies where before that would have been more difficult because of the first cost considerations. But when as more companies are signing on to these carbon targets, new funding and new ways of thinking about carbon is happening, whereas before it wasn't.
Yeah. I think there are some very basic things to think about as well. Building codes and safety standards to enable new technologies. That's something that needs to be advanced. I think there's development. There are jurisdictions in the U.S. that are still on the 2009 codes levels. There are places around the world that don't even have building codes. There are places that prohibit new technologies. So that's certainly something that, and I know that ICC was down here. I sent them here to kind of have a conversation. We need them to show up this summer at the Montreal Protocol OEG meeting to have a conversation about building codes with the Global South and with other countries that are not prepared for new refrigerants and new technologies. Separately from that, I think the energy codes also need to be upgraded in many countries, even in the U.S. all over. The newest ASHRAE codes need to be incorporated into policy, and I think as we talk about this funding, we would be remiss if we don't talk about other places. So we've heard about a great pile of cash in the U.S. We've heard about we've heard about Europe. I heard on a panel the other day. The person from Ghana was speaking out about a really great program that they've been piecing together, where they, if someone has a paycheck that's deposited in the bank, then they are given the upfront money to purchase energy efficient equipment, and then over time a little bit of money comes out of their paycheck every period to pay that off. And so I talked about how my energy bill was cut in half. So that is money in families' pockets that they can then go and do something else with. And Ghana had already moved forward 4,000 appliances. And so it doesn't sound like a lot, but it's a lot for Ghana, right? And those and other clever programs like utility funding and kind of covering those upfront costs, especially for families that don't have a lot of money, that's going to be really important as we think about this transition in an equitable way. And then, Gary, certainly the credibility for companies is very important to advance things, and I think all of those things are kind of the pieces of the puzzle that need to be in place.
Yeah. Hold on to that microphone.
Okay.
Helen. The last panel and a little bit here, we were talking about contractor and technician training, right? But you mentioned the customer and what Trane is doing to support their customers in reaching all of these goals. And I think everybody on this panel would agree that educating consumers and customers is a critical piece here. So if you want to kick off that question.
Yeah, maybe I'll talk a little bit first about contractors. There is no place in the world that has enough technicians. And every time we think we do, we don't, because a technician role is a gateway role for families to have a better life. Oftentimes, technicians will kind of come up and even become engineers or become another thing. Some technicians become entrepreneurs and contractors and build businesses. Even if they, many stay in the role as a technician, and that's a great job. It's usually a well-paid job. And provides for a family to advance their goals. So as we think about that skill setting, I know the ACES Center here in Rwanda, and Carrie, maybe you'll talk a little bit about that in Africa. I think that there's been a lot of work to think through. Can we think about different ways of training? Can we think about different ways of bringing people in? And I think. Certainly on the commercial side, customers are becoming very well educated. Again, it's about the bottom line around the dollar in many cases, but also have greenhouse gas goals. For families, I think, again, we saved an awful lot of money by putting insulation in, and energy efficiency can save an awful lot of money for families. So I think that those are, from an pure energy efficiency perspective, those are certainly things that can be done.
So on the training and education, I would very much agree. There is really a lack of skilled people wherever we are in the world, I would say, whether that's in Europe or in other places in the world. And for Danfoss, for sure, the training and the upskilling of installers is a top priority. We have quite a lot of programs which are available, which can be customized also for the application, for the customer, for the end user, whatever is needed in terms of training. And certainly this is extremely important when you look at the refrigerants. As we move towards lower global warming potential, we will see more flammable refrigerants as well. And just out of a simple safety consideration, it's extremely important to have skilled installers who know how to handle those refrigerants. So from a Danfoss perspective, this is one of our key areas where we support, because from a refrigerant perspective, for us it's important what our customers are using, and if we see that our customers are moving towards flammable refrigerants, for example, then it's a priority for us as well to provide training and upskilling so that those equipments can be handled safely.
Yeah, I think that in terms of the consumer to understand the benefits of a heat pump and the higher efficiency inverter variable speed systems, I mean, really, and it's natural, the focus of many is on that first cost, and there could be initial first cost issues, which naturally you don't look always to the long term. If you can get people to focus on that long-term benefit, how the energy savings could really provide such a tremendous benefit, that can help. So I think that's one of the biggest challenges. You have a basic challenge that people don't understand what a heat pump is. It's not a very descriptive word, or if it is, it's describing something that it's not. So I think you could, right, probably some better way to describe it. We're probably too late for that.
Yeah.
So I do think that there's probably some areas there we could focus.
So yeah, this is a very deep topic. I can go. I could tell you that in New York, as an example, we work through the Urban Green Council to provide training to facility managers on green building and the importance of that. But to the point that Helen was making around ACES, which is the African, I'm going to get the name wrong now, the African Council for Sustainable Cooling and Cold Chain, I believe that's correct. And what that is, it's a coalition, it's a training center that was started by the UN World Food Program, and Carrier provided monetary and in-kind donations to get that particular training center started. And the point of that is, as we deploy our technologies into developing economies, we have to understand the entire maintenance of the technology. You can't just drop something in and walk away, right? We have to create that infrastructure. And so what these training centers, and we have them in Rwanda, we're supporting them throughout Africa, is to provide that training to the local technicians to understand how to maintain our equipment and service our equipment. And so not only did we provide those donations, we also provided hands-on training in person and during COVID virtually on how to maintain that equipment. So those are some of the things that we're doing. That's on the cold chain side. What I talked about in New York is on the HVAC side. But there also a very good point about there is a shortage of technicians, and that's across the industry. And that's just not that's across all industrials. So those are great jobs, and I know we're all doing a lot of work to get the word out. Our distributors are as well, because these are really high. They are high. They are jobs that change a generation, that take people out from living paycheck to paycheck, and to Helen's point, to some become entrepreneurs. And so it's a great field, and one that we're eager to get much more people into.
Andrea, one.
Yeah, I just wanted to add to that, listening to what you're saying, Corey. So besides developing economies, emerging economies, and the examples that you gave, we're together on that one, on the ACES. It's not only developing economies, actually, coming back to your point on what is a heat pump. It's also, if I'm just looking at Europe, we have this huge target of having 60 million heat pumps installed by, I think, 2030 it is. But what is often falling under the table in that discussion is that those heat pumps, they also need to be correctly installed. And they need to be not only correctly installed, but then they need to also correctly operate in the system, because we are talking about renovation of buildings. In Europe, it's very often hydronic systems. So if you install a heat pump to that hydronic system, then you need to make sure that the heat pump is correctly connected to the hydronic system, that the hydronic system works and operates efficiently with the heat pump. So it's not rocket science, but the installer needs to know that and needs to be able to recognize that and then make the necessary adjustments so that the heat pump then delivers what everybody would expect it does deliver, and not to create then suddenly super high electricity bills simply because the heat pump was not correctly installed. Nothing to do with the heat pump itself, simply because the installer was not aware. So there is this part is often missing in the equation and is an important one to take care of.
It is, and we're at this really interesting point as we've talked about not having the workforce that we need, possibly new training being needed for these technologies, but also these technologies are more complicated than previous systems. So you've kind of got that perfect storm, which an often used phrase, but all of that is coming together at the same time, right? And so making sure the customer is educated, the consumer is educated, and quite frankly, policymakers are educated so that they know how to put all of these different concepts in place and have a successful program that will get us to our net zero goals whenever they may arrive. We are almost at time, but any questions from the audience before we conclude our panel? All right, if everybody, oh, sure, sir. It's, Andrea's got it. Need a mic?
So my question is to speaker number 1. You have said that you provide data to customer for decarbonization. So what type of data are we talking about?
So we provide data within a building in terms of the energy consumption of the building itself. We can also do it in a portfolio. So we provide a solution called Abound Net Zero, which is a platform that you can tie into your building automation system and then understand that data across your portfolio.
All right. We are just about at time, so if everybody can join me in thanking our panel today. Thank you, Andrea, Dave, and Corey, and Helen, and Nabil for coming today. Hope everybody has a great afternoon. Thank you. Nicely done, everyone. Thank you. We have the clip. There's the clip. Yes. Nabil's, yeah, I'll send it to you. I've got it. Yeah. Yeah, I'll send it to you. Yeah.
Can I just invite our distinguished panelists to join me? Ula, Sonia? Do something. No, up or down, but not here. Better, yeah. I'm getting it. I'll just stay here.
You stay here?
I'm staying here. Okay, so welcome to our panel on cold chain and the need to expand the cold chain. I have a very distinguished panel of great speakers here with me. I'm very happy to have you all here to discuss about a very important topic, which is food loss and what the cold chain can do to prevent food loss. I just wrote down a few numbers here which are pretty impressive. Worldwide, 13% of food is lost due to a lack of a cold chain. And that would be enough to feed 950 million people. If you consider that 850 million people more or less are malnourished, I mean, this would really solve the problem in a nutshell. We also know that in sub-Saharan Africa alone, 70% or more than 400 million tons of annual post-harvest food losses are due to an inadequate or non-existent cold chain. So we really have a major opportunity with a cold chain to remedy quite a lot of issues in terms of food safety, in terms of food security, and of course then that impacts the health of the population and also the economy in the relevant countries. So this is the topic we are going to discuss today. What is being done in order to expand the cold chain? Where do we still face barriers and hurdles? What are the projects that are already in place or that will be put in place in order to expand the cold chain in Africa and of course also in other regions in the world. And I'm very happy to start this panel with Didier Coulon, who is the Director General of the International Institute of Refrigeration, which is an international organization bringing together many governments from around the world and also supported by quite a number of industry players. So Didier, the floor is yours. Tell us about the research that the IIR has been doing in terms of cold chain. Thank you.
Thank you, Andrea. First, I would like to confirm the figures that Andrea mentioned, and you will have many more on our website. We have published informatory notes on this very important issue. I would like to first add one figure. It is the fact that according to our calculations, the food losses environmental impact is much higher than the environmental impact of a cold chain regarding both F-gases and the energy consumption. So in any case, developing the cold chain is not only good for health, for vaccines, for food, but it is also good for the environment, good for regarding climate change. Secondly, we try to, for us, it is clearly a priority, developing a sustainable cold chain all over the world, and especially in developing countries, where you have infrastructures which are much lower than in developed countries. For instance, well, I think that the figures have fortunately well evolved, but we have a few years ago, for instance, a difference from 1 to 10 between the storage, cold storage in developed countries, for instance, New Zealand and Philippines as a developing country. We have, first, we try to provide tools to all our stakeholders, the governments, but also the engineers, the companies, the researchers. We will publish, and it will be presented on Sunday, a technical guide on working cold rooms, thanks to common work with the World Bank. We also publish reports and we organize seminars. We did it especially in sub-Saharan African countries with the FAO a few years ago. So, of course, you can also have this information. I would also like to explain that even if we are particularly involved in developing countries, we try also to improve the cold chain in developed countries. We had a project Frisbee. We now have an ongoing project Enough on the food chain, more generally the food chain, because there are also other possibilities to keep food fresh. And the most important works were regarding the databases. We need to have good databases. It's not obvious, and it is one of our roles to build databases, to check databases, and then, of course, to promote some technical improvements, technical innovations all over the cold chain, including in developed countries. We also have to adapt the technologies which are developed in developed countries to developing countries. For instance, currently we have a project that will be also promoted, I think tomorrow, after tomorrow, in D+ on the CO2 as a refrigerant in India, because the technologies are have to be different if we would like to have a good energy efficiency. We have to adapt to climate which are warmer than climates in Northern Europe, as it is essentially the case now. I would like also to mention that, I think it will be mentioned afterwards, but I would like also to insist on the importance of training. We are promoting training. We publish training courses on our website. We are able also to implement training courses locally, and several actors, including Danfoss, are also promoting training courses, and it is very important because we would like to have more people involved and more good technicians in order to implement technologies which are not obvious, which are different than the previous technologies, in order to have a more sustainable cold chain. I would like then to insist on the local implementation of the cold chains. We cannot have a model, for instance, a European model to other countries, and even sometimes within the country, locally. Just an example, and Judith also helped us for that. We had a project in West Bengal in India, and for instance, we tried to build a new logistic for the cold chain, including the rivers of the Ganj Delta. well, it is something which you don't have the same kind of delta all over the world. So it is specifically for that region. And also regarding local farmers, the cold chain is only part of the food chain. And the local farmers are organized differently, region by region, and you have to take it to account in order to build a good chain with the storage, with the transport conditions. So our work within the IA, which is a scientific and technology-based organization, is to provide some technical documents, scientific documents, but also we try to implement the technologies, then also to partnerships with other organizations, with universities, universities in developed countries, as well as local universities, and of course the various associations of technicians, engineers, and researchers. So, and in addition, with also other partners, such as the partners here, I mean, for instance, the United Nations partners, also companies, and we are pleased to also work with companies in order to implement the cold chain, sustainable cold chains.
Thank you, Didier. And you made a very important point on the training and how important it is to have skilled people to expand the cold chain, and how the IIR is supporting in terms of getting the skills in place, but also, and that's the other very important point, in terms of the need for data. Because if we don't have data, we don't know where to start and where to stop, and where are the gaps that need to be filled. So that work is certainly a very important one, and I know that Kevin, when he will tell us about the Cool Move initiative later, he will also touch upon the point of data gathering and the necessity to do so. But coming back to the training, I'm very happy to have Judith Evans on the panel, who is a professor for cold chain at the London South Bank University, and who can certainly tell us a lot about the importance of training at various levels and from the experience with her students. Judith.
Thank you, Andrea, and thank you very much for inviting me along today. It's a pleasure to see everybody. Just to do a brief introduction, I'm Judith Evans from London South Bank University. Our work is increasingly around cold chains. We've always worked on food cold chains, but it's increasingly around cold chains and sustainability, and particularly cold chains in low and middle income countries. We've still got quite a few projects which are in Europe and the UK looking at cold chains and developing them, looking at roadmaps for the future to see how industry can decarbonise and reach the net zero targets, which are often for 2050. So Didier mentioned some of the projects which we're involved in, such as Enough, which also involve the IIR, but we're so involved also in several UK projects which are looking at it from a UK perspective. And some of my colleagues also involved, such as Katerina, who's sitting at the back. Also, there's a nice UK project which is looking at data and finding out for different parts of the refrigerated cold chain, not just food, but also looking at things like data centres and chemical plants, and collecting data and trying to create benchmarks and metrics for different areas of the food chain and other areas. So anyway, that's a brief introduction to us. I said we're increasingly working in lower middle income countries. As Didier mentioned, we had a joint project in India and another one in Bangladesh as well, which was a really interesting project to develop the meat and milk cold chains there. But our biggest projects are in Africa and India, and they're under the ACES banner. Before I start telling people a lot about ACES, who knows about ACES? Have you heard about ACES, the African Centre? So most people, I think, are putting their hands up, so I don't need to go into too much detail about it, but basically to say that the whole aim of ACES is to develop sustainable cold chains for food and pharmaceuticals. We've got a big centre that is currently being developed and will be launched next year, which is in Kigali in Rwanda. But we also have other centres that are being developed in India, specifically in Haryana and Telangana. So it's a very interesting time. I'm going to move on to the training, which is what Andrea asked me to speak about, because there's a lot of things I can talk about ACEs, but I'm going to focus on the training part. And the aim very much with our training is to provide support across the whole of the food chain. So we're talking about supporting everybody through from farmers all the way through up to potentially politicians as well. So what are we actually doing? We've got a number of very good courses that are being developed, which are supported by supporters such as Danfoss as well, who are putting in courses from their training packages, which is really, really helpful. And I should give a mention also out for our partners as well. It's obviously us at LSBU, but it's led by the Centre for Sustainable Cooling at University of Birmingham. There's also Cranfield University, who are incredibly strong on post-harvest management and are doing most of the post-harvest management training. There's the IIR, who are also involved in the training, Heriot-Watt University, Wageningen, University of Rwanda, and also a big team on site who are supporting the training initiatives. So we've got a really lovely site in Kigali. It's got facilities for training, conference facilities. We've also got a big demo hall that's just being completed, which will have some fantastic kit in it. Lots of kit all around the site as well, which people can use for testing, and it's actually commercial kit that people can see and use, go and have a look at it, feel it, use it, see it. And also a refrigeration training centre as well, where people can be trained on refrigerants. There's also next door a 200-acre smart farm. So ultimately we'll also be able to provide training on farming and agriculture as well. So in terms of specifically what we're working on, we've got a course that's very high on our agenda at the moment, which is called Train the Trainers course. The idea is that the trainers will be able to go away and also train farmers ultimately. But at the moment, the trainers are generally working with some local communities that they are attached to help develop business plans, to develop cooling for their specific community. These are people that you might call village mobilizers, people that are very motivated to develop cold chain for their communities. In fact, it was really exciting. We had an open call for people to actually apply for the course, and we had 8 places originally in the first cohort, and we got about just over 70 people apply. So it was really, really exciting and very competitive. So competitive, in fact, that when we met some of the people who were second choices when we went to Rwanda last month, we were so excited by some of them, and they were so motivated that we decided that we could expand the course and add extra people onto it. You know, for example, it was a nice story I was telling my colleague earlier. There was a lady that came with a very, very young baby, only a few weeks old. She travelled across Rwanda, and she hadn't been chosen for the course, but she really wanted to do it, and you could see how much she wanted to do it. You know, and she put in so much effort to come along to the course, to the event that we were holding, and really wanted to be involved in the course, that it was obvious we had to include her because she was just so keen. Anyway, what we're doing in terms of Train the Trainer course, it's a reasonably long course, but people have time to go back to their villages as well. So it's 6 or 7 months. Ultimately, the idea is they develop a really, really good business plan that they can then go and get financed. So we're teaching them about things like designing cold chains, making sure that they have the right facilities for their community. So they have things like storage, they have pre-cooling. It's well built. They know how to commission it and make sure it operates properly. They know a bit about service and maintenance. And also we've got ongoing mentoring as well for the team. And that's also where Danfoss come in and can help us support those trainees as well. There's also a more detailed foundation course that we're developing. And there's also training at the Refrigeration Training Centre, where we're training people on refrigerants. So they're being trained up to what in the UK we'd term City and Guilds standard, which is basically really good technical standard. And so we're training people. We really have to train them on HFCs and HFOs, even though we'd really like the market to transition and leapfrog through to natural refrigerants and lower GWP options. But the market as it stands at the moment, to support it currently, we do have to train on HFCs and HFOs. But we're also training on hydrocarbons, which in my view is the next step for people, and also then moving into things like CO2 and ammonia. And also we've got good examples on site of where people can actually see equipment working. It'll be well instrumented, so people can actually look at systems, see how they're operating. And we've got equipment that will make faults on equipment so that people can see faults and can actually then try and diagnose problems. The other area which we're looking at is training for politicians. It's very important that they understand, maybe training's not the right word, but information for politicians. Perhaps I should have put it more tactfully, sorry. Education. I know, very good, Kevin. But basically, to give them some information on things like standards, minimum energy performance standards, recycling, dumping equipment, you know, how they can develop cold chain in countries, and you know how you can make cold chain like an essential service for the country. So I think that's really important as well, because yesterday we talked about, you know, taxes for bringing refrigeration equipment into the country. Otherwise, other things we're working on, I'm going to come to an end very quickly. Yes, sorry. Helping people build refrigerated trucks, so helping them with bodybuilding and making sure that it's good quality. Telemetrics training, training them on a range of cold chain equipment, also being able to test it and ensure that it reaches the right performance. And also ultimately MSCs and supporting PhDs and secondment at the site in Rwanda.
That was a long list, Judith. But it also shows there is really many different angles of training that we need. It's installers, but it goes also to other target groups, which are just as important. But I'm now very keen to hear a little bit more about ACES. You also already mentioned it a little bit, Judith. So it's a project where Carrier is one of the industry founding partners, as is Danfoss. So I'm very happy to have Corey here, who is Senior Director for Environmental, Social and Governance, or in short ESG, at Carrier Corporation. So Corey, can you tell us a little bit more?
To be honest, I think Judith covered everything. So no. Yeah. So, well, just to take a step back and a little bit about Carrier. So we are an HVAC and refrigeration company. So we provide heating and cooling for buildings as well as temperature control within the cold chain. And so several years ago, we took a step back and looked at what the UN FAO issued around food waste. And we went in that groundbreaking report, it really opened our eyes to show that the embodied carbon in food loss and waste. And if you look into that, and Didier covered it a bit, that when you look into that, the food wastage happens in developing countries before, by definition, before it reaches the end consumer, and that is really where the cold chain has an incredible role to play. So we did our own analysis. We actually hired the team that the UN FAO did to do that research. We Carrier hired them to do an analysis to look at additionality in terms of introducing a cold chain, and if that would kind of shift the carbon emissions into the cold chain versus the embodied carbon in the food waste. And what we found was that there absolutely is a savings, to your point, through the introduction of the cold chain. And so that kind of started us on a journey in terms of understanding the role that organizations like Carrier have in terms of helping to establish the cold chain, to your point about enabling, helping to address hunger, but also we saw in the pandemic around the importance of pharmaceuticals and temperature control. And so over time, we worked with Kevin. We helped to found the GFCCC. We held several conferences. To your point about educating policymakers, all of that was to provide education. Because if you think about establishing a cold chain, and really anything, it starts with people. And so providing that education, providing that understanding that refrigeration is needed for human health and also to reduce carbon emissions. And that is something that we spent a lot of time doing. And so when we look at ACEs, the reason why Carrier got involved in that is because as we think about expanding the cold chain, we need to think about providing that internal infrastructure within these countries that didn't have these technologies before. And so what Carrier provided monetary as well as in-kind donations and training. And so we provided the equipment so that the technicians can learn and practice on that equipment. We also provided and developed training on how to maintain the reefer units, as well as going on the ground and meeting one-on-one with these technicians. And so from what I understand, and Judith, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but from what I saw, it was about, I think 80 technicians have been trained to date, I believe, in Ghana. And I believe the ambition is to have 400 on an annual basis, whether that be in person or online. So there is quite an ambition there for capacity building. And you think about all of that, what it brings to these economies, it's quite a lot. So we're proud to be a part of it and to be a partner with Danfoss.
Thank you, Corey, for putting this into perspective. And before I hand over to Kevin, just to say a few words also on another project to give a bit more of input on what can be done practically. So Corey and Judith were talking about ACES, which is in Kigali, and which is mainly dedicated to training of the installers, among other things. Then I would like to bring another project where Danfoss is a lead commercial partner together with the Danish Church Aid in Kenya, and which is all about educating and helping smallholder farmers to bring their products to market and to reduce, again, food losses which may occur, for example, when they harvest before the product is being picked up by the aggregators. If there is no cold room and no possibility to store the product, then it gets lost, and that creates, of course, food loss, and it creates a loss in revenue for those farmers as well. So the aim of that project is to provide cold rooms to those farmer cooperatives so that they could harvest their products and then store it in those cold rooms until they are being picked up, so that they have more flexibility as well. For example, if there is a hailstorm or something, that they don't have to lose all of that produce, but they could pick it and then cold store it until it's being picked up by the aggregators, and then eventually, in many cases, exported into, for example, European supermarkets. And what I found really interesting when talking to those smallholder farmers and also to the aggregators is that there is also pressure coming from a European supermarket, for example, who needs to reduce their carbon footprint. And so they would look at food loss from where they import their products. So with providing the farmers with a cold room and improving the cold chain, generally speaking, the food loss is being reduced, and that means the upstream emissions are also being reduced for the supermarket who sources that product. So it's really a kind of circle where we achieve a lot if we really start right in the beginning, providing that education and that infrastructure to the farmers as well. And that's what that project is about. It's educating the farmers, providing them with a physical infrastructure or the physical cold room, and then also looking with them at what business models are possible to make this really a viable case for the farmers, so that they would also see the benefit in having such a cold room in place. For Danfoss, that is very important because we really want to tackle all of the parts of the value chain, starting from the smallholder farmer, in that case in Kenya, through to the supermarket where the food is then being sold, where we are also very much at the forefront, for example, with an application development center and a smart store in Denmark, where we really have installed the most efficient technology running on CO2 technology as a refrigerant, but also with a digital services model where we lease out the entire refrigeration equipment to the supermarket owner so that they can focus on their product, whereas we can help them running their equipment in the most efficient way, taking away the investment hurdle for buying the most efficient equipment. So it's really, it all comes together in a full circle, which I think is really what is very rewarding when we work on the cold chain. And that brings me to Kevin, because that's what the Cool Move initiative is about. It's really about making sure that this happens and that we start at the start with a cold chain. Kevin is heading so many things that I'm actually unable to list them all. So in this case, the Global Food Cold Chain Council, which is an industry alliance where Danfoss is also a founding member, and which is very instrumental in getting the Cool Move initiative together. Kevin.
Thank you, Andrea. It's nice to be here. And the Global Food Cold Chain Council, actually, you wonder why we're doing this in the Montreal Protocol Pavilion, was actually created in 2014 as part of the workup to getting to the Kigali Amendment for the reduction of HFC use. And at the time when we organized, that was the focus. It was to help that part of that challenge to move to low GWP refrigerants. But as Corey described, FAO study came out and talked about the amount of food loss and waste, and what became quickly apparent to us was that the environmental opportunity and the economic opportunity was far greater, focusing on reducing food loss and waste, not just the transition to low GWP refrigerants. And so the Global Food Cold Chain Council altered their focus as well, and I'm proud to say Danfoss is a founding member, Carrier is a founding member, but we started thinking about, so how do we deal with this in food loss and waste, which, by the way, I don't think we've thrown that figure out yet. 4.4 billion metric tons carbon dioxide annually. 4.4 billion. China, United States, food loss and waste. That's the ranking of carbon emissions from food loss and waste. Very important to keep in mind. And so we started looking, well, what can we do to reduce food loss and waste? And so we became active in a group called Champions 12.3. Sustainable Development Goal 12.3 is to reduce food loss and waste 50% by 2030. And we started working with some of the other groups that are in as part of the Champions group. World Resources Institute, the World Bank, UNEP is in there, and we said, well, we need to start at the beginning on how are we going to address this cold chain challenge? How are you going to facilitate sustainable cold chain expansion? And so he said, well, first thing we said, you need data. You need to figure out, what do you have? Well, the fact of the matter is you really don't have a hell of a lot of cold chain in a lot of countries. And so, but we need to know what that baseline is. And we said, well, wouldn't it be great if you could have a goal of doubling it in 5 years and doubling it again in another 5 years? I mean, naturally, the cold chain was projected to be expanding worldwide, that it would double maybe in 10 years originally. So we're trying to very much accelerate that. But we obviously recognize we needed help. We've stuck our toe in the water in terms of some projects. We funded a ice machine in Somalia, thanks to Carrier, identifying that project for us. $50,000 investment in an ice machine reduced their fish loss by 70%, increased their revenue by $2.5 million a year for the local fishing co-op. And now if we get that converted over to solar powered, it'll be an even greater economic and environmental story. The project that Andrea just described, the cool rooms that they're involved in, Food Cold Chain Council is going to be funding 3 of those cool rooms, I believe, and 4. Oh yeah, I keep telling you, stop raising it. I said, we have cash, but it's not infinite. Anyway, but they said, but we need to do more. And so we launched yesterday the Cool Move initiative, and you can find it on our website, foodcoldchain.org, some of the description papers and the lists of the many partners, which include ACES, which includes the World Bank, which includes UNEP, includes the Multilateral Fund under the Montreal Protocol and UNEP Ozone Action, and Rabobank and Wageningen University, on and on and on. And we're continuing to grow the collaboration partners for this. But it's built on 5 key pillars. One, it starts with data gathering. Everybody talks about data gathering, but everybody's working in their own silo and nobody's figuring out how you share this out there. And so this is to help develop data on a national basis, but also then geared in towards what's the ag system in that country. So, because you don't want to just come and say, well, we're here to expand cold chain, we're going to sell you a refrigerator. Well, that's not a chain. And so you got to identify what that chain is. So you need to know where you're starting from and what the products are that you're going to be using it on. So that's the first. The second is then a technology roadmap, and a lot of the things that were described here, there's a lot going on in the technology world, but you need help if you're going to try to get somebody to fund a cold chain expansion. You got to be able to describe what that technology is, and there's a lot of opportunities out there from a technology standpoint. This is not a technology limited area, but there's high GWP refrigerants, there's low GWP refrigerants, there's renewable energy, and those are very critical factors in terms of assessing the environmental benefits of that. Third, most small to medium enterprises are not bankable. You need to develop business models in order to allow the funding to come in, not just from philanthropy, but from the financial markets to fund the expansion of the cold chain. I mean, the philanthropy can go a long way, but you're going to need trillions of dollars globally to really expand the cold chain and achieve a big environmental benefit. And so the third element is development of actual business models that could be utilized and educate and help to expand that. And then fourth is to help to expand finance mechanisms, both private and public sector mechanisms, and to actually pull in that opportunity for billions or trillions of dollars to come in for this expansion of the cold chain. And then the fifth pillar is coordination with governments, because policies are necessary. I'm not saying necessarily regulatory policies, but there needs to be policy support and recognition by the governments of what the objective is here. And so those are the elements that we launched yesterday. We're bringing in collaborative partners. We're proud to say yesterday AEEE from India has signed on as our Indian partner, and we're also looking forward to working with ACES as well on their India projects. We're looking towards Asia and Latin America where we can go, but it's first to get this project together and think of it as a wheel. Think of it as a transition hub of how you bring these pieces together so that you ultimately can accelerate the expansion of sustainable cold chain to reduce food loss and waste, increase food supply, increase economic security, increase food security. And so those are the goals. It's very exciting. It's a big ask and a big push, and we're going to need help from a lot of partners, and that's why our last slide of yesterday's presentation was the call to action to come join us as we try to build on this, and we bring in other partners beyond that. And to kickstart it, we're doing the data gathering as well as part of the Kigali implementation plan development process, because that gives you a policy focal point to organize around, and all the developing countries are developing those plans now, and so to do the data gathering as part of that effort gives us a focus in order to how to get started and make that happen in a comprehensive way. I'll stop there.
Thank you, Kevin. And at least from a Danfoss perspective, we are really excited about that initiative because it connects so many dots. Because as you were rightly saying, there is a lot of silo thinking and a lot of silo working in this space, and the cold chain is quite a complex area because it includes so many different actors with so many different priorities, I would say as well. So having an initiative which brings together all these different parts of the value chain is, I think, extremely beneficial. So from our end, we're really looking forward to bringing this to fruition and to life. And I would also connect it a little bit to the announcement yesterday evening on the Global Cooling Pledge, where I think the number yesterday evening was 63 governments who have signed up to it. And then also quite an impressive number of companies who are supporting the Global Cooling Pledge. We'll have an event related to this a little bit later this evening to make a bit of a focus on how industry is supporting that. But in that Global Cooling Pledge, we also have this covered, what Kevin was just describing, the cold chain covered from many different aspects. For example, it includes ratification of the Kigali Amendment when we look at the refrigerants. But it also includes, for example, energy efficiency of the equipment in terms of MEPS. It includes different parts of planning on how we make sure that cooling is available in different places where it is needed. So there are a lot of hooks in this Global Cooling Pledge, which will also help the expansion of the cold chain. I think there is even one paragraph which explicitly mentions the expansion of the cold chain. So really, to come back on the point that Judith was making also in terms of educating the policymakers, I think having that paragraph which really spells out cold chain is at least one way to raise awareness and to make sure that we put the finger on it. And maybe I'm just thinking there was also the Rome Declaration when was that? Before 2019, yeah, which was also already an exercise to gain traction in that field. But
as I said, we were organized in 2014, and as we were transforming our focus to broader into food loss and waste, that was the whole point of the Rome Declaration at the time. And I believe in that first year, I want to say 85 or 95 countries signed on to that. Oh, did it? Don't go low. Be more expansive. Okay, but anyway, so that declaration stated as a priority of the Montreal Protocol process to help find ways of expanding cold chain, as well as parts of more efficient air conditioning, low GWP technologies and whatnot. And so that's all been part of the impetus of the change of focus that we had as well. And we're continually trying to build on that.
Just something to add. You know, the IR is a very old organization. We were built in 1908. We are an intergovernmental organization with countries all over the world, and also partners such as private companies, and Danfoss is one of our benefactor members, and thank you for that. I would like to tell you that before this Rome Declaration in 2019, I had, and my predecessor too, a lot of difficulties to convince people that the food cold chain is important. Really difficult, including with the FAO, for instance. We had a lot of discussions with FAO. We had a partnership with FAO for many years, but it was still not strategic for them. The situation is different now. I'm very pleased with that. However, we have to be careful in all the pledges and the new initiatives to work together. And I would like to add something regarding the Global Cooling Pledge. We signed it, so I'm not against it, we signed it. So, but for instance, yesterday, we only spoke about countries. It is important to involve countries and to build national cooling action plans. But we have to be careful. For instance, first, we also have to involve and to work sometimes, and even often, at lower levels. I mean, for instance, I mentioned West Bengal in India. The situation of West Bengal is different than the situation in other parts of India. And India is, of course, a very big country. But it is the case also with other countries, smaller countries. So the situations are different. And regarding the national cooling action plans, it is important to work together with the various United Nations organizations. I mentioned, for instance, the World Bank as a partner for certain projects we had. With the private companies, you see that several companies, Carrier, Danfoss, are very involved in some projects. We, of course, are also involved, that's natural. But we have to work together both for the designing and for the implementation of these additional cooling action plans, which shall use the benefit of various general pledges, general initiatives, and also very local implementations.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, the national cooling action plans, I think, are a very important part of the puzzle because they force people to work together indeed, and then it needs to be implemented. I would very much agree on that. We still have a few minutes. Are there questions or any input from the audience? Yeah.
Hi. This was accidental. I wasn't supposed to be here, but now I love it. I'm private sector, and we have a climate adaptation fund. So cooling and cold storage, especially in Southeast Asia, is at the height of our priorities. We also work on decarbonizing the value chain, especially on the ocean and marine and coastal communities. So everything you guys have said is fantastic, but I have a question. How much? Because when we were looking at bringing cold chain and cold storage units into coastal communities in the Philippines in 2018, if it hadn't been from Bloomberg Philanthropy, those communities would never have their cold chain. And there is an entry pricing that is extremely high. And now that we have to look not only at ice boxes, ice storage, ice rooms, but they also have to be solar paneled in order to be decarbonized. It's great what you're doing in Denmark, but I'm trying to figure out how to do it in Saigon or in Jakarta. And so if I don't have, coming from pure private sector, I don't get a return if I put the cold storage there. I need to use philanthropic money. And today there's very little philanthropy that is interesting in doing this. So how do we do this so that it becomes feasible for the global south to have this and for livelihoods? Because it's really important. Can they be built there? Like, I'm thinking outside of the box. If you guys can talk about this. Thank you.
Yeah, and you put the finger on a point which is really extremely important. I'll just give a very brief answer from a Danfoss perspective, and then I'll hand over to Kevin because I think that's what Cool Move is all about. From our perspective, I'm just taking the example of the project that I described in Kenya, which is about smallholder farmers. So in that case, it's very much as you describe it. For them, first of all, they don't have the money to invest into a cold room, and then they don't have the money to maintain that cold room, and they don't necessarily also have, for now, the awareness why that cold room would help them to improve their profitability. So one aim of that project that we are running, and which is financed by the Danida Green Partnership, one aim is to figure out those business models and to see how can this be done so that we remove that investment hurdle, for example. So it can be a leasing model, for example. Then you need to de-risk it, of course, because the bank needs to be ready to lend the money, etc. So it's to figure out how can this be done so that we close that gap and that we make it a business case and not just something which is supported by philanthropic money, which at the end of the day is not viable in the long term. You can kick it off, but it's not going to solve the problem. So looking into different business models and also looking into service-based models, I think is a very important part of the solution, and that's what we hope to work on and to make progress with that project. Kevin.
I was going to say that's precisely the conundrum that we've hit. And one of the things we're now sponsoring is modeling work so that you can do a better, more finite projection of benefits. So that, you know, what would the money support in terms of both economic return and environmental return. And some of that initial work that Corey described on the FAO study, for example, we funded a follow-on study with that. And that follow-on study told us that there was a 10-to-1 savings of greenhouse gas emissions, even including the energy consumption from the cold chain. Well, that's fabulous. It was too good to be true from our perspective, and so we said we need more information. Didier did a similar study, and I think you got 2-to-1. And so our view is it's probably somewhere between 10-to-1 and 2-to-1, and we need a better model to help refine that, again, for driving the financing to unlock the private sector financing, not necessarily the philanthropic money. But we do need philanthropic money to get started. But there's not enough philanthropic money to build a cold chain globally. So that's the goal of Cool Move in trying to figure that out.
Can you upskill and build them on site so that then you create industry and growth locally, reducing the costs, so you can have the philanthropy help you build that capacity, and then that's investable. So
Kevin, Corey, Judith.
And last night at our launch, Jürgen Fischer, the president of Danfoss Climate Solutions, made precisely that point, that it's not just taking equipment from Europe, China, and the United States. You've got to establish the industries to ultimately build that equipment there as well. There's a lot of churn in the equipment. There's a lot of technology options out there. And we're not, I don't think we're there anywhere close on the integration of renewable energy with that, as well as, you know, the challenges in developing countries on the grid. So there's a lot of learning to going on there. But yes, a big part of that is ultimately to also expand that economic opportunity in terms of manufacturing in country as well.
I was just going to add that in talking from a finance perspective, that really what financial institutions want to see are those demonstration projects. And so that's really critical. The financial institutions are looking for projects like this because of the tie to climate, the tie to equity. And so that is where having the projects, that Danfoss talked about. We did a study in India with a small farmer with quinoa, which is like an orange. And that farmer, purchased our product to transport it to a different market during off season. And after that, he kept buying our product because he was able to have a return on investment. He was able to grow his market. And so the solution is going to be different depending on the development curve of every economy. And in that in particular instance, the road structure, everything was there, and also working in partnership with the Indian government, who wants to grow the cold chain. So that's where education is particularly important, where you can leverage government incentives piled on with public-private partnerships to then unlock that and demonstrate it, and then work with financing institutions to grow that.
Do you want me? Just quickly, I agree entirely about demos. It's really useful for people to be able to see stuff and see it working and speak to people who are using it and get real one-to-one feedback. Agree very much with everything everybody else has said, but also as well, one of the things we're starting to do is look more at building from local materials as well, so that people can build structures themselves, which I see as being good because it really engages them in the process as well, and they have a sort of real buy-in to the whole cold chain, but also as well trying to encourage local manufacturing. Some things are probably not going to be manufactured. It's going to be probably very difficult to manufacture a compressor, but some things can be manufactured locally as well, and we're very much about encouraging that as well. And also the other thing I think just to mention is bringing people together. A single small farmer is not themselves going to be able to afford or even benefit from cooling. But when you put people together into cooperatives, then they all work together, and the cooperative can work almost like a bank. A lot of cooperatives in Africa almost work as banks. You know, they'll actually loan money out to the cooperative members to be able to finance things as well. So working as a cooperative, really important, I think, as well, particularly at the initial development of cold chain.
Well, I would like to add two things. First, the fact that when we have projects in various countries, we try to also work with financial mechanisms. And I mentioned, for instance, the World Bank as a partner in our project. So the financial issue is very important, but we take it to account, and clearly it is interesting. I think I think it is the same kind of example I wanted to mention regarding Carrier. I remember a few years ago, I participated in the promotion of the study, thanks to Carrier, in India for quinoas. Quinoas are fruits produced in Punjab, so northwest of India. And the producer, the farmer, tried to sell these quinoas to South India. The problem was that they didn't have the right equipment, physical equipment with trucks, especially, and thus you had a lot of losses, and it was not interesting. But thanks to that experiment with that farmer, we were able to enlarge the duration of the product, and then to effectively avoid losses, and it became very financially interesting for the farmer. And then afterwards, he developed his farm much more, thanks to that. So thanks to Carrier, that's right. Of course, I don't want to promote a company more than another one, but it is a practical example that it is not. There are not only wills, political wills, and of course it is important to have a political will, but we also have a practical example showing that that kind of sustainable cold chain is efficient and financially interesting.
Yes, definitely, yeah. You sparked a very interesting discussion here. No, so I'm looking at the time. We have 5 minutes left. So first of all, I would like to thank you all for the great discussion. Wow, sorry. 5 minutes we still have.
So, hi everyone.
It's on. Yeah, we can.
Hi everyone. So my question is that in the developing world, coal transportation has not been developed. So how cold chain can be developed without developing coal transportation? Are you guys taking into account the coal transportation as well or not?
Yes. And again, that comes back to what's a cold chain, and you literally have to find a system that reaches into that first mile, and then what kind of distribution centers do you need? What kind of transport do you need? And you know, I said this is not a technology limiting area. But that doesn't mean that the big, super sophisticated trucks that the industry has developed have a road they can actually travel on in developing countries. And so there's lots of infrastructure issues in terms of grid, in terms of road and rail that need to be taken into account. But that's the whole notion of identifying the whole chain and what is it you need, because at the end of the day, if you help the first mile farmer, but he has no market and can't get to that market, then we've not accomplished anything.
Sorry, I was going to say the answer is very much yes, because we need to look at the whole cold chain. It's holistic. It's not just one area. We're looking very much at transport with people like Carrier, but also other options like eutectic boxes, eutectic transport, etc., etc. So the answer is very much yes.
One more, yeah.
Hi, sorry I came in late, but I'm also going to take off my business hat and put on my social justice hat a little bit here, and I'm going to piggyback on your question. And maybe this was discussed earlier, and I do apologize if I'm asking a question that has already been answered, but what's happening to make sure that you have others at the table who are actually those people on the ground who are impacted? How do you make sure? I understand the first mile, I understand what needs to happen, but having someone like that who can tell you what I really need being on the ground, how is that being integrated? How are their voices being integrated as opposed to top down, but coming up?
So I can already say from our perspective, and I think Kevin is going to say the same, it is really with concrete projects. It's not by trying to boil the ocean with a big conceptual approach. It's more about picking concrete projects, and in those concrete projects really have the people on the ground involved. If I'm taking again that example from Kenya, it's really having those smallholder farmers directly involved and getting their feedback. What is it that they need? What obstacles do they face? And working with organizations on the ground who can also provide that feedback and make sure that it really hits the right note, because what works for a smallholder farmer and specific vegetables in the highlands of Kenya is maybe not the same what you would need in Senegal, for example. So it's really about finding the right partners on the ground and then working on concrete projects and then extrapolating from those projects the lessons learned and seeing how those can be scaled. But we have to start with with something somewhere on the ground, and that needs to be as concrete as possible. We have 1 minute left, so I'll just let everybody give a final statement, which you keep short, please, and I'll start with Kevin.
Just to say that we've had a lot of conversation about that, but the optimism, the earnestness, the interest level is there if we can figure out how to build that from the bottom up approach, and not just rely on a top-down approach.
I would say that opportunities like this to convene and educate are very important, as well as data. I think that's really what's going to help us get to the next level in terms of unlocking the financing. And also, I agree with that. These discussions, particularly when we talk about developing economies, they have to be very inclusive and thinking about the uniqueness of every market and every individual.
Thank you. It's been some really interesting points. Just to come back to your question, it has to come from the top and the bottom. I think you have to have an enabling environment from politicians, but also as well, one thing that we're doing as well as training of small farmers is we've got an initiative called Try Before You Buy, where people can actually test. They can have a refrigeration system for 3 or 4 months. They can test how it works, see whether they're making more money, how it works. So they can really get under the skin of refrigeration before they actually then go and invest. So I think that's a really exciting initiative. Interested to maybe we can have a chat afterwards, because really interested in your feedback on it and whether you think it's a good initiative. Thank you.
Yes, I would like once again to insist on the fact that all our projects are very local projects, but with an international angle, because I think that we have a lot of knowledge regarding databases, regarding studies, regarding technologies, so we can propose these technologies, but the implementation is always local, with the farmers, with all the cold chain, including the transport, including the storage, including the supermarkets or shops, including the consumer themselves, because consumers have different ways to keep the food. And thus you have also to take into account the way the consumers will use the fresh foods, the congelated foods, and so on. So in any case, don't worry, it is something which is local, even more locally than a country itself, but with a knowledge which is international but adapted to each case. Thank you.
So with this, thanks a lot again to the panel. From a Danfoss perspective, in any case, I'm very happy about the discussion that we just had, about the initiatives that are being in place, and also about seeing so many people here. This is just amazing. And it shows how important the topic of the cold chain is and how it gradually raises in the general attention level, I would say. There is a lot of good things we can do here and a lot of problems actually we can solve with a well-functioning cold chain, and Danfoss is super invested into that and happy to cooperate with the new initiative, Cool Move, and all of those different projects that we are putting in place. Thanks a lot to everybody. Thank you.
Then I will give you a small insight in the whole topic of energy performance certificate, and then we will invite our esteemed experts to the panel. So that's the plan. Dr. Mohammed Masoud, director from HBSC, the floor is yours for opening remarks. Thank you.
Thank you very much to attend this workshop. We are happy to be in this collection with all the experts in energy saving. And today I'm going only to introduce myself, and here is my colleague, Dr. Ashraf. He is an expert and specialized in the energy saving. I am the chairman of HBRC, and I'm a professor in steel structures. HBRC is 10 institutes. Most of them is working in concerning buildings and renewing and renovations and urban. All of the institutes is working in our in its fields. Now today we are going to speak about the energy saving and the projects which introduce, which HBRC is working with your team. Dr. Ashraf is working in this project, I think, from about 1 year. And he is progressing 5 years. It's a lot of time and no money. So he is going to produce his work in this project. Tfadal, Dr. Ash. Thank you.
I've prepared a long presentation, which I will shorten. So, because actually, at the end of the day, the most important part is the signing ceremony. So we will really, we are really happy to have you here, and really happy to also get your signature on that special paper, so to say. Therefore, I will keep it as short as possible, inshallah. And then Islam will have interesting questions in that panel session. So, a quick introduction into the Build Me project. It's financed by the German government under the IKI, which is running already in the third phase. So the first phase was really understanding the country situation and all the players in the field. Really, we did intensive surveys of all the most relevant stakeholders in Jordan, Egypt, and Lebanon. Then we developed tools and instruments to tackle the most relevant issues in those countries. Of course, relying on our local and national partners in each country. So we have HBSC and IDG in Egypt, the Royal Scientific Society in Jordan, LCC in Lebanon, and of course RICRI as the regional umbrella. The main problem that has been materialized after the phase one was there are banks available and are willing to spend money, but they had no data or no information available how to assess a low energy building. Building on this lack of information and also not enforced building codes, we started to develop tools, actually supporting them, so to say, to assess what is the low energy efficient building and how to finance, so to say, these low energy efficient buildings. What have we done? We have done an intensive study on the building typology in each country. coming up with a building typology, which is available on the website. Looking into the main reference buildings and all the technical parameters that are relevant to estimate, so to say, the energy performance. Then we have, in parallel, established a performance calculation tool, which is available. Both things are available on our website, so freely accessible and usable, so to say, called BAP tool. Allowing you really in a user-friendly manner to estimate the energy demand. And now, what is the link? Why are we here in the Montreal Protocol? Why? Because mainly for instance, in Egypt, in buildings, 60 to 70% is cooling. And that's the main issue, so to say, when tackling energy-efficient measures. And that's the link as well to the Montreal Protocol. The ultimate aim of that tool is to establish and report an energy performance certificate, allowing banks easily to assess what is a bankable project, what is a low energy efficient project, and therefore we have established, or we are trying to establish an EPC, which is pretty common in Europe, but in our region still not there. So we are really proud to have that milestone achieved. To give you really a high-level insight of EPCs, so you see that A to G categorization, which is pretty common in the appliances, so everyone knows that buying a fridge, that could be an irritation to buy it, but that is also available or doable on the buildings level. European examples of EPCs, so you have the French, the German, Portuguese, but every member state in Europe has its own EPC. The methodology might differ, but the aim is the same, so to say. It's a categorization of identifying low energy efficient buildings and having also a clear idea of bad performing buildings, so to say. What is happening right now on the European scale is that first of all, you start with the information, so really understanding, okay, what's the energy performance level, and now with the time they will phase out, so to say, the bad performing buildings. They will ban, so to say, the G and F buildings, and probably the E buildings will come very soon. You see that that's the plan. 27 and 2030, gradually the worst performing buildings will be phased out, so to say. And what is the potential actually of having an EPC, but also other political instruments, is of course to reach this nearly zero energy goal of 2015, while having a bundle of policy measures that needs to be tackled when tackling the building stock or building sector, and EPC is one of several measures that could lead to such phasing out. To conclude, and that was really fast, sorry, but I want to keep it as short as possible. The aim is, first of all, in our project to allow bankers an easy understanding of what is the low energy building, so transparency is the first ultimate aim. Ideally then to initiate a competition between project developers so they really understand the added value that this EPC can bring. And last but not least, then to have an instrument for the political decision makers to steer decisions while tackling, so to say, the bad performing buildings. That was quick. I'm sorry if it was too quick, but I'm here to answer any question. Now I'll leave the mic to Dr. Islam, and he's still writing WhatsApp, and he will probably lead further the questions. Okay.
Thank you very much, Riyadh. Thank you for also the PhD. Riyadh is a moving university, walking university. He gave me, I guess, like 12 PhDs in different topics. Shukran, Riyadh. So thank you all, and thank you for making it that late after 5 days. I see what a lot of us are tired, but thank you very much. Truly appreciate it. So I have like a 2 rounds of questions, but before that, I will just, of course, invite the panelists who should be answering the questions. So I would love to first start with Dr. Maged Mahmoud, Technical Director of RCRE. Please, Doctor, or Director of Project. Dr. Maged, thank you very much for having us. RCRE has a significant role with the Build Me project, helping us a lot in reaching out to the wider stakeholders in the Arab region and also supporting the development of the EPCs. And then alphabetically, I would just like to invite Dr. Ashraf Kamal from the HPRC Housing Building and Research Center, which is a technical arm of the Ministry of Housing in Egypt. Dr. Ashraf is a professor of energy efficiency and urban economics in the HPRC. Then I would love to invite Engineer Lina Mbaydin, which is the Project Development Managers at Jirif, Jordanian Renewable Energy and Energy Efficiency Fund. Then Dr. Pierre, General Director of LCAC. Thank you very much, Doctor, for making it. Truly appreciated. Thank you for having you here. Thank you very much. Then, thank you. I would start first with the quick, generic and long question. That would be great if we start with that order, if we can speak about the first of all, about if it would be great. I think we are all familiar with the entities represented in the panelists. We are all familiar with HPRC, with RCRE, with GRIF, with LCAC. But it would be great just to provide us about your outlook for the coming phase and what are the key barriers and challenges you see in the area of the energy efficiency. Is it about more about what is the role that RCRE is doing at the moment, and what are the key challenges you are having now in terms of barriers of capacity building, access to finance, or what do you see, what are the key barriers, or what's your outlook for that at the RCRE side? So I'll start here, Dr. Magid.
It's a pleasure being with you today, and I know it has been this week was really exhausting, and we are toward the first week of the COP, so I'll try to be short as much as I can. From RCRE, as you know, is an intergovernmental organization that work with as a technical arm first of the League of Arab States, and we serve 17 member states as somehow the strategic partner for energy transition. And part of the energy transition, of course, is energy efficiency. And unfortunately, based on our analysis as RCRE, we have found that energy efficiency, in fact, is not improving in the region. In fact, in reality, we are the only region that the energy intensity, how much energy per GDP that we are using, in fact, we are the only region that has increased the energy intensity. This means that we are using more energy for the same products that we produced worldwide. If we have the same unit of products, we are consuming more energy to give this production. And this is a challenge. And in fact, this has some historical, I would say, reasons, and also some, I would say, improvement areas in the governance. I would not say other word other than improvement areas. When it comes to historical, when you look into the region, you cannot say that it is one harmonized region. We have oil importing countries, oil and gas rich countries, where typically the consumption is really high, but this is not being extravagant or wasting energy, but in reality, as we have been here, we are feeling how hot is the climate, and in fact, the high energy use is based on that they are trying to improve the comfort level for within the buildings. So the high temperature is a major source of the consumption in these oil and gas companies. I'm sorry, countries. We are tired. Another group of countries, of course, is the opposite, that the countries that are importing energy. And these countries, of course, the economic sense of energy efficiency is there by default. They are, by resorting to energy efficiency, they are improving their economic balance, they're lowering the expenses of energy, etc. And there are countries in between. Sometimes export, sometimes import, sometimes, and my country is an example of that, Egypt. Egypt, we are exporting gas, but we have electricity cuts. So we can have both situations because of somehow of oil and gas is not that much sufficient all the time. But we have reserves, and we are hoping that situation improves. But this is a cluster, another cluster of countries that are on the middle, exporting of some products, but importers of other products. And under this background, this all is background, you can find that the building sector is unfortunately not on the top of priorities on the political level, I mean. And here, if you are lacking the political commitment toward achieving targets, then nothing will happen. And you'll find, for example, in the institutional framework side, you'll find in some countries there are dedicated agencies for energy efficiency. But some countries lack this. In the countries that have already dedicated agency, and we have the example of Lebanon, you'll find some advancement, better advancement in the energy efficiency domain. So the first challenge is the political commitment. And we can feel that, especially that somehow energy efficiency projects are diversified. And if we are talking about the building sector, and we are talking about energy efficiency, we are somehow diluted. Where is the responsibility? Is it with the Ministry of Energy or Electricity, or is it with the Ministry of Housing, and so on? And if you are talking about refrigerants, is it the Ministry of Environment? And then you need this sort of coordinated efforts and harmonized activities that in most cases you'll find this supported by partners. So somehow the national stakeholders meet when a supporter convenes them. But historically, not all the countries within the same country, we do not have this sort of strong national coordination. And you can scale this up, extend the line to the end, and you can say that on the regional level also. So this is another on the political side. And when you go to the second part, the technology. And if we are discussing the energy efficiency technologies, they are very much diversified. But here, when giving some focus on the building sector, typically there is an issue that you are not aware of the technology's availability in your own country. And if you are aware, you are not aware how to design it. And if you are aware how to design it, unfortunately, the cost will be a hindrance because you will need to pay more for the additional. And here comes the role of projects like Build.me to introduce how much you can save really, what is the economic sense behind this decision, and to prove that it is rewarding through tools that can somehow make it easier for you. As RICRI, we have been engaged in, for example, with several countries in trying to develop tools to enforce the building codes, which are already existing. In many countries, they have building codes, but they are not enforced. And this is another challenge, that you have a document, but they are not being used in the country. And how to use it? First of all, we ask why it is not being used. Is it too complicated? In some cases, yes. But in other cases, it's not that complicated. But unfortunately, those who are giving the license for the building are not aware how to apply this code. And then if you just provide them with a tool that they can give input data on the building specifications, the materials, etc., the envelope, the design, and then get the output, how much this conform with the code, then it is easy for them. And this is what we have done, for example, in Tunisia. We provided the Equest tool 7-8 years ago, and this was developed further nationally. And this is an experience all over the region. Another part of the work is exchanging the knowledge between different countries. And we have seen that some countries, for example, in the Gulf countries, Bahrain, and we have brought this experience to our colleagues in Tunisia about also, but let's talk about Bahrain here. They have focused particularly in the isolation of buildings. In the insulation, insulation, not isolation. Isolation is electricity. In the insulation of buildings. And these thermal insulations have a long story that include regulatory aspects, include technical aspects, include market incentives and mechanisms and instruments. And by exchanging this knowledge and by letting other countries aware of these sort of actions and measures and the process within and the technical criteria within these standards, codes, regulations, etc., then you can somehow adapt the concept and then somehow apply it. So this is another role that we are conducting. Another part, and this is done bilateral, two countries or on a regional level, and we are doing a lot of regional level, and also cross-regional. So we have, for example, the latest work that we have been doing is focusing on launching a cooling program, national cooling action plan template for the Arab region. And for us, and we are taking this initiative, in fact, based on the work that we are conducting under several projects with Guidehouse and also with other partners like Kulab not yet Mina Lake, could build me, etc. Yes. Sorry for taking long, but these are examples of what we are doing as RCRE and trying to bring the region together and understanding how this would work and giving example of success stories and areas of improvement, and then working on the implementation modalities with the countries.
Thanks a lot, Dr. Magid. And also we have seen that RCRE role in multiplication or spreading the knowledge between the two countries and bringing them to work together and exchange experience and so on was very important during the Build Me project and other projects. I will just, quickly, what? الله يعزك. شكرا دكتور بير. I just would take a couple of words from you. Is that when you have said that the energy efficiency in building in some countries in the Arab world, there are the entities that are legally competent or responsible of the energy efficiency in the building sector, where the other countries, this is not the case. So, I mean, based on that, I would like to ask Dr. Ashraf just to give us a quick introduction about what HPRC is doing in the very moment in the terms of energy efficiency, because in the building sector, because in Egypt, we don't have such an entity or such an agency. But yet, the Housing Building and Building Research Center, as the technical arm and scientific arm of the Ministry of Housing, has somehow in its shoulder this activity. So it would be great if you could give us a glimpse about your activity in a country that builds 44 new cities.
39, because already 5 has been built. Thank you, Islam, and I think Dr. Magid has covered the whole issue, giving his background and his nationality, because we are facing the same problem in Egypt. Of course, HBRC, or the Housing and Building National Research Center, is the technical arm of the government. You can say it's the university and the research lab of the government in terms of building and construction. And from this mandate, we are the responsible entity for Egypt and the Arab region, by the affiliation from the Arab League University, that we are issuing the codes of building, the codes of practices for the building sector, including the energy efficiency building codes. Unfortunately, the energy efficiency building codes are not yet mandatory in the country, but the government has issued the National Strategy for Climate Change last year, before the COP27, which we were introducing while we are finishing the last phase of the project Build Me. Based on this, the nationally determined contribution on the indices has been issued without quite sufficient measurements to how to reach these contributions by the year 2035 and 2050. And this is, we are working on this together with our colleagues and some people on the UNEP and Monash University in Australia to develop. One more thing that we were speaking about is the applicability of the energy efficiency codes. It's scientifically, it's brilliant. But in terms of applicability, it's very complicated and very costly. And that's why we need to issue something like an executive bylaw, or the explanatory or the model example of how to implement this energy efficiency code in a simple way, after having the registration of the companies or the factories or manufacturers who are issuing, let's say, green building materials or certified building materials, and linking this with the green finance, which we in the last 5 months we have protocols for the green finance bridging between the building sector and the financial agencies with Bank Masr and CIB. CIB was quite success that we achieved last month. And I think in the near future and through our coming phase of Build Me, or the remaining of the phase 3 of Build Me, we can make this bridge efficiently. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Ashraf, and thank you also touching upon this important point that we have been working while working in the EPC that we have developed together in Egypt with HBRC, that we have also done a lot of extensive work to reach out to financial institutions and sectors that be recognized as a qualifying tool for the green finance. And it's great to hear that from all market financial players in Egypt, that they have told us that the recognition of HPRC for such a certificate as a mandatory for us to see it. Yeah. So that says that all the financial sector somehow in Egypt sees HPRC as the reference when it comes to verification or qualification of projects in the energy efficiency of buildings for green finance. Now I would like to ask, because we have been speaking about that, we have said that, I'm just building on what you also have said, Dr. Megan, Dr. Ashraf, that there are entities that have another, in Lebanon, we have entities that somehow is taking care of focusing on energy efficiency or energy conservation, the LCEC. So I would be grateful to hear from you, Dr. Pierre, about the current challenges you are facing, the current barriers, and your outlook for the coming few years. And it comes to energy efficiency in the building sector, as somehow one of the very few countries in the Arab world that has an entity somehow leading the energy efficiency. So.
Thank you, Islam, and thank you, everybody. So practically, yes, indeed, the LCEC is the National Energy Agency for Lebanon, so we are focused and catering for all initiatives related to energy efficiency and renewable energy. Now, on both sides, in terms of energy efficiency and in terms of renewable energy, Lebanon has developed for the past 15 years very specific and detailed action plans for the development of energy efficiency and renewable energy. Now, the success, to be honest, in the renewable energy is much higher than the success in energy efficiency. And this resonates with what Dr. Majid has mentioned, that implementing energy efficiency measures is not always an easy task to do. For many reasons, we can mention some of the reasons here, but it's interesting and we need to be honest with ourselves and say that energy efficiency is hard to implement. However, the thing is, in Lebanon, 1 year ago, exactly a year ago, the government had to remove all subsidies on all kinds of conventional energy sources. So now in Lebanon, gasoline is completely free of any there are no tariff subsidies. Electricity is completely, it has a liberal price, as well as all types of conventional energy sources. And this has created a huge momentum for the development of renewable energy, and it has at the same time created a huge appetite for energy efficiency application. And this is, I think, the most interesting part. Initiatives like Build Me, initiatives like Cool Up, where LCEC is partnered with Guidehouse, now are really resonating with decision makers because there's a real eagerness in order to implement energy efficiency. People, the industrial sectors, the commercial sectors, the building sectors are suffering from the high tariffs that they are paying for energy prices, and now everybody is looking for energy efficiency. I'm saying this is the most interesting part. This is exactly the right moment to implement and to succeed in implementing energy efficiency measures.
Thanks a lot, Dr. Pierre. And it was quite a task here to hear, and thank you for the commitment. And it was great to have you and Dr. Walid yesterday in the reception. Yeah, much appreciated, Doctor. And all the best in the very challenging situation in Lebanon when it comes to implementing such energy efficiency in the measure. But you have already been implementing some kind of successful financial mechanism when it comes to renewable energy. Therefore, it has been somehow upscaled in comparison with energy efficiency. And speaking of the financial mechanism, and then I would ask to ask Engineer Lina about GREEF, which stands for Jordan Renewable Energy and Energy Efficiency Fund, one of the very most successful funds when it comes to energy efficiency and renewable energy fund in the Arab region. It becomes somehow kind of, one wouldn't exaggerate if say it's a role model for the Arab region, how to develop such a financial mechanisms for energy efficiency, so being supported by technical assistants and engineers like you at your entity, and also some other, and how to mobilize fund for that. So it appears that I'm answering the question of asking it. So can you let us, because I know a lot about GREEF and I like the model, how successful is it? But it would be great to hear from you, Said Bashmandesa, about the GREEF role, initiation of it, why it's the success, and what we can learn from, and what you outlook for the coming few years. Shukran.
Thank you very much for your kind word. As you know, that Jordan Renewable Energy and Energy Efficiency Fund are working under the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Resources, and the ministry for over more than 20 years, are working so hard to develop the institutional framework, the regulatory framework, in order to increase the target and achieve the target for energy efficiency. But as all my colleagues here said, that it's a very challenging topic. So after studying what are the challenges and how to overcome all of these issues, we find that the financial challenge maybe will help in order to go forward and to scale up our energy efficiency achievement. So Jordan Renewable Energy and Energy Efficiency Fund was established by the law, Renewable Energy and Energy Efficiency Law, in 2012. We began to develop the institutional framework, the legal framework, and we implement our project in 2015. We began to implement our project. We develop a strategy that already involve all the measures in different sector, and the most important strategic goal for Jarif is to encourage the investment in renewable energy and energy efficiency in small facility. So we began to develop our project, and as you said, that all of our final beneficiary in different sector are looking for renewable energy. They just want to install the rooftop PV on their buildings, or the wheeling system on this area or in this area. So we have a very big challenge with that. When you are talking about the demand side and the final consumer, you will face a very big challenge on this issue. So we try as possible as we can with different partners in order to have a success story with different sectors. So we begin, for example, in the tourism sector. We already implement many energy efficiency projects in the hotel in Petra region. You all know Petra region in Jordan. So it was a success story. It opened the appetite for all the owners in this area in order to go and to implement all the measures in energy efficiency. We give them the financial tool. First of all, we give them a grant in order to conduct the energy audit study. Then we give them incentive to have a share of the cost, 25% from Jarif side, 25% from our donor partner, and 50% from the owner. When they already implement the measure, they reduce the consumption by more than 30% or 40% in some of these areas. So this case study, we talking about more and more in different events and different occasions. So this help us in order to promote the energy efficiency. But in the building, exactly, we have many challenges, not just only the building code. The building code, maybe Jordan was the first country developed the building codes from more than, I think, 30, 40 years. But when we have the implementation, it's so brilliant in paper. But when we go to the implementation, we do not have any target. We developed many action plan as with the decree, the first and the second. And the most important challenge we have to achieve our target with our first and our second is the enforcement of the building code. So now we are trying with the Ministry of Public House in order to enforce and to have some, I don't know how to ضابط العدلية, how to monitor monitoring, but to be more in law, you know. So this is very important one. And also when we are talking about the building codes, it's in the construction phase. The challenge is, the other challenge is the lifetime of the building. Maybe you already build this buildings with a very excellent implementation of the building code. So what about the lifetime of the building, not only in the construction phase? So this is a very important. The certification will tackle this, and I think this is a very important issue we have to build on. The second challenge is the material, the service provider. So we are in Jarif with the Ministry of Energy are now updating the regulation in order to license a service provider as a ESCO model in order to implement all the energy efficiency measure. Now we have also developed the regulatory framework and the EPC contracting for the ESCO model in order to implement it. Now we have a pilot project in Aqaba. We are trying now to somehow to implement this with the ESCO model with some incentive from Jarif to cover the risk, to cover just 50% of the risk. So this will help the service provider in order to encourage and to invest in this kind of program. We have many other programs, especially in the industrial sector. It's not building, but it's a very important one because we develop many financial support window to give them incentive with the interest rate subsidy, with the interest, with the guarantee loan. Also, we consider this a very important challenge for the service provider, for the industrial facility owner, in order to go with energy efficiency. Now we are updating the third national energy efficiency plan, and we will reach many partners in order to implement these measures in the building. And as the doctor said, that the most important one, when we are talking about the energy efficiency, we have to have a collaborative approach, a national, because it's not the responsibility of one entity, the Ministry of Energy or the Ministry of Public Housing. It's the Ministry of all stakeholders. They have to cooperate with each other. They have to have the ownership in each sector. So the cooperative, the cooperation between each other is the most important challenge we have on the national level. On political level, we put our policies, we put our regulation, we have the financial now, the financial tool with JREEF, but still we need to strengthen the cooperation between all the national stakeholders. Thank you. Sorry for...
No, thank you very much. That was very insightful. Much appreciated, Bashmandesa. And also with the and also thank you very much for touching upon this same very point of that the complexity of energy efficiency when it comes in specifically for building. But we know that JREEF has this in the outlook, and they're looking forward to working on that. And we're also looking forward to much working with you and Dr. Rasmi and the team on the energy efficiency in the building sector soon, inshallah. And then now I have another round of questions. Then we go for the signing ceremony. Okay, Riyadh, that's fine. Habibi. So I will start with Dr. Pierre this time. I understand that you have, as you have said, you have a lot of, also long experience in qualifying projects for green finance when it comes to renewable energy and solar panels and so on. Now I have been working a lot over the last couple of years with you and with Dr. Serena, with Ammar, and thank you with the LCAC team developing this EPC. So what is your views? How do you see that such an energy performance certificate for the building sector can somehow ease or facilitate the green finance, or somehow tries to come over these barriers of facilitating finance to energy efficiency? How we can use it, how we can make it better and success, inshallah.
Thank you again, Islam. So practically, again, the BEP tool that Riyadh has mentioned in his presentation, hopefully will now become a mandatory tool for all new buildings in Lebanon and all buildings that are going to have a major refurbishment or major renovation. So this is really a good news, and it happened like a few days ago. Practically, the LCEC team you've mentioned, Sorina and Ammar, we had a visit to the 2 order of engineers in Lebanon, because in Lebanon we have the Order of Engineers of Beirut and we have an Order of Engineers in Tripoli. And both presidents of the Orders of Engineers have promised to include the BEP tool as a mandatory step in all licenses to be issued by the Orders of Engineers. This is really, thank you. Yeah, thank you. This is really an amazing step. And again, I think the easiness in which both presidents accepted this tool is because energy have become a real burden on developers and on everybody. So practically there's a big actual situations that pushed everybody to really finding solutions, and at the same time, because this tool is really user-friendly and the mechanism or the structure that the Build Me project is proposing is really functional. So practically the LCEC will play a pivotal role in, or a region or national hub in order to link all players. The Order of Engineers will make it a mandatory process, and the Order of Engineers together with LCEC and definitely hopefully with the support of Guidehouse will be training a number of engineers. So practically we're creating new jobs creation, we're doing a lot of activities. Some engineers will be working on the developing of the tool, other engineers will be doing the control and the monitoring. So there's a really functional cycle that will be created out of this task. We are really hopeful. Both presidents are extremely pushy. They want to sign the soonest. So hopefully when we're back to Beirut next week, we'll be able to sign the agreement, and this will be a mandatory process in order to get the permit. So practically no developer in Lebanon can build a building, and even a residential small building, without getting this certification. So this is really good news. Now the thing is, this mechanism will help the final consumer know about the building. Again, Riyadh has mentioned the issue of increasing the competition among developers, because people will automatically tend to look for energy saving or energy efficient buildings and go away from low quality building. So it will create a lot of competition, and at the same time, I think this is the target in hopefully 2 or 3 years from now. The idea we have at the parliament today in Lebanon, the energy efficiency law. According to the energy efficiency law, having a building label will be mandatory for all buildings in Lebanon. So practically the tool will be functional by then, and the law will come to enforce to have a label and to start having a minimum energy performance standard, as it's the case I think in Portugal or in the EU. So we say buildings which have a label or a certification less than G or H will need to go through major refurbishments and major renovation. And here, to answer your question, comes the role of financing. So whenever we enforce a minimum energy performance standard, developers will need to get subsidized money in order to renovate their building, in order to increase the quality of the whole building stock. And I think this is the ideal situation, where a good step will lead to another good step towards more sustainability and a better energy efficient building sector.
Thanks a lot, Dr. Beer and LCSC team. We cannot be more happier as a Build Me team project that we get to know that the energy performance certificate will be officially recognized in Lebanon as a policy instrument to ease somehow and facilitate sustainable finance, and also increase the share of energy efficient building in Lebanon. So that's highly appreciated. Thank you for the great effort. And as we also always looking forward, try to raise the bar. So as you have done as a LCSC, raising the share of renewable energy in the energy mix in Lebanon, and then we are looking forward also that to share the share of energy efficient building in the building sector in Lebanon, inshallah. Inshallah, bi'idhnillah. Inshallah, thank you. And then now I could ask Dr. Ashraf, because you have mentioned a few minutes ago that the energy efficiency building code in Egypt has been there and has been beautifully written, but it was much more complex and difficult to implement. There is a lot of, we are waiting for the bylaws and the procedures, or اللائحة التنفيذية, which has been taking years, and therefore one may claim here that the energy performance certificate can play a role in somehow as an intermediate or a bridge policy instrument to somehow increase the share of energy efficient building in Egypt. So would it be beautiful to hear from you about and thank you again for the development of the energy performance certificate and your team at the HPRC and working on that over the last few years. So it would be great to hear from you about what do you expect from the energy performance certificate for buildings in at HPRC, and how you are planning to use it as a policy instrument, pushing that sector forward. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Islam. I think you know the situation may be better than I do. I just want to remind you 3 years ago when we were struggling having the information related to the energy consumption baseline. We have been we were facing a lot of troubles and a lot of incorrect information and misleading information until we got it. Recently, the government is tending to build some 40 new cities, and I think the government started with the new capital and New Alamein, despite the spread of urbanization and the rapidly growing construction rate of growth in both cities. But they have applied some measures related to green building construction, although the energy efficiency codes are not yet in place or not yet mandatory. In the coming few years, and based on the energy performance certificate and the climate change strategy, the government had admitted that they will phase out the ordinary construction or the less business as usual construction to new construction related to green measures in both the already existing buildings and the new construction. I think something like $250 billion in the coming 25 years, something like this. To achieve this, they need to bridge between the ordinary process of licensing into a new process or speed up process to get the finance, the green finance issues. And we think that the energy performance certificate will be this tool, because you are squeezing the process into one step. And of course, in terms of money or in terms of expenses, it will be cheaper than to have the whole rating system to be applied. And we believe in HPRC that it's a matter of simplifying the words of the energy efficiency codes to apply the energy performance certificates usually. As it's owned by HPRC, which is a government entity, I think it will give it great credibility. And let's say it's not part of somebody's mandate, but it's part of the government, and I think the government will follow it through the new cities. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Dr. Ashraf. Great to hear that the HPRC is considering or will adopt the energy performance certificate of the buildings. And as I've said, that I know financial institutions are looking forward to it, and I hope that easy process will help to facilitate the finance further. And then if I may now build on that also, if I may ask Engineer Lina, to just provide us some insights about how, when it comes to you as a fund, qualifying projects for green finance, so the auditing, verification, qualification, and many other Asian things. It's quite a tough task, in regular, even when it comes to devices. So what about when it comes to buildings? It's even much more complex. So how do you see the role of the energy performance certificate for buildings? How would it be of help? Would it also face several challenges? And how we can make it more implementable somehow in Jordan? So it would be great to hear from your experience based on the other verification that you have been doing.
Thank you very much. When we are talking about the certification, it's a voluntary for the beginning. But before that, as we all said, that the building codes is the minimum requirement. It's the minimum requirement. We have to be sure that all of these minimum requirements are already applied on this building. Then will we go to the certification, upscale our ambitions in order to go to certification. But as you know, the building certification is a very good tool to be tackled in order to encourage the contractor, the commercial, especially when you are talking about commercial sector, it's a good tool in order to encourage and to apply the energy efficiency measures. We as a JREF, we already discussed this with different partners. First of all, we try to implement some pilot project when we are tackling the insulation. We try to have to develop a special program for insulation of the old houses for different, for poor people or medium income. When we already have the visibility study for this, and we said that, okay, we will give them a grant, for example, 30% of the cost for the old building. It's a very expensive one. And all the poor and the medium income family, they cannot afford that. They have many priorities other than this. So we skipped this kind of program. Now, for the new building, we already developed some kind of criteria how to give the incentive in order to have this certification. What kind of incentive? And the certification is different from sector to sector when we are talking about commercial or governmental building. So now we are working on the ESCO model. We are working on how to develop the ABC contracting. After that, we will develop a financial mechanism in order to give incentive to such kind of certification. But to be honest with you, now we are focusing on how to enforce the codes. This is the minimum requirement, and we are talking about different final consumer in different sector, that the certification or energy efficiency certification is not their priority at this moment. So we are looking for, and we are looking also for, to increase and to scale up all of our measures with reaching our partners. And I have to said again that the cooperation between all the sectors, all the stakeholders, is the more important one in energy efficiency. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Bashmandas, Engineer Lina. And I just minor technical thing that when we have been doing the APC in there's nothing here. I'm not sure why I'm doing that, but anyway, yeah, I don't know. I also have noticed that there's nothing here. هي عادة بس واحنا بنعرض بنشاور كده يعني بس لكن هو actually there's nothing yet. Just a nice photo for Beirut. Anyway. Just I forgot. Now, remember the baseline that we have seen in the energy performance certificate of the building in Jordan, in the of designing it, was the code itself. Yeah, that's a minimum age. That has been somehow a must, as we have been told by many financial institutions, that this is the baseline. It's a mandatory. Yeah. Right.
Sorry for this, but it's a mandatory. But when we go to the implementation, who will monitor that? Who will say that, okay, this is the contractor already comply all the building codes in this building? We do not have any entity that are responsible for this area. The engineering association, they said that just we only stamp the plans and the plant layout, just like this. The Ministry of Public Housing, they said, okay, I don't have enough staff for monitoring. Maybe I would like to have this rule, but I do not have, because it needs a huge staff in order to have the monitoring and verification scheme for this building, and to make sure that all of these building codes are already implemented in the new building. So it's a very difficult, but we now are working and we have a very good progress in that field.
Yeah, thank you very much, Engineer Lina. I mean, I would have to, I know Dr. Magdi, you're tired, and I'm not really, I'm really not squeezing you, but we'll give you to say the concluding remarks, if I may. But before going to Dr. Magdi to provide us with some concluding remarks, do we have from our panelists here, Dr. Pierre, Bashmandas Lina, or Dr. Ashraf, any comments to add, final remarks, or we are all that tired? Dr. Magid, so we are all relying on you, Dr. Magid, now. But just one minor thing from me, I just would like to thank you all for the great work that we have been doing over the last few years, working the Build Me project, not only in the APC component, but also in many other parts, in the policy component, supporting pilot projects, dissemination or exchange between countries, as Dr. Magid has been saying. It has been always a pleasure and will be always a pleasure working with you all, and they are great colleagues and friends, yeah. Someone saw the applause here, so I guess so. But anyway, no worries. Riyadh. No question, Dr. Azzat. طبعا.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for presenter and for this important issue. My understanding that no one can work alone. The Ministry of Housing cannot do everything. What is the stakeholder? I mean, how do you reduce the energy or the emission from building? You can do it with Ministry of Electricity to change the lighting to LED. Ministry of, municipality, the water, not, running. You can just, this as well in hotel and here. But we are, like Dr. Magid said, we are consume a lot of energy in any aspect. So it is not only the isolation of building or the, the material of buildings. There are a lot of things. The elevator, the lighting, the water, the, managing the build. There are many stakeholders. If you want to enforce, you have to engage those stakeholders with you, and they help you, and they make, some help to but as a Ministry of Housing, and of course they do their work. They cannot work alone. That's final. Thank you. Everyone has to engage, even the normal citizen. They have to have awareness, and they have, everyone has his own, contribution.
Of course, yeah. Yeah. طبعا doctor, yeah, of course, 100% correct. Yeah, we all need to cooperate in that, particularly in the building sector, as such as a complex creature that includes the not only the material, the operations as well, and all of these other aspects. Yeah, of course, yeah. Thank you, doctor, for the great comment. And they would like to comment or to add something on that, Dr. Ashraf, and then okay.
Of course, Dr. Izzat, we need to work with the whole stakeholders, and there's a lot of things to be done in the building sector, including the elevator, the air conditioning, the electricity connections, the water, and of course the material. And it's like a ladder. We need to go step by step. So at least we go one step with the building envelope, that like we have done in Build Me. We focused on the building envelope, and this is the first step. And then the second step, we will include the whole stakeholders. We are communicating with the Ministry of Industry, غرفة صناعة مواد البناء, Chamber of Building in Material Industry, and we are coordinating with them with the green building exhibition that is existing on HBRC to communicate between the manufacturers and the Chamber of Manufacturing and the end user, the developer and the end user. We are making this connection just to make it easy for them to get them the right material in the right position in the correct financial scheme. So we hope to success on this step, and then we are going to another phases. Hope so.
Thank you very much for your comment. And I have to add that the energy efficiency in building is like a puzzle. Now, if we have to make it step by step, for example, if we have the cooling up program, and we tackle the cooling system in this building, we yesterday signed the MOU with Guidehouse in order to put a cooperation framework with them in this program. If we have the lighting system, the building envelope, all of these measures, if we have taken together, each measure have also different stakeholders, not just only one entity that responsible for this. So we hope that step by step, with reaching our partners to implement many projects in different sectors, we can success by the end. Thank you.
Thank you, Islam. I'm not sure if this mic is operating, but okay. You give me a difficult conclusion. Okay, first of all, we discussed many things, but we can have some highlights of what we have discussed. We discussed the importance of collaboration. This is a story that we are all telling. Collaboration. But collaboration requires what? If we fail to plan, we plan to fail. And here we need to act on the planning level well. Who are the accountable party on this specific file? The account parties, I would say, not only one party, to be correct. This is one thing. And there are plenty of things, time frame, financial resources. And when we look into the building sector, we have heard that several aspects are there, but in fact they are somehow fragmented. When you look into the financing of a building to be energy efficient, even a resort, a compound, whatever, new city, at the end, from the banking perspective, this is not really rewarding. From the developer perspective, this is an added cost unless there are price signals like the one Dr. Beer highlighted. So an important message here that we have been taken from Lebanon, the importance of having the right price signals in the market. And this should be well communicated. It will have a good impact at the beginning. But we need to consider how to make it sustainable, this impact. So this is one lesson learned. in the absence of right price signals to the consumers, we might not have a proper response from the citizens. Where we live in buildings. Where we produce in buildings also, in factories, but they are buildings. Where we being hospitalized, in buildings. Where we get rests and refreshments, in buildings. This is our life. We are discussing better living conditions for us. And this is not communicated. People are accepting horrible building conditions because they are not offered the alternative. And it is our obligation, it's our duty, it's our mandate to show them that there are other better opportunities, that they can live in a better situation, that they can save money, save energy, and the country will win also. This is not communicated at all, I'm sorry to say, in most countries. This is another thing, the importance of creating this sort of communications. Another aspect that was touched here in the discussion is the enforcement of codes. And here it is important, again, I'm repeating thank you for the excellent presentation and for the excellent effort, outstanding over the past years. Without the tools on how to enforce, there is no meaning of saying we are lacking enforcement. They will ask us how we can enforce this. This is a question any permitting entity would ask. You are giving me a code, which is a puzzle, and how to measure that it is. And then through this sort of tool, through BeepMed and BeepMed is another. So build me tools. And through, in fact, I'm thinking of the finance all the time now. I'm sorry for that. BeepMed is a financial tool for building that we are promoting as MeetMed, another third project, together with BuildMe and CoolUp. A horizon of projects in the region, all med, but we need to. We are all synergizing. Alhamdulillah, I'm happy for that. Alhamdulillah. The last takeaway for me that we need to speak a common language. In fact, I would argue that when we are discussing with some of my colleagues at RCRE on energy efficiency in building, they have no clue what it is. Although they understand very well what is energy efficiency. But when you talk about the building, what should be done there, it's somehow diluted. They will give you part from here and part. They will say, oh, MIPS, labels, standards, envelope, etc. This sort of having the good message, understanding, better understanding is really necessary now. And I think it is our duty also to try to give these messages. Even, and this is what Dr. Muhammad highlighted earlier, it is important to have this message into the political level. Clear, simple understanding of the importance of energy efficiency in buildings, how it can be done, and awareness that there are tools that would be able to help you to do it. We are not just telling you do it and you don't know how to swim in this pool. Thank you very much, and I'm sorry for taking long.
حبيبي يا دكتور ربنا يبارك فيك. Because shall we close? Riyad, Sam, come please. No, thank you very much. Truly appreciate it. We make a photo, we go to sign it. Thank you very much. That's truly appreciated. Thank you, Dr. Pierre. Thank you, Bashmandes Alina. Thank you very much, Dr. Ashraf. Thank you, Dr. Magid, particularly for the concluding remarks. Much appreciated. We'll work on the collaboration enforcement, inshallah. And thank you very much. Truly appreciate it.
AGChem is one of the reputable refilling plants of refrigerants in the country, and AGChem will be hosting the first reclamation center in the region of controlled refrigerants, HCFCs in the moment and HFCs in the future. Dr. Azzat Louis, he's the head of the National Ozone Unit in Egypt and the Montreal Protocol focal point. My name is Ahmed Al-Qurashi. I'm an EDO National Consultant in the HPMP, which is the HCFC Phase-Out Management Plan in Egypt. I hope it's not working. Okay, sometimes it does that. Okay, it's not working. Anyways, until this works out, let me give you just a small brief about, that's the program of the side event. The Egyptian program started in 1991, the Montreal Protocol program that is. Egypt was the 5th country to sign on Montreal Protocol and the first project to be implemented by the Multilateral Fund of Montreal Protocol was implemented in Egypt in 1992 in a foam producing company. The name is Mist Panel, as I recall. We succeeded in phasing out CFCs in the country, and now we are phasing out HCFCs. Both are GHGs. So by phasing out the ozone depleting substances in the country, eventually we are also contributing to the climate by reducing the use and phasing out the use of high global warming potential substances in several sectors. Dr. Azzat will be talking to us, explaining the Egyptian program and how the Egyptian program of complying with Montreal Protocol is at the same time mitigating climate change. Dr. Azzat, you have the floor, sir.
Thank you very much, Ahmed, for the introduction, and good evening, everyone. Thank you for coming to our event. This is my name, and this is the introduction about the sphere. What is the sphere? Is many layer, and we are the most important for us is a two layer, which is the troposphere layer, which is very close to the Earth and where the global warming happened. And then we will have the stratospheric layer. It's up of the troposphere, and where is we have the ozone depleting potential phenomena. The other, of course, they have function, but we are not, now talking about those. So in the troposphere, you know, the human activity, of course, there are a lot of emissions, and those are the reason for the climate change. Where in the stratospheric layer, there is a layer called ozone layer, and this ozone layer is a beautiful layer and very thin, but it's protect the Earth from the harmful UV B radiation. And also it control the balance, the heating balance in the atmosphere. So as all of you know that the sun is the source of energy for the Earth, and then when the sun go to the Earth, it's making heat, and then in the evening the heat want to go to the upper layers to make the cooling, but unfortunately because of the pollution, because of the those greenhouse gases, they prevent the falling, the reducing the temperature, and that we call it the climate change. And also the emission comes, of course, from human-made chemicals, which are, I mean, during the production stage or during the use of those chemicals or storage in a bank, some leakage, some emission. When we end the life of the equipment containing some refrigerant, also we can have leakage and emission. When we recycle, also we can have some leakage. And so, I mean, the emission, of course, happened during the many activity. So the global warming potential of a gas refer to the total contribution to global warming result from emission of 1 unit of that gas relative to 1 unit of reference gas. What is the reference gas for the global warming potential? Is the carbon dioxide. Carbon dioxide is equal 1. It is global warming and is used as a base figure for measuring the global warming of all refrigerants. While the ozone depleting potential is measured how much damage a chemical can cause to ozone layer compared to a similar mass of reference gas. What's the reference gas? We use it for the calculation the ozone depleting potential at the tetra fluoromethane, which we shortly we call it CFC 11 or R11. This the ODB equal 1 and used as a base figure for measuring ozone depleting potential for all other ozone depleting substance. So this is the CO2, the global warming potential equal 1 CO2 equivalent, while the CO2 has ozone depleting potential equal 0. CFC, the base, the reference for the ozone depleting potential equal 1, while the global warming potential of this gas is 4,750 CO2 equivalent. That means that the ozone depleting substance are more aggressive than other commonly used under the basket of I mean Kyoto or anything for the so that's why the phasing out of the ozone depleting substance making a great effort to the climate issue. But unfortunately, all these calculated to Montreal Protocol, not to the UNFCCC or the climate. So just to have also a quick idea about the ozone depleting substance, R11, the lifetime is 52 years, ODB1 and global warming is 4,750, while the HFC 134A lifetime, this is under the climate, the HFC, the lifetime is 14 years, the ODB 0, and the GWB is high also, 1,370. Now, of course, there are many a list of substances. Every chemicals or every refrigerant has lifetime and has ODB or has global warming potential, and that's we should give priority to those chemicals that they have long lifetime, and they have either high ozone depleting potential or even they have global warming potential, high global warming potential. So there is a synergy, of course, between the reducing the greenhouse gases and the ozone depleting potential, because they are all almost, they have most of them, they have same nature, same user, and they used in many human-man activities like refrigeration, air conditioning, isolation, firefighting, solvent, firefighting. And having said so, Montreal Protocol is about to finish all his mandate. Now we are, phasing out almost more than 98% of the total ozone depleting substance, or now maybe 99. The remaining is only very, very small quantity, which is the hydrochlorofluorocarbon, HCFC. And the Montreal Protocol was, now more than 30 years working, and beautifully he managed to phase out many chemicals that are hurt the ozone layer, and also they have potent greenhouse gas effect. So, having said that, the Montreal Protocol later adopt what we call it Kigali Amendment. What is Kigali Amendment? Is target is to phase down the production and the consumption of the HFC, which have a high or very high global warming potential. Egypt became party to the Kigali Amendment in 22nd of August this year. And the Kigali Amendment, it's in its way to have a global ratification. Montreal Protocol already have a global ratification, but Montreal Protocol has many amendments. The last amendment is the Kigali Amendment. And in Egypt, we are fully committed to phase out all the ODSs, and we will maintain a vital role to phase down, not phase out, but to phase down the hydrofluorocarbon under Kigali Amendment to Montreal Protocol. Those are the hydrofluorocarbon listed under Kigali Amendment, and some of them are widely used in Egypt and also in other countries. What is the amplification of Kigali Amendment? Of course, as Ahmed mentioned early, that in refrigeration, air conditioning, and also in many activities, we start by using what they call it the wonderful gases. Wonderful gases is the chlorofluorocarbon. And those are very stable, and they have a strong ozone depleting potential, and that is why Montreal Protocol decided to phase them out. And I think it's already in 2010, almost most of the country get rid of the chlorofluorocarbon. And then, as a transitional, they choose the hydrochlorofluorocarbon as a transition solution to replace the CFC. The HCFC is the ozone depleting potential is less than the CFC, and also the global warming is also much less than the chlorofluorocarbon. And then now we are, those are the ozone depleting potential. We almost, Montreal Protocol done and managed to get rid of the CFC and HCFC. But the new mandate under Kigali to Montreal Protocol is to phase out to phase down. Phase down means to reduce to the minimum, not to get rid. Phase out is to go to zero consumption, but phase down is to reduce to the minimum level. So the mandate of Montreal Protocol now is working in phasing down the hydrofluorocarbon, which is non-ozone depleting substance. However, they have high global warming potential, so phasing them down give a good effort to the mitigating the emission and the climate change. But also the new technology is not also happy to use the hydrofluorocarbon, and now we are looking for the natural refrigerant and go back to ammonia and carbon dioxide, water, and which has been used many years ago, but now we back to those new, what we call it, natural refrigerant. But also we have what we call it HFO. HFO is something like HFC, but with a lower global warming potential, and of course no ozone depleting potential. So this is the what's the amplification of Kigali. Having explained the connection between the chemicals, which is man-made, it's not natural, and used for the luxurious of the people in air conditioning, in refrigeration, in firefighting, in solvent, in many applications. There is a synergy between how to protect the ozone layer, which is when it is very dangerous, of course, if it is not protected, because the ozone layer protects the life on the earth and protect us from the harmful ray of the sun. And also how to, what is the synergy between protecting the ozone layer and reducing the the emission that cause the climate change. This is a noble target, but can be achieved by implementing Kigali Amendment. So we need the international committee. We call for them to come together and to help the developing country to reduce their emission, and the developing country need, of course, the transfer of the clean technology because they don't have it, and this will help them for changing their old technology to the new clean technology. And we hope that the reaction of the international community in COP28 will be adequate to comfort with the challenges, severity of global climate system problem. So let us hope that this COP can, make some good effort to reduce the emission. And I stop here. Thank you very much. And maybe now, thank you. One thing is to reduce, if you want to invite him, invite Omar to talk about also
Okay.
that help in reducing the emission through recycling or reclamation.
Thank you very much, Dr. Azad, for your presentation. Hello? Hello? Yeah, okay. Thank you very much for Dr. Azad for the presentation. And after you saw the program that Dr. Azad was explaining of the National Montreal Protocol program in Egypt, you noticed that while the thing I was explaining, that when you while phasing out the ozone depleting substances, you're not only protecting the ozone, but also you are assisting the protection of climate change. One activity would really contribute to this fact is that we are having a reclamation center for controlled substances. We're starting with the HCFCs, mainly R22, HCFC 22, and then when Kigali Amendment comes to action in Egypt, we're going to shift to HFCs. The host company of this reclamation center is AG Chem. AG Chem has been in the refilling activity in the country for, I would say, 30 years, more than 30 years. Engineer Omar is the second generation in the company. He's the R&D manager. And I believe I have the floor to him to give you more details about this. Engineer Omar, please.
Thank you very much for the introduction, Mr. Ahmed Urash and Dr. Azza. Thank you for being part in this event. As Mr. Ahmed and Dr. Azzat mentioned, currently Egypt is committed to the HPMP Phase 2, which is focusedly on the phasing out of all the rest of the ODCs, especially on the HCFCs, focusedly also on R22. To contribute on this project, we needed to establish a service. Let's say we are not going to supply product. Now we are focusing on diversifying the portfolio of the refrigeration industry to include refrigeration professional services, starting with the recovery and the reclamation and the reuse of the already phased out refrigerants. The private sector used to do such activities, but it was not publicly disclosed. Some of the private sector used to do recovery operations, recuperation operations, but not a RAS service as a reclamation as a service or a recovery as a service. So now the reclamation as a service and the recovery is being introduced into our market as part of the national commitment to the HPMP Stage 2. Now, basically, there's an expression called triple R: reuse, recovery, and reclaim. Simply, reusing is getting a gas from an equipment and charging the same gas to the same equipment again. Recovery is the procedure of extracting the gas from the equipment into an external container. The reclamation process is to get this recovered gas and then re-purify and retreat and start to make like simple distillation to disclose the contaminants, absorb the moisture, and extract the acidity from the gas in order to make the gas be used again in any other equipment. The first reclamation center that is established in Egypt is in collaboration between the UNIDO and the National Ozone Unit under the auspices of Ministry of Environmental Affairs. We believe that this service will provide a sustainable R bank for all the still existing equipment that's still operating with the conventional HCFCs. The reclamation portfolio will include at this moment the HCFCs, basically the R22, because this is the most popular gas still used in Egypt and also contributing in the ozone depletion. However, the portfolio will be diversified not only by establishing one reclamation center, but another or two another reclamation centers, so it can include all of the Egyptian globe, because the space in Egypt are very diversified, and now we have new urban communities. So the old conventional equipment will still have quite large demand significantly for the R22, and in order for Egypt to maintain such equipment, we need to have more than one center in order to serve the already existing equipment. However, the challenges that are facing us in the reclamation process, it's not a technical issue or technical drawback, but we need to create the enough awareness for the consultants, the contractors, the already developing communities in the market, so that they, when they perform their maintenance service or they want to maintain the currently established buildings, they need to know that you should not vent to the air. You could recover the gas you want, and you could go to a certified reclamation center in order to recuperate the gas again, and then you can use it again in the maintenance operations. This is the first obstacle that we think we might face. The second one is to establish a recurrent market on which we can make a buyback model for each gas that we receive in the reclamation center. We need to have a financial incentive for the party that is delivering the gas for the reclamation center, so that the community by time can learn that there is a reclamation and recovery service safe enough to maintain their current equipment without venting to the air. Now also part of the project that we are maintaining, not only focusing on the big companies or the OEMs, we are also focusing on the commercial sector. That's why we are establishing now an RRR network. The network will be focusedly on maintenance centers and technicians and end users and any small entities that are already dealing with the R22. Since we have almost I think around figure for the R22, Egypt used to consume around 4,000 metric ton, which is a huge number. I think this number is being reduced drastically due to the HPMP stage 2, but the volume itself is so big that means that Egypt has to maintain such quantity or near quantity in order for the regular maintenance to operate safely. So the main objective of the reclamation center is to focus on the recurrent use of R22 safely without increasing the demand and also without increasing the import quota, and to maintain the same quantities as it is in the Egyptian market. This is the main objective. I'm sorry I didn't prepare a presentation. However, I tried to focus on the point. Okay, thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Engineer Omar. I'd just like to highlight that Engineer Omar, he has a presentation, but due to technical issues, we could not share it with you here. So I believe he did the presentation without the slides, which is really amazing. We have to clap. Thank you very much. As you notice from the explanation that Engineer Omar showed, that the Reclamation Center will strongly contribute to the after-sales sector, not the manufacturing sector, because we are already shifting the manufacturing sector to lower GWP and non-ODS refrigerants. And the after-sales will need some refrigerants for some time, and to reduce importing virgin refrigerants, this is one of the solutions, not only recycling. If you have any questions to our presenters, it's time. Yeah, thank you very much. Go ahead, please. Thank you.
Petter Nexo, Sintef, Norway. I wonder what is the status on using hydrocarbons in Egypt, because then you could leapfrog directly from HFC 22 to something which is long-term sustainable. I don't know who is going to comment, but
can I just first comment on that and then give you the floor? Okay, we have 5 companies which do in the HCFC phase-out management plan, domestic air conditioning, or call them residential air conditioning manufacturers. Those guys are shifting to 32, not to 290, for certain reasons, but in the Kigali, they will shift by themselves to 290. This is one of the things. And for the refrigeration, most of the companies are already shifting from 134A to 600. And through Kigali, the Kigali implementation plan, KIP, we will also shift the companies, the remaining companies, from 134A to 600. And we're also going to have a project in compressor manufacturer company in the country, which manufactures R134A compressors for domestic and residential and the commercial air refrigeration, which will also be shifted to manufacture compressors with 600. This is in general, in a nutshell. You know, it's not easy to convince people to go to the hydrocarbons, the manufacturers. We tried that for so long, but I'll let them comment on that. And if you have more questions on this, we can, of course, I can explain more. Thank you.
I would like to elaborate more. You are talking about the hydrocarbon, but hydrocarbon is not only 290. There are, of course, many. So I think we already start using the 600A, which is hydrocarbon. And in refrigeration sector. But we have a little challenges of using 290 for air conditioning residential. But we might consider for commercial or other sector. So, I mean, we know that the sustainable solution is not yet appear. We are in transition, and we understand, but as a high ambient temperature country, Egypt, we have challenges actually to work with A3 refrigerant in the living, in the sleep, in the bedroom, when people are sleeping and the air condition is working and you have a curtain, you have a bellow, you have a lot of foam, which is very easily they can, I mean, if you have little spark or something, it will turn into a big mess and a disaster. So we need step by step. Now we are working with A2L, which is R32 in the air conditioning, as Ahmed said. But we know that this is also not a final solution. It is a transitional, and the global warming is about 700 CO2 equivalent. And the target now is to use refrigerant less than 300 or even 150. But I mean, you can't, I mean, go very fast in the developing country. We have to go slowly, slowly, because our technician is, I mean, lack of experience, knowledge, and also they are, sorry, yani, a bit careless. They are not, I mean, certification program, we are working in certification program, but have not yet certification program is done. We are in the early stage, so we need some time to update the curriculum for the technical school, vocational training, and a lot of things has to be done to update the standard, the MIPS, I mean, working with the companies, the after sale. It's a huge program, actually. We hope that with the help of Kigali and other financial, I mean, institutions, that they can, Kulab also is trying to help as much as they can, and we are happy to cooperate with any interested parties that they are concerned for the climate and for the environment. But they have to understand our situation, and this is what I am. So we are moving, but slowly, but we are moving. I hope I answered your question.
Concerning the question, I will speak from the market perspective. The market now is driven by consultants and contractors. Now in Egypt, we are devising new specifications for the refrigerants. We have devised a new code for refrigerants. This is the one-of-a-kind code in Africa concerning the refrigerants. The R290, concerning your question, is preferably in the self-contained refrigeration systems, because it's extremely hazard, and as Dr. Azzat said, we still do not have the enough safety awareness in our technicians and labor force to deal with such dangerously high flammable refrigerants. The R32 now is being driven to the OEMs, so maybe by 4 or 5 years, the market itself will have the enough awareness to deal with such refrigerants. Also, the R32 now has the enough technology to be recovered. Still in Egypt, we do not have a quiet vision for how to recover, for example, R290. So it will have a problem with us. Also, the HFOs now is being preferred in the evaporative cooling. The new administrative capital has around 3,300 metric ton of HFO. HFOs, of course, is A2L and very low GWP refrigerant. So the market now is not fixated on specific type. Yeah.
I think it's a good opportunity that we have Professor Dr. Omar Abadiz, which is the co-chair of the TIAB, and he can, and Artok.
Yeah.
But before,
Thanks, Dr. Azad. And also, Peter is a member of ARTOC as well, right? So I'd like to recognize that. All right. Thank you. Oh, I don't need to be in the middle. All right. So Peter asked a very important question, which is the role of natural in the transition towards a sustainable and the role of natural in the transition towards sustainable air conditioning industry. So in Egypt, the ecosystem is not there yet. And we want to make sure that, as Dr. Azat mentioned, we have a sustainable path. And the sustainable path starts by educating and creating the capacity for the technicians. You create the capacity for the technicians by making sure that when they see this flammable refrigerant sign, they acknowledge that there is a flammable refrigerant. Now with an R32 or an A2L refrigerant, it is a flammable. An accident will happen, but the accident will not be massive, would not cause a significant casualty. With a propane, yeah, it's not as significant, right? You can comment on that, yes, certainly. But we want to build the knowledge, and if you want to build the knowledge, it takes time, and that is why it's better to take it one step at a time. So I appreciate the path that the authorities are taking in Egypt to make sure that there is a progression, and that progression is what is important, to make sure that we are not stagnant. We are moving towards the right path. We are not just limiting the GWP or using high GWP refrigerants. We are moving towards a path to lower GWP refrigerants, educating the consumer, educating the technicians, and eventually moving to lower GWP refrigerants.
I totally understand, Omar, and I won't mix up with your strategy. But A2L refrigerants are also flammable, and the decomposition products are HF, so it's quite nasty if you get a burn inside the sleeping room with that. You're maybe more affected than with hydrocarbons, and that was why going directly to hydrocarbons, of course, it's more flammable. It probably needs more education on the service, but still, it could save you for one step, which is also costly and yeah, demanding. So that was my thought.
Can I? Okay. Can I just come back to a stage where we were implementing HPMP stage 1? In stage 1 of the HPMP, we had an activity underneath it, part of it. Actually, it was not really part, but we integrated it into it. We called it EGIPRA. Dr. Ala Olama was the head of this activity. In EGIPRA, we assessed all available refrigerants in the market. Some of them at that time did not even have an R number, an ASHRAE number. And they tested it in the 5 manufacturers. They call it the matrix. Each company manufactured prototypes, baseline with 22 and 410A, which they were and still producing with, which we are leapfrogging from it, by the way. And they assessed, they did a total technical and economic and safety assessment for that. And believe it or not, yes, R290 was one of the best alternatives for most, yes. And we showed that to the companies, the 5 companies. We got them, it was a UNIDO project, and the companies came to UNIDO headquarters in Cairo, and Dr. Ala, I remember because I was there, explained the results. The 32, 290, and 454B was the best ones. The companies saw that, and he showed them that even with R290, as you sure know, you would have a less refrigerant in the same circuit. If you have 22 and you use 290, you use less refrigerant in the circuit, right? And this was explained to them, and they saw it in their prototypes. You know what they did? They selected 32 at that time. Why? Because they were so scared that their factories would be burned. One of them came up to me and said, "You want to burn up my factory?" No, I will not go to that. I was like selling the 290, but we cannot do that. We have to stop at a certain, because this is not our job to promote the environmental friendly refrigerants, yes, but you don't push the industry to it, right? We tried that, and they selected the 32. Yes, shifting the production lines will be from a non-flammable refrigerant, 22, to an A2L, mildly flammable, but it's a flammable. Black or white, gray is black, right? So the shift is happening, or it's happened. They're using flammable refrigerant, mildly flammable, still flammable, the 32. So they are getting in the right path, like Engineer Omar said. It's happening, but you cannot shift directly to hydrocarbon, especially in the split air conditioning units. And the refrigerator is different. It's a contained system. Even in the commercial refrigeration, it would be a little bit challenging because they have long pipelines, right? Most of those equipment are split units. You have long pipelines. Sometimes they do bad installations. You have very long pipelines with hydrocarbon 290 in it. It's not safe. And it's in the bedroom. Like Dr. Azad said, you might have a curtain and so forth. Having a risk assessment analysis for that will be a bit challenging. So yes, it's going to happen, but staged. Thank you.
Work with 290 in other sector. I mean, I think maybe Dr. Omar can explain. There is a potential to use 290. No need to start with the most difficult with the domestic air conditioning, but you can, I mean, maybe Dr. Omar can explain better than me if there is a chance to use 290 in some subsector of, what is potential sector we can, once we, our technician adapt and the industry, familiar, even in one sector or subsector or something, then we can continue. So please, Dr. Omar.
Thanks, Dr. Azad. So I think the main idea behind the strategy that Dr. Azad is talking about is to build the capacity and knowledge for both the technician base and the consumer base. I loved how this R290 freezer was here and attracting attention to the traffic to the Montreal pavilion, right? So if we can install units that have R290 in Egypt, that creates the supply chain for both the components, the compressors, and for technicians to know how to use R290 equipment, how to service R290 equipment, then you can create this risk abatement strategy. And we should start, as Engineer Ahmed and Dr. Azad said, with the technology that is least risky. So freezers, R290 freezers, would create waves of success, especially in commercial stores, in supermarkets, in hotels, in activities where we want to be more green. And in Egypt, green tourism is a big thing now. So we should start looking at ways to propagate R290 as a freezer, as a self-contained unit, and then move from a self-contained freezer to maybe a self-contained air conditioner, a small air conditioner. This would be like a, the movable air conditioner or a window unit, and then take it a step further. So a phased-in approach where you start to show people that it's not risky. Technology is there. You build the supply chain. You build the technology, the the capacity for the technician, and hopefully we will see this in the market very soon.
Thank you very much, Dr. Omar. One more thing, we did some training, TOT, in the country as part of HPMP2. We train the technicians, we train the trainers actually, vocational trainers and technical education teachers who will train their colleagues and the students and technicians on using flammable refrigerants in general. They were taught a technique. The technique did not say this is A2L or A3. It's a flammable refrigerant. You do lockering, you do so forth. You don't do that. You don't do that. You don't use flame. All the flammable refrigerant precautions were taught to them. So the momentum is starting. It's going to expand. Technicians will have this knowledge. And we also started updating the curricula, like Dr. Azad said, to include good practices in general, including recovery and recycling activities, identifying of the refrigerants, and also handling flammable refrigerants in general, either A2L or A3 flammable refrigerants. Because, by the way, yes, the 5 companies did shift to 32, but this does not mean that we will not import AC units working with 290. So the technicians will face this fact in the field. So they will train on that, and we made sure to inform them of the A3 and the A2L and the difference between them and how similar they are in the precautions. Flammable is flammable, right? So it is happening.
We have another challenge. What that challenge is, all the testing laboratory, even for air conditioning or for refrigerator or something, they are adapt and familiar with testing equipment that using CFC or HCFC, which are not flammable at all. So the testing lab are not equipped with the safety issue. Even now, they are, I mean, sometimes because by law, you have to test the equipment. They do it, but this is risky for them, but they have to do it because they are a national lab and they are employer, and maybe they don't have awareness or something, but I am keeping my finger crossed for them that nothing will happen, because we submit proposal for updating the labs, the testing lab. And we hope that we will receive some fund to help those and to map the testing lab, because we have a lot of testing lab. Each company, they have its own testing lab. And also we have a national testing lab. And they are not familiar with testing or equipment, even the electric power, maybe they are not ATIC. I mean, this is, I mean, a lot of challenges that needs, you need to have time to adapt and to the technician and also to the safety measure. All the training center also are not equipped or not, I mean, the safety issue in the training center when you train with A2L refrigerant. I mean, so oh, yani we have some challenges with the testing. We have some challenge with the technician. We have, yeah. So I mean, I hope we will overcome all these challenges by help of COOL-UP and the multilateral fund and all other stakeholder and even the private sector. Or so.
Okay, we took so long in this replying to this question because it was a deliberating question. And we have any other questions? Yes, please. That's a long run, huh?
Sorry. Judith Evans, London South Bank University. What sort of testing are you specifically referring to? What sort of pieces of equipment? Is it whole equipment or subcomponents?
So this is energy efficiency testing. This is basically a whole system testing. So it's like the ISO testing. So the ISO 16358 testing. So when you have an environmental chamber and you put the unit in an environmental chamber, you have the room needs to be certified to test R32 or flammable refrigerant. That's the problem. For the energy label. Yes, yes, a whole unit.
I mean, before go to the customer, when it comes from factory, before it comes to the customer, you have to check the specification which is written in the equipment, and also the energy labeling. You have to make sure that everything is okay, and then they approve them to release to the market. This is by law, and that is why we have in the test happened in the company, and the test happened in the national lab as well.
So if it's temperature and energy testing, you're probably very unlikely to get over the LFL in a test lab. I'm more familiar with the N23953 and those sort of standards, but in the test lab for that standard, unless it's really, really small, you're very unlikely to get over the low flammable limit. So it's unlikely to be a problem. You obviously need to check, but your current labs, you know, are likely to have a problem, I'd say. We definitely don't anyway, and we've checked very thoroughly when we're testing hydrocarbons. So
That's why we are requesting to fund those labs as part of the energy efficiency project and part of the KIP. It's not needed? Okay.
Yeah, so I agree with you. It's not always needed because it depends on the design of the room. But if the room is small, or if it depends on the configuration, so there is a need to basically review the conditions. And typically, if the room right now does not says you are not allowed to test flammable refrigerant and you are testing flammable refrigerant, then there is an issue. So there needs to be a safety inspection. The safety inspection, it can pass. If it passes the safety inspection, then it's good, no problem.
but with a charge of less than 150 grams, you have to have a really small room, you know. Yeah. And that's very unlikely under most international test standards. But anyway, yeah, sorry, I think we've probably done this one to death.
Thank you. So this is completely true for refrigerators, but the problem is most of these test centers, they test multiple refrigerators in the same room at the same time, and that's the issue.
The issue is that in most international standards, the ones we deal with anyway, that's not really allowed. So you have to put in quite a lot of mitigating factors if you do want to test more than one cabinet. Maybe with domestics, yeah, you have booths for domestics. But yeah, with commercial, you really are only supposed to test one cabinet at a time. So, you know, the issues then really reduced. Yeah.
I think we are running out of time. We took 2 questions. We deliberated a lot on those 2 questions, back and forth like ping pong. We apologize for taking more than our time, but we also started late. Maybe that's why. Thank you very much for your time. And I thank Dr. Izzat. And unfortunately, Engineer Omar felt sick. And we thank him very much. We thank Dr. Omar. Thank you very, very much for your time.
That you all are here at this late hour instead of being somewhere else having a drink. But I'm hoping this panel will make it worth your time being here, no pressure, and keep it really interesting and fun today. And before we get started, I would just say that this is, the way we are conducting this discussion is that this is an informal conversation with this panel. So at any point, feel free to raise your hand and we can take questions. We don't have to wait for the end of the session for questions. So if you have, if there's something you're eager to know, please come forward. All right, we have an esteemed panel here, and if I start describing each of their glorious past, then it will take forever. So I'm not going to take any time introducing any of them, but instead I'm going to put that entire pressure on themselves. So please introduce yourself, and in 2 sentences, please tell us why you're here and how excited or not are you from the events, particularly the announcements on cooling that have happened this week. So I'll start with Didier, who represents an intergovernmental organization, to introduce himself and talk about his thoughts.
Thank you. Well, we are an intergovernmental organization.
On. You have to turn on.
Do you hear me? Yes. Well, we are an intergovernmental organization. Initially in 1908, we were built in 1908, so we have a very long experience on issues related to refrigeration. And our mission is to disseminate knowledge on all refrigeration technologies and uses. I mean, the cold chain for food or health products, air conditioning, heat pumps, also cryogenics with very low temperatures. So a vast range of activities. And practically, we are publishing, collecting data, publishing documents for decision makers as well as scientists. And we organize conferences, workshops, and we have projects in various countries, developed and developing countries. So, saying that, I would like to tell you the following thing. First, I'm very happy to be here, because it is the first time we are able to show that refrigeration is something very important for the climate. It is very important because we, at the same time, we need more and more refrigeration technologies, because we need a better cold chain, we need more air conditioning all over the world. At the same time, we know that these technologies are emitting greenhouse gases, because of floated gases, because of the energy consumption. But until now, it was not considered as a priority, international priority. Now it is clearly an international priority for the first time in the COP. And there is a pledge for all the countries to build national cooling action plans. So it is very good news for me. Practically, regarding that, I think that we are able to help the countries to effectively implement this pledge, because we can first give them data, and we already gave data. For instance, you have in the, it is Keeping Chill It, I think the document which was promoted yesterday. We provided figures for instance, the fact that refrigeration represents more than 20% electricity consumption, worldwide electricity consumption. So it is very important to know these figures in order to be able to act, to have a whole action. So we provide data, we provide documents, informatory notes for decision makers. We also are able to build some projects in countries practical projects in order to have a sustainable cold chain, in order to have sustainable air conditioning. So my conclusion, provisional conclusion, because I hope that to have the possibility to speak afterwards, is that it is a very important step for the countries. And I would like to add the fact that we signed, I think we were one of the first signatory of this global cooling pledge, because it will involve all the people, not only the countries, but also the universities, also the companies, and it is important to have a joint effort.
Thank you so much. I don't know if you keep passing the cartridge with the mic. Yeah, let's do that. Yeah. Thanks, Didier, for that. We'll definitely come back to the role of sustainable cooling and what that really means. And if the mic doesn't work, I think I'm loud enough to be heard, but just throw something at me or holler if you can't hear me. But I will pass on the mic to Andrea next, sitting next to you, also to introduce herself and talk to us about the industry perspective on the cooling pledge, and also where to go from here from the industry side.
Thank you so much, Avipsa, and good evening, everybody. So my name is Andrea Vogt. I'm Head of Global Public Affairs at Danfoss Climate Solutions. And I must say that yesterday evening, that event, it really, I don't think I'm exaggerating when I'm saying this was really an emotional moment for me, because I've been working in that industry for, I don't know, forever, for at least 20 years, if not more. And seeing cooling, a bit like Didier was saying, seeing cooling at such a big stage, at a COP, that kind of was really, it really felt like an accomplishment. And I think the Cool Coalition really did an absolutely stellar job to get it up there. So Shika, in representation of the entire Cool Coalition, really, really amazing work. So. So that for me was a great accomplishment, and I think the commitments in the cooling pledge are also really an important pathway forward for governments to act on those fields where we can really make a difference, if it's not just a pledge, but really then followed by action. And I think that's going to be the next big step to make sure that those commitments are being put in practice. Now, from an industry perspective, and specifically from a Danfoss perspective, we have supported and endorsed the pledge with a formal letter as well to express our support. We think that this is really heading in the right direction and that it's a very important step. And most importantly, we also think that technologies are available. So it's not as if we have to wait another 5 years or 10 until those commitments can be put in practice by governments. They can be put in practice immediately. There is no need to wait. All those technologies are available to help government and countries to really fulfill the commitments made under the pledge. So from an industry perspective, I would say we really we are very keen in seeing this come to fruition, and also to work with governments and help them moving forward. And I think I'm not exaggerating, and not only speaking for Danfoss when I'm saying that it's really important to keep industry involved, because without industry and without the support and the buy-in by companies, by the private sector, it's not going to happen. So whatever is going to be put in place in terms of policies, it's important to get that input and that feedback from the industry so that it's really actionable. But again, it's a great achievement. It's really showing the way forward, and I think we have a super opportunity here to make cooling, sustainable cooling for all of us happen in a very near future.
Thank you, Andrea, and that's a great segue to Shika. And Shika, for those maybe 1.5 people in the room who don't know what the cooling pledge is about, could you tell us some, like maybe 3 salient points from the pledge. I know the text is pretty long, and introduce yourself as well.
Sure.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, and thank you for giving this platform to the Cool Coalition. I'm Shikha Bhasin. I'm a senior advisor with the team, and I was not directly actually involved too much in the pledge, but I take the congratulations and the wishes with a very full heart, because I've seen my team really, really work hard on this along with the UAE presidency. And I think the important thing here to note is that Cool Coalition remained the technical partner, right? So a lot of the technical inputs came from the report that was launched earlier yesterday, which is the Keeping It Chill Global Cooling Watch report. And it's an assessment that for the first time brings together the direct and the indirect emissions, models them up until 2050, takes stock of what the policies actually look like globally when it comes to, sustainable cooling. So not just Kigali implementation, but, are we reporting on, is food waste measured and reported, and sort of the ecosystem policies around it. And I think to tell you all about some of the things that are in the pledge, it is very long, but it does focus immensely on access. It does focus a lot on maps. It does focus a lot on building codes. And it does focus quite a lot on phasing down of HFCs. All of these 4 points are also reflected in the report, and I think that's the most important thing that I want to highlight to this group of people. All of those points come from research that has been conducted for this study, and so every single target is actually quantifiable at a global level, right? And which means that every year, as countries report back on the progress, we actually know where we need to get to. We actually know where we were last year, and how those gaps need to be bridged. So maybe I'll pause here and I'll come back for any other questions that you have on this. But I also do want to say a big thank you to all of Cool Coalition's partners that have made the report happen, that have made the pledge happen. It's been a tireless year for everybody that's in this room, actually, and a very big congratulations to all of you as well.
Thank you, Shikha. And I think this is, we'll hand over to Helen now to not just introduce herself, but also I would ask you this question as you introduce yourself. What do you think the support from industry really looks like in action for the cooling pledge? So we are hearing there is support, but what does that mean in reality?
Thank you, Avipsa. So I'm Helen Walter-Terranoni. I work at Train Technologies, but I need to disclose that I volunteer for the Technical and Economic Assessment Panel. We are a consensus body, so I may or may not be representing them today. I hope I'm fairly aligned, but it may not be correct without checking. So I think for us, so very quickly, if you don't know Train Technologies, we're the largest supplier of heating and cooling in the world. We also, if you ate today, I don't know if anybody got a chance to, honestly, but over 60% of the fresh and frozen food is shipped in Thermo King equipment around the world. So we are very committed to reductions are greenhouse gas emissions. 93.7% of our emissions from scope 1, 2, 3 are at the customer's house from the use of equipment. We have a net zero goal for 2050 and 2030 goals and long-term goals. So, and we check our numbers every year through the Carbon Disclosure Project CDP. So. And we have a gigaton goal of emissions reductions for our customers by 2030. So 1 billion tons of carbon dioxide emissions reductions. So to me, Avipsa, like the most exciting things I've seen this week, I'm thrilled that 63 parties signed on to the cooling pledge. I think that's really fabulous. But probably the most exciting thing that I have heard this week was from Ghana. The gentleman from Ghana from the first panel I was on, what seems like 8 years ago, he said that they have been thinking of some novel ways of funding the initial costs of cooling equipment and refrigeration for families, using if a family gets a paycheck that's regular, deposited in a bank, then the bank will front that money with no interest and allow them to pay that off for a period of time. That is energy efficiency savings, and greenhouse gas savings, but so importantly, it's also money back in the family's pocket for them to do whatever else it is that they need to do. And that was one of the most exciting things. They said they've already replicated this 4,000 times, and I hope that other people will learn from that and replicate that as well. So what I'm so excited about when I hear that is that we are starting to see action take place around equity, around access, and around thoughtfulness from place and leadership from places that maybe we haven't paid as much attention to in the past. So to me, Avipsa, I think that this pledge and moving forward and how companies can help, I think we can share the story. As Andrea said, the equipment's there. We just need the uptake. We need to take it up. We need to support countries in their actions. We saw the decision at MOP around anti-dumping measures. We need to support that. We need to support all of their efforts around code adoption and training of technicians and anything else that they're asking us to do to help them advance to decarbonize the heating and cooling industry, in my mind, Avipsa. And we need to do it in a way that is transparent and clear and helpful.
Thank you. We'll pass the mic back to Alexander Nick here, who also, in addition to introducing yourself as probably the non-cooling expert in this panel, could tell us why this is important for those who are not cooling nerds.
That's a good question. Thank you so much for the invitation. And you asked what brought me here. So WBCSD is the World Business Council for Sustainable Development. We have our pavilion just one floor up. And if I had known there's ice cream here, I would have probably been earlier here. So I already posted it to a WhatsApp group saying, hey guys, did you know on the ground floor, there's not just the Cool Coalition and all the others working on the Montreal Protocol and the Global Cooling Pledge, but there's also ice cream. So reading the pledge, and huge congratulations, I think, to everyone who has been involved. At WBCSD, we do a lot of global stakeholder convening, and getting out such a pledge is a massive piece of work. So I can hear your excitement, the emotions that you're mentioning on working on it. And if I look at, I hope I got it right, 68% reduction in cooling emissions targeted in the pledge by 2050, that's ambitious. So you really link it to 1.5 degrees. You have also like resilience and adaptation and impacts on people, which makes it quite holistic and ambitious to me. So at WBCSD, we support multinational companies working a lot in multi-stakeholder initiatives on accelerating climate action, but at the same time also getting climate adaptation and mitigation in place where we know the business needs to rise on its ambitions. We do work on carbon accounting, and for me it is also exciting to see low carbon technologies such as cooling, where we can also have credible accounting mechanisms. Like we have recently launched a guidance on avoided emissions, besides being the co-host for the greenhouse gas protocol. We do work on renewable heat, which is obviously the partner for cooling. So I'm fully supporting the pledge and looking forward to now walk the talk with existing technologies, and also supporting or finding the right incentive mechanisms to support new technologies and its implementation.
Thank you. Since you have the mic, maybe I'll ask you this question first, and then we'll pass along to the whole group. We're in 2023. Why do we need this pledge? What are the barriers which makes us which necessitates this pledge in this year and date?
Well, we are 7 years away from 2030. We want to halve emissions. We want to keep 1.5 in reach. So we definitely need all actors coming together in multi-stakeholder coalitions that include private, government, NGOs, and define what is the target, what is in scope, and then finding out how to get there. So which means setting based on a voluntary pledge, then targets that get implemented into action. And yes, I'm learning a lot also on this panel today. So it seems that you've been working for a long time, and the first time being at stage at COP with this cooling pledge, went a long way. So I would say better late than not bringing it at all to COP and at this stage together with UAE and now go in full swing of implementation.
Well, on my side, I would like first to tell you that it is important that the governments and the international organizations, as the United Nations, our own organization, are able to fix some goals, to fix some objectives, and a framework to do it. I think it is the role of the governments, of the public bodies, to be able to present things which are possible, but with a long-term perspective, and to give a framework for the public sector especially. And then if you have a clear framework, you are able to invest and to have clear actions. So I think that the pledge, the interest is that to fix some objectives and a good framework. What a good framework? First, for instance, to ratify the Kigali Amendment. I think it is absolutely necessary, and I hope that after that pledge, there will be more. All the countries will very soon sign the Kigali Amendment, and the Kigali Amendment is a good framework. I mean, I think that generally speaking, the Montreal Protocol, and it is the reason we are working with the Montreal Protocol, is something which is a very good tool, because first it is based on science. You have some scientific panels, and the IR is providing some experts to the scientific panel. We are also reviewing the documents they produce and so on. So we are involved in. We have some certainties, some technical possibilities which are explained all over the world, so people know what is possible in a certain now, and sometimes with some improvements. But we have a clear data, clear technologies that people can know. And then we also have people who are following the actions. You have each country has to propose a certain framework for currently phasing out HCFCs, but in the future phasing down HFCs. You have each year people are need to present their outcomes, their difficulties, and it is not only something which is just a general goal, even if it is sometimes very important to have general goals such as the Paris Agreement, but you also have a way to follow all the actions and to implement these actions. So it is important to do that. I hope that we will be able to also not only deal with F-gases, the fluorinated gases, improving the Kigali Amendment, perhaps accelerating in the future the Kigali Amendment regarding the reduction of F-gases and regarding the goals of both the net zero emissions in 2050. In that case, of course, we will have to probably accelerate the Kigali Amendment before 2050. But, well, we have time to do it. First, implement it. Secondly, well, there are some, it is important also to take into account the energy consumption. It is clearly mentioned in this Global Cooling Pledge, but the framework to do it is less defined, to be clear, but I think that we have to continue to detail how to do it, country by country, because the situation will be different country by country. And I must tell you that regarding that, there are two tools. One of them is in the hands of the actors, in the efficient actors. It is the energy efficiency, and we certainly have a lot of possibilities to increase the energy efficiency. The second one is also depending on all the discussions all over the scope. It is regarding the use of renewable energies. We will not be able to obtain net zero emission in 2050 without renewable energies. So it is important also to include this framework regarding revolution technologies within the general COP goals.
Yeah, to come back to your question and why now and why is this now important. as Alex was saying, 2030 is fairly soon, and halving emissions, or even in Europe reducing by 55%, is quite a big step. And I would just like to go back to 2 points. One, also what Alex was saying on the avoided emissions, and two, on what came out of the Cooling Watch report, which is the basis for the cooling pledge. And I think what we need to keep in mind is this dual action which is necessary on the one hand side on energy and on the other hand side on the refrigerants. And when we look at the report, it's roughly 60-40, 60% of emissions called indirect due to energy use, 40% direct due to refrigerants use, or sometimes it's 70-30, but it's in that sort of ballpark. And what is really important is to act on both, and that's, I think, is a very clear message what also comes out of the report, that it's very important not to sacrifice the energy efficiency as we work on the refrigerants, and the other way around as well. So we really need to act on the energy use of equipment and make sure that it's done in the most efficient way. And on the other hand, make sure that we bring down the global warming potential of the refrigerants, but not only that, also that we make sure that the installations are tight, because that's a basics which we need to take into account. And also that we reduce the charge size of the refrigerants, or the quantity of refrigerant which is being used. That's also a factor. So there are quite a few factors where we can work on the refrigerant emissions, refrigerant-related emissions, and a lot of factors actually where we can work on the energy efficiency. And the energy efficiency then relates back also to the avoided emissions. And just to take one example, which is an example from the heating world, but which is very much related to the Montreal Protocol world as well, because heat pumps use refrigerants. So if we want to achieve carbon neutrality, and if we want to halve emissions, then we also need to make sure that we get heating and cooling, generally speaking, right, because it consumes half of the total final energy worldwide, and half of that, and that energy is between 80 and 90% still based on fossil fuels. And so if we want to achieve that carbon neutrality, then we have to work on the heat transition, and that means heat pumps. And heat pumps means avoided emissions, because if we use heat pumps, then we avoid the emissions that would come with a fossil fuel boiler, with a gas boiler, for example. And that contribution needs to be accounted for somewhere. So if it can be accounted for in a methodology that really takes this into account and quantifies it, it's also a major driver in terms of moving away from fossil fuels and getting the heat transition right. And it's at the same time high energy efficiency, because heat pumps, or electrification generally speaking, is much more efficient than burning fossil fuels. So I think we have a real opportunity there, when that ticks a lot of boxes and is then related to the refrigerants, because as possible, we can move in those applications to low or very low or ultra low global warming potential refrigerants, whether that's natural refrigerants or HFO refrigerants, no matter what. There are very low global warming potential refrigerants available immediately. Heat pumps are available immediately in small sizes, in big sizes, in medium sizes, for heating, for cooling, for both. So a lot of emissions to be avoided, and a big contribution that can be made. So from our perspective, that's why this cooling pledge now is really important, because we have all those opportunities. And then we need the right methodologies and standards to account for it.
Thank you. I know Shikha will have a lot to say, so maybe we pass on to Helen first to sort of add to the industry perspective, and then Shikha, you can have the last word on this question.
So I would say, Avipsa, that is this on? Okay. I think from my perspective, I'm going to go back to Ghana again, because that presentation was brilliant. When he was talking, he kind of spoke about, they've got borders, right, that are difficult to manage, right? And at this moment, things like developing minimum energy performance standards and maybe coming to some level of agreement about regionally what those might look like, so that it's not so difficult for customs organizations trying to stop dumping, and kind of having different countries sign on to this, so that everybody is fighting dumping together. I mean, this is a great moment for that. There are other, maybe not exciting, a little bit tedious things to be done that we can all collectively work on. I mean, I'm sorry, I hope I don't offend anybody. Building codes to me are a little tedious. But they need to be done, and if we all work together, and especially if countries are signing on to this, and if industry is supporting that, then as my mother used to say, when she wanted us all to do the dishes and clean up, many hands make light work. So if we all help, it's going to be less for any one of us to do. So I think for me, Avivsa, that's why it's such an important moment right now, because we don't need more pledges. We have a lot of pledges. We really we need action. But at this moment, this kind of pins us all to the same roadmap, so that we all start working on the same activities.
I agree with everything that everyone has said here. I would, however, also submit that it's really important that this pledge has happened, that it has been announced, not just from a climate mitigation perspective, right, which of course is tremendously important and tremendously challenging, but also because cooling has generally just been a blind spot in climate politics, and it's not just about the emissions potential that it holds, which is huge, as others before me have spoken, but also it's about climate resilience, it's about climate adaptation, it's about creating infrastructure that is able to serve people who are suffering because of the increase in temperatures. We know that IPCC has put out enough data to suggest, and we're experiencing it, hottest months on record year after year after year. Number of people dying because of the increase in heat stress, the increase in number of heat stress days. And so you have to bring that attention to it at the highest level, and when it comes to climate change and actioning climate change, both mitigation, adaptation, but also resilience and infrastructure and critical infrastructure, this is that platform, right, where you can make that kind of noise. And I think the second part of that, or a second point to that, is it's important that it happens at a national government level at a global stage like this. Because while the technologies exist, while the problems exist, while the solutions to those problems are known, very often we find that it remains in silos, right? So you have the Ministry of Power, one team working on MEPS. You have the National Ozone Units who are continuing to oversee the Kigali Amendment to the Montreal Protocol, and so they're working on the refrigerant phase down. And then you have a host of other agencies that are looking at building codes, the implementation of those building codes at a national level, at a subnational level, and very often the capacity to interact and sort of move the needle on these three things together, to combine that effort, because that's really where the big sort of gap lies, right, for us to get to where we need to get to. And that's why it's really important that announcements like this happen at a global platform, because it's almost like a country-driven, right from the top initiative that will then have to percolate downwards, and I believe like the emphasis of having a national level strategy in addition to actioning all of these other elements, but a national level strategy that pulls all of these three things together, that forces these policies to speak to each other on paper and in implementation. I think that's really what the pledge seeks to do.
Thank you. And I think the question I posed was deliberately provocative. Of course, as a climate activist, we understand and know that cooling emissions are, if left unchecked, are bound to double by 2030, triple by 2050. So it has been one of the blind spots of our, climate mitigation puzzle, and we need to get that together. And thank you, Shikha, for also bringing up the important aspect of access and the space. If our climate space is limited, then where can we find that space where it's most required, where, where cooling is yet to be adopted and the access remains an issue? And to that effect, I would ask a question, and maybe I'll start with Didier here, is how have you seen the complexities of financing, both in, we have talked about that a lot in the UNFCCC forum, but not so much maybe outside of that. The Montreal Protocol has a well-established financing mechanism, but now that we're talking about going beyond the Montreal Protocol, beyond that sort of regime of phase down, how do you see the complexities of that playing here? And then I'll pass on the mic to answer the same question.
First, effectively, it is important to remember that we have a dedicated fund for the Montreal Protocol, the multilateral fund. And it's fine. Fortunately, thanks to this fund, we were able to phase out CFCs, then phasing out currently at CFCs. And now it is clear, after the latest meeting of the parties of the Montreal Protocol, that we will be able to also phase down HFCs thanks to these funds. But from the beginning, I remember a lot of years discussing within these meeting of the parties in order to find an agreement between the people who are in charge within UNEP of the Montreal Protocol and people who are in charge of the UNFCCC with the general goal of climate change. And it was very difficult to obtain the fact that HFCs, which are replacing HCFCs and CFCs, but which are not having any impact on the ozone layer, that it would be possible to phase down HFCs within the Montreal Protocol bodies. It was not obvious. And for me, the second problem now is also to clearly take into account as much as possible the energy efficiency. But and thus my hope that that in the future it will be able, country by country, project by project, to use all the funds which are dedicated to climate change. Perhaps they are not enough, but well, it exists. We have some billions dedicated to that these billions will be also for the air conditioning, for refrigeration, the cold chain and so on, for all these purposes. Because we are able to increase, and there was a decision during the latest meeting of the parties of the Montreal Protocol to double the amount of this fund, multilateral fund. That's fine. But in addition, I think it is very important to be able to combine these kinds of funds with the other funds which are generally dedicated to climate change. Because of course, I totally agree, air conditioning, refrigeration and so on, heat pumps, etc., are clearly, their need is increasing, and that's fine, and we are considering that we need more and more refrigeration, but we have effectively an increasing impact on climate change if we do nothing. So that's clear, very clear, but I think that the challenge is, it is possible to reach the challenge.
So taking the, is it still working? Is it picking up? Yeah. So taking the question on financing to the corporate level, and if I may share a bit what our WBCSD member companies are facing for challenging on investing in, as we said, renewable, highly efficient cooling as well as heating solutions, is yes, providing return on investments by applying existing, but also looking into new low carbon technologies. So as both heating cooling is very localized, so it is very hard to transport over distances, and the range of applications are often totally dependent on the application and specific site. So this will vary greatly between companies and sectors. So what we see is that companies need all opportunities, need to seek all opportunities to improve their return on investments. So what could that include? Optimizing heat exchanger networks within facilitators, coupling heating and cooling application where possible within businesses and municipalities. Then also using innovative business models to overcome high capex requirements for projects. So these include service models where companies could outsource all aspects of heating as well as cooling and pay then per megawatt of energy. And key to all, I think, is collaboration. So I think what the cooling pledge is demonstrating is here, yes, there's a pledge. More than 100 countries, I think, already signed up. Hopefully more to come. No, not yet. No, 60. You know it.
60-ish.
So I'm already at the end of COP. I don't know what's the ambition is over the next coming days.
Depends how you round up.
And then, yes, the willingness to explore and work together. And yes, to stress it again, the accounting piece, I know how critical it is, so because it needs to be credible accounting for low carbon technologies and solutions. As I mentioned initially, WBCSD is working on a carbon accounting intervention standard, which is getting more granular and granular. And I think this is the basis to really then allow companies to demonstrate the impact of their low carbon solutions beyond their own scope 1, 2, and 3. And this is obviously to support decarbonizing society.
Thank you. And you said the magic words, which makes me want to change the topic of the conversation as you pass it on to Andrea and Helen. And the magic words here are credibility and accounting. And as a climate activist, often we've asked that the businesses and companies go beyond words and make sure that what they're committing to or their pledges are additional, are measurable, and credible, so third-party verified, and also something that actually happens over time. So what I would ask you, Andrea, is do you see the industry moving that side? Are there any barriers? And is that part of the innovative business model that Alexander just mentioned as well?
Yeah, I think that's a very valid point and a very valid question, and I think the two are linked, actually. I was wondering, when I was listening, I was wondering, what am I going to say in terms of finance and business model? And I thought, okay, in terms of finance and business model, what we see is that all those energy or highly energy efficient solutions, that the investment is often the major hurdle. And so the end user or the user wouldn't invest into those solutions because the payback is too long and because it's much cheaper to buy something else which is less efficient, and why go for a highly efficient solution. And so the business model plays an important role there. And what we see from a Danfoss perspective, if I'm just giving one example, and that will link then also to your second part of the question, Avipsa. From a Danfoss perspective, I would just like to give the example of our smart store supermarket in Denmark. And okay, this is a Danish example, and I know Denmark is a bit of a
poster child.
Poster child, if you like, yeah. But that example is applicable actually everywhere. It's about the business model which we are using, meaning that in that supermarket, it's only using the highest efficient technologies. It's using CO2 as a refrigerant. It's 50% more efficient than a state-of-the-art supermarket. So it's really top-notch. But it's not because it's top-notch that the supermarket would easily go and say, okay, I'm going to spend much more money on that because I want to be so green. It's because it's enabled by a business model where we lease out to the supermarket the entire refrigeration and running of that supermarket. So basically the supermarket operator does not have to invest into all of that stuff and pay a lot of money up front. It's handled by Danfoss and Aneo, which is a joint venture that we're having for that specific application, if I can say so. So by using business models like that, energy as a service business models, cooling as a service business models, you remove that investment hurdle and you can much better phase in highly efficient technology, and whether that's in terms of energy efficiency or in terms of the refrigerants that are being used. The other side of the coin is that with such models, and the more we move towards digital, the more we get data as well. And that relates a lot to the other part of the question that you raised, Avipsa. And I think that's something which is valid across the board as more and more companies are making commitments towards carbon neutrality or towards reducing their emissions, etc. There is one thing which is validation by a third party, and that's, for example, science-based targets. There is another thing which is about getting the data for it, actually, to make those claims. And there, the digital solutions which basically gather those data so that it can be proven play a very important role. And if I'm taking Danfoss as an example, we have committed to science-based targets to stay within 1.5 degrees. And in that context, we are decarbonizing completely our global operations by 2030 and are also reducing our upstream and downstream value chain emissions in that same framework by quite a substantial amount. It's 15% if I'm not mistaken. So there is a very ambitious commitment towards carbon neutrality in own operations, which then needs to be or is verified by third party. And we believe that this is very important, because otherwise you go out there and you make a lot of claims, and at the end of the day, who is seeing whether that's happening or not? And science-based targets as an initiative gets increasingly subscribers, if I can say so. I think it's, in the meantime, it's around 3,000 companies or something like that. And it started as a very small initiative, and now it has so much traction. There is also, maybe to be said in that context, increasingly legislation coming into place which requires actually such reporting from a mandatory perspective. So you cannot just go and say, I do. You have to actually report it, and according to very specific criteria. All of this to prevent greenwashing, which I think is a very important point here. So to summarize that, I think the business model, yes, plays a very important role in order to help phase in such highly efficient, ultra-low global warming potential solutions in a quick way. So that's one. Number two, digital solutions in order to gather the data when this is happening, so that it's measurable, it's verifiable, and can be really proven. And third parties are really important to approve those claims that are being made by companies. And I think Helen is going to say the same. It's really important that companies, it's really important that companies have those commitments in place, and that those commitments are ambitious and not just blah blah, but really put into practice with tangible action. At least that's the Danfoss philosophy, and I think that's also the Train philosophy.
No, I'm going to. You can't stop me from talking about money of IPSA. But I'm going to answer this part first. Our executives are, part of their compensation is based on reductions in greenhouse gas emissions from our customers' products. You have to maybe walk before you run, right? So maybe you look at, how do I take out emissions from my scope 1 and 2, so my raw materials and my manufacturing facilities, right? So maybe that I walk before I run. But we have now kind of broken that down so that we're looking at business by business, so that each leader knows what they need to do and how they can influence that. So, but this, I think that if people start looking at scope 1 and 2, and they start small, right, and then they grow in this space, they can also get there. With some, you don't even have to be a visionary leader anymore. You can just follow in the tracks of other companies nowadays. Partners like you help people kind of get there, and there are other partners to do that. But I think it's important because we've seen a lot of mischievous, storytelling, people making pledges, people not doing, people not acting, and so it's important to kind of make sure that we are showing how we walk the talk. But I'm going to circle back to money, because I think it's really important, if you don't mind.
Go ahead.
Okay.
And that will be a great segue to hand over to Shika, who I'm sure has more.
Sorry, if you don't mind. Okay. So I think it's too expensive not to take action around this space. We must move energy efficiency forward. We must move renewable energy forward. If we don't do all of this, electrification, et cetera, if we don't do all of this and move it all forward, we're going to end up purchasing a whole lot of electricity in a whole big grid that we didn't have to do. And so if we will improve energy efficiency, if we will look at, and this is one of the reasons that I think this pledge is so powerful right now. There are so many financial tools out there. Utilities in many countries you know, if we don't do this right, they have to spend a lot of money on investment. They can avoid that investment by helping families to buy energy efficient equipment. So, you know, looking at tools like that, looking at tools like the bank tool that I talked about with Ghana. I was on a panel the other morning with Lily, and you know, there are a lot of different financial tools. We need to share all this information, stop reinventing the wheel, share all of this between all of the stakeholders and countries so that they can advance quickly and we don't wait anymore.
Yeah, please. And I don't see Shikha keen to jump with points on financing, but we'll give you the mic back, Shikha, for sure. Yes,
right.
Please go ahead.
So I would like to hit on the note that Helen just mentioned, which is we need to invest now before having to invest later. In the report that was launched yesterday, we showed that by doing what the pledge asked for, we can save the electricity infrastructure almost $5 trillion, 5 trillion with a T, right? So that's a lot of money. And if you add on top of this the amount of savings consumer would get from electricity between now and 2050, that's another $17 trillion. So the total would be $22 trillion. That's more than the US and GDP, right? Annual GDP. That's a lot of money, $22 trillion. All right, so how much investment is needed? That's a problem because no one has a golden number. What is the investment needed to unlock this potential? The IFC in their chapter, there is a hidden nugget there saying there is a tipping point, and the tipping point is 25% of the market. And if you calculate the market is $135 billion, so 25% of that is $33 billion times 30 years, that's $1 trillion. So $1 trillion unlocks $22 trillion. Just food for thought.
And we should have a panelist that's so good at math in every single session. Thank you. And that's a really good point, jokes apart. You know, we're talking in trillions of dollars. And, you know, I think the question answers itself, the one that I asked a while back, like, why is this pledge important? But, Shikha, what I would like to hear from you, now, we know financing is important. We know this pledge is important. And I think this might be a good place to start closing our discussion is, do you see specific opportunities that connects what we discussed before and what the point that was just made within the opportunity and the gap that exists and the cooling pledge in that scenario?
I should really hope so. You are going to see countries reporting, you know, on how they're trying to create policy certainty in all of these domains. And that policy certainty is what one always hears, right? Like, oh, the ecosystem isn't correct, right? There's a specific ecosystem-related word that you have in every single report that talks about financing. So here's us trying to tell the whole world what that ecosystem looks like at a national level, bringing that policy certainty there. I will say there is a dearth of data when it comes to cooling in particular, just because it's a very, it's multi-sectoral, right? Like, I mean, when you talk about buildings and constructions, you know what buildings and constructions look like, but what is the cooling component in terms of valuation of that entire sector? Why should someone new think about starting to invest there? And that's also one of the things that we highlight in the report. You know, that we don't have the kind of numbers we want to be able to have to really be able to sell this story of why one should be investing in sustainable cooling. So hopefully, the pledge as well as this report and more engagement of the financing world with all of the sectors within which cooling operates, will get us there. But I do think that there is a need still for that conversation on, putting this data out into the public domain to really make that investment lucrative is still a gap.
Thank you so much. And we are almost out of time. So unless there are other questions from the audience, and I don't see any, which means I get to ask this, you get exactly one sentence, and I'll cut you off. You get exactly one sentence to tell us, we've talked about net zero goals, we've talked about sustainable cooling, and I'm going to specifically ask if you think, A, we can achieve net zero cooling, And if not, why? And if yes, when? So I'll start with Helen. Yes, comma, comma, comma. Okay, you can pass it to Andrea.
Okay, I'll do it. It's going to have a lot of comments. I think we will need innovation, passive cooling, and all the tools in the toolkit, but I think we can do it.
I'm going to shamelessly plug my report. The Global Cooling Watch tells us very, very clearly that we can get to a near zero, and we use near zero because we're not accounting for the negative. So yeah, we can get there. Everyone just needs to make sure that they're working towards it.
I think we can get to near zero emissions cooling. We can certainly make a very big contribution with the energy efficiency. We can make a very big contribution with the refrigerants. But the final step will, and of course with the passive side of things as well, but the final step will depend on whether the electricity is decarbonized, because cooling in most of the cases requires electricity. And as long as that electricity is not decarbonized, we will not get to net zero. But aside from that remark, I think we are on a very good path.
Well, I totally agree with Andrea, and as I told you before, that in any case, we need to decarbonize electricity in order to be able to reach the challenge. But I'm convinced that we are able to do it, not only because electricity will be decarbonized, but also because, of course, there are some practical goals which are fixed thanks to the Kigali Amendment and other measures that the cooling sector is implementing. But it is necessary to effectively implement practical national cooling action plans within the national determined contributions. It shall be clearly an important part, a very important part of this national determined contributions.
So my one sentence is, let's put the global cooling pledge into action. And the explanation around is, emissions are still rising. We are seeing the impacts of climate change, especially on affected communities. So we need to do everything to set, from a corporate perspective, science-based targets, in addition invent and innovate low-carbon innovations, and come together in collaborations such as the cooling pledge to bring in governments on board and show the leadership from the private sector.
Thank you so much. As an environmental organization, we've now advocated for decades for the cooling industry to really stop contributing to climate change as it has done in an outsized fashion over the last 3 decades. And this conversation here really gives me hope that we are creating the ecosystem. We have the tools in the toolbox, we have the technology, and it seems like we also are really feeling it, that it is getting done and could be done. So let's meet here next year and see where we are. And thank you so very much to this entire panel. I'm really privileged to share the stage with you. Thank you very much. And thank you to the audience. Thank you.
Thank you for good questions.